In a cramped prison cell, where the silence was broken only by their breathing, Black and Gun decided to share with the girl a story from their past about running, although she could hardly comprehend the true essence of his story. Plunging into memories of his training, Pack and Gun bitterly described his natural slowness and countless attempts to improve his speed, which, despite all efforts, turned out to be in vain. Listening carefully to his story, the girl thought that she understood the depth of his experiences, but she could not even imagine how painfully slow his every step was in comparison with other runners. From childhood to high school, Baek and Gan invariably found himself last at the finish line, becoming a target for ridicule from his peers, who, showering him with offensive words, quickly ran away, leaving him alone with a bitter feeling of defeat. At that moment, when the girl wanted to ask how the young master could have friends, because she knew for sure about their absence, he continued his story about the tireless pursuit of offenders, not allowing her to get a word in. In their naive self-confidence, the offenders believed that the slow Pack and Gun would never be able to catch up with them, but thanks to his persistence, he overtook each of them, turning their ridicule into a bitter lesson in retribution. The girl listened with bated breath as Pack and Gun revealed the secret of their success. He continued to run even when his heart seemed ready to burst, and every breath brought sharp pain to his chest. Hugging the girl tightly in the twilight of the prison cell, Pack and Gun promised that even now in this hopeless situation, he would go to the very end, without giving in to circumstances. Looking at his determined face, the girl could not help but smile slightly, recognizing that Paek and Gan, despite all the doubts of those around him, really had incredible inner strength and maturity of character. Despite his physical weakness, which the girl was well aware of, Paek and Gan firmly declared his intention to fight the assassins until his last breath, and this unshakable determination filled her heart with hope and joy. In the last minutes of the girl's life, the hero, squeezing her cold hand, solemnly vowed that even if his enemies captured him, he would certainly escape, take care of his health, and strictly follow all her medical recommendations, keeping the memory of her care in his heart. With a heavy heart, the hero whispered the last wish of peace to her soul, and gently closed her glassy eyes, forever imprinting her peaceful face in his memory. Suddenly the silence was broken by the roar of the hatch being knocked out and the furious screams of the pursuers, echoing through the tunnel and clearly indicating that their cover was open, and the enemies knew that one of the fugitives was wounded. In a hurry, but with deep respect, the hero carefully laid the girl's lifeless body on the cold floor of the dungeon, carefully covering her from prying eyes. Holding back tears and clenching his fists from powerlessness, the guy made another sacred promise: to return for the girl's body and give her a decent funeral, in accordance with all traditions. Overcoming physical pain and mental torment, he rushed to run along the dark corridors, hearing the approaching cries of the chase behind him, but not giving up, because now he was driven forward not only by the will to live, but also by the promise. The narrative unexpectedly returns to the origins of the story, where the main character waged a grueling and painful battle with cancer, every day of which became a test of his fortitude and will to live. When the hero, exhausted by illness, was already preparing to accept the long-awaited peace, fate presented him with an unexpected turn. Instead of a well-deserved rest, he was reborn in the ancient Muriam family, about which he had previously only read in historical tomes. Surprisingly, fate assigned him to one of the 7 greatest clans, the legendary Pike clan, founded by the sacred blade of immortality himself, an unrivaled martial artist of his time. However, the new life brought with it a serious test. His reborn body suffered from a serious illness, blockage of ki channels, which made it impossible to accumulate the vital energy necessary for the development of martial arts. Such an illness became a fatal sentence for a representative of the main branch of a warlike clan, where strength and abilities determined a person's place in the hierarchy. Having reached the age of 20, the guy was forced to leave his family and go to a secluded place, where he had to wait alone for the inevitable end. In his voluntary exile, the only ray of light was his faithful friend, thanks to whom a measured and quiet life began to seem not so unbearable, giving glimpses of happiness into a doomed existence. However, fate decided otherwise, and one day death almost overtook him, abruptly changing the usual course of life. A fatal coincidence of circumstances led him to these gloomy underground tunnels, which became the beginning of new trials. Making his way through a labyrinth of underground passages, he accidentally came across an ancient, rusty sword, which could be his only chance of salvation. Carefully examining the rust-covered blade, The guy realized with bitterness that even soft vegetables could hardly be cut with this blunt piece of metal, not to mention a serious fight. Despite the deplorable state of the weapon, the instinct of self-preservation forced him to grab the hilt of the sword, because even such an imperfect weapon could give a ghostly chance of survival. At this tense moment, he was overtaken by his pursuers, who began to scold the guy with contempt for his unworthy behavior. The attackers said with open contempt that it was not permissible for the son of a noble clan to run away like a hunted rat, a stain on the honor of his family. Remaining surprisingly calm, Peck and Gan replied that such insignificant worms as his pursuers should not even open their mouths in his presence, let alone evaluate his actions. With cool dignity, he expressed his indignation that anyone would dare point a gun at a member of the Bayek clan, generously offering a chance for pardon if the attacker would give his name and beg for forgiveness at his feet. The impudence and self-confidence of such a frail young man caused only surprise among the men, but one of them nevertheless decided to satisfy his curiosity by taking off his mask and introducing himself as Chok Pyo. Ra Dennis tried to find out the true purpose of the persecution, to which he received a cold-blooded answer: to bring his head on a platter to his master. Gathering his last strength and tightly clutching his rusty sword, Peck and Gan threatened to cut off the insolent snake's tongue for such words, which only caused the enemy to laugh mockingly. With mocking politeness, the man noted the unexpected courage of Pak and Gan, which did not correspond to the rumors circulating about him, and generously allowed him to strike the first blow. Internally shuddering from the realization of his weakness, Pak and Gan painfully pondered whether he was able to resist an experienced warrior, because all the fighting techniques he knew were nothing more than child's play. The sudden appearance of a ghostly man next to him and his remark about the incorrect grip of the sword caught the guy by surprise, revealing a new twist in this dangerous situation. Despite all attempts to keep a straight face, Pak and Gan were mortally frightened by the appearance of a ghost, although he tried his best not to show it. With undisguised disappointment, the ghostly old man expressed his surprise at how weak and inept his descendant turned out to be, clearly expecting to see a more worthy heir. Chok Pyo Ra watched with undisguised surprise the strange behavior of Beck and Gan, trying to understand the reason for his inexplicable actions and reactions. In confusion, Pak and Gan realized that the ghostly old man, so clearly visible to him, remained completely invisible to the opponents around him. With a contemptuous grin, Chok Pyo Ra suggested that paralyzing fear had completely clouded the minds of Bayek and Gan, turning him into a pitiful semblance of a warrior. Irritated by the impudent behavior of his victim, Chok Pyo Ra came to the conclusion that he had seriously overestimated the abilities of his enemy, and decided to immediately put an end to this tedious confrontation. Despite Paek and Gan's outward weakness, his opponent emitted powerful chi energy, which made him much more dangerous than one might think at first glance. Realizing the inevitability of the fight, Beck and Gang firmly decided to fight until their last breath in order to meet death with dignity and not disgrace the memory of So Hwa. Watching the young man's clumsy movements, the ghostly old man was bitterly aware of his complete lack of even basic sword skills, which was reflected in his incorrect and unstable fighting stance. In response to the old man's bewilderment, Peck and Gan explained their unpreparedness by blocking the Qi channels, to which the sacred blade of immortality calmly declared that their meeting was destined by fate and offered to take over the battle. At the moment when the ghostly warrior announced his intention to temporarily borrow his body, Peck and Gan felt control over his own movements, rapidly slipping away from him. Having approached the distance of a fatal blow, the self-confident enemy ordered Paek and Gan to stop these senseless movements and accept their fate. Everyone's amazement reached its peak when Pak and Gun repelled the enemy's seemingly inevitable attack with incredible ease. With majestic calm, the spirit-possessed Pak and Gan reminded the daring assassin of the inadmissibility of pointing weapons at a representative of the Pak clan. In a voice full of ancient power, he proclaimed that the attacker must pay with his life for the honor of beholding the legendary seventh form of the Blade of Heaven and Earth. Trapped in his own body, Pak and Gan watched in amazement as his limbs made precise movements, obeying the will of the ancient master. In his heart, the young man understood the contradiction. According to known history, there were only 6 forms of the Blade of Heaven and Earth, since the last 3 forms were irretrievably lost. In awe, Pak and Gan watched as his sword, guided by the ancient technique one-handed moon plunder, mercilessly crushed his enemies. At that moment, a realization pierced his mind. The ghostly old man was indeed the legendary Sacred Blade of Immortality, the greatest martial artist of his time. After completing the bloody sword dance, the spirit left the body of Bayek and Gan, but first inquired whether the young man was able to properly imprint in his memory the technique of executing the form of the blade of heaven and earth. Bitter thoughts filled the minds of Baek and Gan. If he had possessed such skill earlier, perhaps Sohua would have remained alive. The sacred blade of immortality revealed the true nature of its intervention. It was a final gift to a dying descendant, an act of mercy before the inevitable end. Without further ado, the ghost announced the imminent death of his heir, leaving no room for hope. With a heavy voice, he explained that using the technique in a body weakened by a chronic illness inevitably led to irreversible consequences. The only salvation could be legendary potions like the purest milk of heaven and earth or thousand-year-old snow ginseng, capable of healing even the hopelessly ill. Unexpectedly for everyone, Bayek and Gan asked whether the fact that he had already consumed thousand-year-old snow ginseng about a year ago could somehow affect the situation. The last thing Pak and Gan saw before falling into unconsciousness was the shocked face of the ghostly old man, who froze in mute amazement, unable to utter a word. The next awakening of Paek and Gan took place in the medical wing of the clan, where skilled healers performed a real miracle, snatching him from the embrace of death. With persistent curiosity, the chief doctor began to ask his younger brother, Baek Ha-jun, about the possible acquisition of miraculous medicines by their master. The younger brother innocently talked about Baek and Gan's attempts to find a cure for the blocked meridians from a local pharmacist. Clarifying his question, the doctor specifically asked about snow ginseng or medicine and Shaolin, clearly suspecting something unusual. Observing the confused expression on Baek Ha-jun's face, the doctor mentally dismissed his suspicions, reasoning that no one would waste such precious resources on a person who was considered practically dead. The moment Baek and Gang woke up, his brother Baek Ha-jun silently turned around and left the medical wing, pointedly ignoring the young master's return to life, which clearly indicated the tension in their relationship. In cold silence, the younger brother left, not even deigning a glance at the heir of the clan who was coming to his senses, leaving behind a painful feeling of an unresolved conflict. Before leaving, Baek Ha-jun dryly instructed the doctor to tell his awakened brother that his presence was expected in the majestic Red Dragon Hall, where the patriarch of the family himself wanted to get answers to some important questions. The experienced doctor tried to appeal to common sense, explaining the need for a long recovery after such severe injuries. But his professional opinion was completely ignored by the domineering family. Observing what was happening with bitterness, the healer perfectly understood Baek Ha-jun's true motives. The death of his elder brother would significantly improve the position of the second son in the clan hierarchy, opening up new opportunities and privileges for him. Despite understanding the political intrigues of the clan, the doctor could not help but condemn the young man's obvious callousness towards his brother, who was on the verge of life and death. The sudden awakening of Baek and Gang was accompanied by his desperate attempts to find Sohua, but the worried doctor was forced to forcibly keep the weakened patient in bed, realizing that premature movements could cause irreparable harm. With a heavy heart, the doctor was forced to tell the master the sad news that the funeral of the faithful servant had already taken place, because 2 whole weeks had passed since her tragic death, while he was unconscious. There was immeasurable sadness in the voice of Pak and Gan when he, coming to terms with the loss, inquired about the whereabouts of his sword, the only witness to those fateful events. Immediately learning what kind of weapon he was talking about, the doctor explained that the rusty sword, which he had difficulty freeing from the numb fingers of the master, was handed directly to the patriarch of the clan for further study. Realizing the seriousness of the situation and realizing that they were already waiting for him for an important conversation, Peck and Gan resolutely headed towards the exit. But the attentive doctor finally warned him to be careful, knowing about the excruciating pain that he must experience. From a professional point of view, the doctor understood that in the absence of qi circulation in the patient's body, such wounds should cause especially unbearable suffering. However, for Baek and Gang, who had gone through excruciating attacks due to blocked qi channels and grueling chemotherapy sessions to fight cancer in a past life, the current physical pain seemed like a minor inconvenience. With sincere gratitude, thanking the healer for saving his life, Baek and Gan left the medical wing, leaving the healer in deep amazement at the demonstrated strength of spirit. Watching the retreating figure of the young master, the doctor realized how false the widespread rumors were, that the heir of the clan was a lazy and weak fool. After a long journey through the corridors of the family estate, Bayek and Gon finally reached the majestic Red Dragon Hall, where his fate was to be decided. The patriarch instantly noticed the arrival of the heir, and in an authoritative voice ordered the guards to let him into the sacred hall for an important conversation. Barely catching their breath after the grueling journey, the weakened Bayek and Gon were immediately ushered inside the ceremonial premises. At that moment, when the doors closed behind him, the young man experienced a severe shock which almost deprived him of the remnants of his self-control. Right behind the back of the formidable patriarch, the guy saw the same ghostly old man whose appearance had previously turned his whole life upside down. The mysterious spirit floating in the air greeted its awakened descendant with a warm smile, creating a strange contrast with the tense atmosphere of the hall. The history of the Bayek clan took a tragic turn 200 years ago, when the end of the glorious era of the sacred blade of immortality began the inexorable decline of the power of the once great family. At a time when the legendary Baek clan was on the verge of complete extinction, the appearance of the patriarch Baek Ryu-san, with his outstanding fighting skills, earning him the nickname Ruthless Iron Blood, breathed new hope into the fading clan. Watching the ghostly old man unceremoniously circle around his father, the illustrious patriarch of the clan, Baek and Gon were deeply shocked by such disrespectful treatment of the head of the family. The restless spirit, continuing its bizarre flight around the patriarch, commented with lively interest on the dissatisfied expression on his face, and admired the skillful decoration of the interior of the ceremonial hall. Sudden horror contorted the face of Bayek and Gon when he saw how the ghostly old man unceremoniously reached out to the patriarch's thick beard, clearly intending to test it by touch. To the young man's great relief, the ephemeral hand of the spirit simply passed through the patriarch's body, without causing him any disturbance and reminding him of the intangible nature of the ghost. Realizing his instant panic, Bayek and Gon mentally reproached himself for momentarily forgetting about the incorporeal essence of spirits, unable to interact with the material world. The young heir's excited gaze involuntarily turned to the powerful figure of his father, awaiting his reaction to what was happening. The clan patriarch, unaware of the ghost's presence, studied his son's strange behavior with obvious displeasure, trying to understand the reason for his inexplicable reactions and alarmed expression. Waiting for an answer from his father, the young man knelt in front of the clan patriarch, feeling how the recent deep wounds still resonated with throbbing pain in his exhausted body. Exhausted after the long and painful healing process, he longed to know the true reason why his father had so urgently and persistently called him to his private chambers. Deep down, the guy desperately hoped to get at least some information about the identities of those mysterious killers who made a brutal attempt on his life, leaving behind only blurry shadows of memories and deep, unhealed scars. The father's piercing, searching gaze, like the tip of a blade, betrayed his true intentions, to carefully check every word, every gesture of his son for truthfulness and sincerity. Young Peck carefully weighed every word, speculating about the possible involvement of the powerful demonic alliance in the assassination attempt, because only their extensive network of spies knew about the rapidly growing power of the clan in recent months. Diving deeper into the analysis of what happened, the guy reluctantly admitted the extreme improbability of the demonic alliance's participation in the attack, since the techniques of the mysterious assassins were strikingly different from their traditional, centuries-honed fighting style. Throughout the long history of clan confrontation, prudence has never left the members of the demonic alliance so much that they dared to attack representatives of a hostile clan, especially one who was not a direct heir to the ancient bloodline. Listening with growing interest to every word of his son, the experienced father noted dramatic changes in his reasoning, demeanor, and depth of analysis of the situation. Despite long hours of reflection on the mysterious events and careful analysis of every detail of what happened, the final verdict still eluded the understanding of the experienced head of the clan. The weight of the realization that no one except his only son survived that bloody clash in the secret passage weighed on the broad shoulders of the patriarch with an unbearable burden of the past. Soul-plaguing doubts and disturbing thoughts did not give the patriarch peace. Is conscience really tormenting Pa and Gon after the bloodshed? Or is this just a skillful mask hiding true intentions? Maintaining outward calm and fortitude, the guy said that his miraculous survival was a sacred chance to avenge his fallen comrades and restore trampled justice in the world of martial arts. A sudden mysterious smile lit up the stern face of Baek Ryu-san, as if his son's words revealed to him something long forgotten in the depths of his own soul. With an imperious gesture that did not tolerate objections, the patriarch called his son closer to his place, preparing to ask the main question that tormented his mind of this fateful meeting. Finding himself dangerously close to his father, the guy heard a strict demand to explain in detail how incredibly he and Gan managed to defeat such experienced and ruthless opponents. The deep, deadly cuts on the mutilated bodies of the slain assassins unmistakably indicated the use of the legendary long-lost technique of the Blade of Heaven and Earth. Shackled by the harsh need to hide the incredible truth, the guy was painfully aware that he could not plausibly explain the victory over experienced assassins by simple mastery of internal technology. A fantastic story about the possessed spirit of the ancient sacred blade would seem like crazy nonsense even to the most gullible listener. So it was necessary to skillfully season your legend with grains of tangible truth. Carefully choosing every word and trying to sound extremely convincing, the guy told about the mysterious space behind the luminous strip at the end of the secret passage, where his body, as if controlled by an invisible divine force, fought with the killers until he completely lost consciousness. Struck by the incredible strangeness of the story he heard, the powerful patriarch, with a lightning-fast, imperceptible movement, grabbed his son's trembling hand, firmly intending to reveal the true background of these mysterious events. A powerful, concentrated stream of ancient energy surged through the young man's body, as his father began a deep analysis of his chi state, examining every meridian and channel of power. The inner strength of the patriarch, like a raging stream of a mountain river, penetrated into every cell of the guy's exhausted body, mercilessly examining the slightest changes in his essence. A thorough and comprehensive study of energy flows showed the complete disappearance of the fatal disease, but did not reveal the slightest increase in internal energy in the body of the emaciated young man. After an oppressive, tension-filled silence, the patriarch finally announced to the fairly exhausted Baek and Gan that the grueling check was completed and the right to leave his personal chambers. An unexpected, daring request to return the old blade disrupted the solemnity of the ceremonial moment of farewell, causing the patriarch to flinch in surprise. Deep bewilderment was reflected on the stern face of a wise man, unable to understand the strange value of an ancient weapon covered with centuries-old rust, condescendingly smiling at his son's childish, naive affection for old military toys. The experienced patriarch made a decision that was unexpected for everyone. With a magnanimous, almost fatherly gesture, the head of the clan returned the tarnished blade to his worried son, mercifully allowing him to finally leave the stuffy chambers. Strictly observing the age-old traditions of his ancient clan, the guy made a respectful, deep bow and hastily left the tense chambers of his formidable father. Slowly walking back through the winding corridors, the experienced old man wondered how it could be that the usually penetrating gaze of the great patriarch did not notice the true, powerful essence of the ancient blade. The old martial artist's growing bewilderment intensified at the thought of how it was possible to mistake a legendary sword, steeped in ancient legends, for an ordinary piece of iron, suitable only for melting down into scrap metal. Young Baek and Gan gently tried to calm the worried old man, explaining that the patriarch's wording was not so far from the truth, because the true greatness of this ancient sword remained an incomprehensible mystery to them. With trepidation in his voice, the old man told an amazing story about the legendary sword Netheori, forged from the rarest meteorite metal, and shocked Peck and Gan with the unexpected revelation that the blade kept in the Palace of the Elders turned out to be a skillful fake. Deep in thought, the old man painfully pondered over the mystery of the substitution of the sword and the coldness of the patriarch, not understanding how any normal father could experience such a deep, serpentine hatred of his own son. Strongly objecting, the hero shared his firm belief in the absence of paternal hatred, backing up his words with the story of the precious 1,000-year-old Snow Ginseng. One day, he accidentally overheard a tense conversation where his father, despite the pharmacist's desperate protests about the fabulous cost, imperiously ordered the delivery of the rarest ginseng to save his son. At this moment of insight, the old man astutely noticed that behind the ostentatious rudeness, the patriarch skillfully hid his desperate attempt to help the boy heal from severe internal injuries. Many years of experience allowed the old man to understand that his stern father belonged to that rare type of people who do not know how or are afraid to openly express their deep paternal feelings. After the dissolution of the Council of Elders, the patriarch's attentive assistant noted the amazing skill with which he performed a complex massage with internal energy, which went unnoticed even by the experienced eyes of the elders. Lost in thought, the patriarch quietly said that his son's current condition required much more effort to heal, given the catastrophic state of his exhausted body. The patriarch noted with gratitude that he was able to help his son heal only thanks to the preliminary efforts and skill of the clan's talented healers. After listening carefully to the patriarch, his devoted assistant offered to generously reward skilled healers, causing Baek Ryu-san's face to suddenly darken like a thundercloud. Deep melancholy gripped the powerful man upon realizing how cruelly he had treated his own son during all these long years of separation. Trying to console the patriarch, the astute manager gently suggested that one day the young master would certainly understand the true motives of his father's severity. In his heart of hearts, Baek Ryu-san preferred that his son remain ignorant of the true reasons, considering it reasonable for him to continue to blame him for all his troubles. With unexpected warmth in his voice, the man admitted that the young master's words stirred up old memories of the times when the little boy first showed signs of awakening fighting prowess. With a heavy heart, Baek Ryu-san realized that even a hint of the truth of these words could provoke ambitious intriguers eager to make Baek and Gan the main heir to the clan. The paternal heart of the patriarch passionately desired a different fate for his son, a life free from the heavy burden of clan obligations and intrigues. By humbly bowing an apology for his words, the manager unwittingly pushed Baek Ryu-san to realize the bitter truth. The situation can no longer be left in limbo. Having made his final decision, the patriarch gave the fateful order for the immediate mobilization of the elite Red Dragon Squad. And the events are transferred to the Ruby Training Hall, where the hero was. In deep bewilderment, the old man, after listening carefully to the bitter words of Baek and Gan, tried to comprehend how it could be that no one noticed the blatant disregard for the position of the second son, while the patriarch of the Baek clan himself, a wise and shrewd man, succumbed to the subtle manipulations of the treacherous elders. With undisguised irritation in his voice, Baek and Gan explained that the root of all troubles lies in the unique feature of immortality martial artists, their incredibly long, almost endless life expectancy. Because of this amazing longevity phenomenon, many senior members of the Baek family, including the most ancient patriarchs, were still alive, creating a complex web of power and influence that his father could not openly oppose without serious consequences. Mentioning with particular bitterness his great-grandmother, who was also a member of the powerful circle of elders, the old man awkwardly acknowledged the wisdom of the ancients, explaining their severity as a necessary method of instilling deep respect for elders in the souls of the younger generation. Instantly perceiving the old man's reluctance to delve into the painful topic of clan politics, the hero decisively turned the conversation to the upcoming classes, demonstrating his full readiness to begin complex training. With a deep understanding of the essence of the problem, the wise mentor was aware of the guy's passionate desire to master the secrets of using internal energy in conditions of its separation from the bloodstream, but calmly explained that the solution to this complex problem actually lies in an unexpectedly simple plane. Plunging into the mysterious depths of ancient knowledge, the old man revealed an unusual secret to the guy. In order to achieve his goal, it is necessary to survive a symbolic death, which requires a radically different approach to understanding internal energy. Showing sincere interest in the student's knowledge, the old man began to explain in detail the true nature of the blockage of key channels, debunking the common misconception that the meridians are completely blocked and emphasizing that the vital energy psi continuously circulates in all living beings, without which life itself would not be possible. Using a vivid comparison with a stream of water, the wise master explained that when the QE channels are blocked, vital energy is like a thin, barely noticeable stream making its way through obstacles, and not a deep river, like in ordinary people. With confidence in his voice, the old man revealed an encouraging prospect. With due diligence in expanding the energy channels, the young man will not only save his life, but will also be able to achieve significant heights in the study of ancient martial arts, opening for himself new horizons of strength and skill. According to the experienced old man, despite his extensive practice with various students, the mystery of direct observation of the meridians and their internal structure remained an insoluble mystery for the human eye. Philosophically reflecting on the nature of the human body, The old man noted that although blood, bones, and flesh are accessible to physical perception, the true manifestations of the soul and the divine principle remain hidden. But his entry into the guy's body created a unique bridge between energy channels, revealing the deep connection between chi and will, the fundamental energy of the inner core. The old man explained how he used the power of the mind to overcome the limitations of the body of Peck and Gan, where through the unification of body and mind associated with will, a divine transformation took place. Noticing the confusion in the student's eyes from such complex metaphysical explanations, the wise mentor simplified his thought, emphasizing that hard work and the development of will be the key to restoring connection with the QE channels. With barely concealed irritation, the guy accepted another instruction about the importance of diligence, because similar moral teachings haunted him even in his native dimension. The insightful old man, noting the guy's lack of knowledge of the fiery sun mind technique, inquired about his experience with the meridians of mystery, although he saw his persistent desire for independent development. The detailed explanation revealed the essence of the Beck clan's family technique of immortal martial arts, based on the two fundamental pillars of the fiery sun mind technique for rapid accumulation of energy, and the secret meridians for deep purification of consciousness. With a hint of bitterness in his voice, the guy shared the generally accepted practice of completing the training of the secret meridians by the age of 7, after which young warriors begin to master the fiery sun mind technique. A wise smile lit up the old man's face when he revealed the true cause of the difficulties, the incompleteness of work with the meridians of the mystery. The confidence in the old man's voice grew stronger when he confirmed the successful completion of this stage of training and expressed his firm intention to pass on invaluable knowledge to the boy, despite the impossibility of completely healing the blockage of the canals. The words of the sacred blade of immortality himself gave Baek and Gan a spark of hope that it would be possible to master martial arts, despite all the obstacles. After 6 grueling hours of continuous training, the sacred blade observed the student, noting his minimal fighting spirit but his amazing tenacity in achieving his goal. With unquestionable authority, the mentor demanded that the boy return to the very roots of the training process. The old man revealed the deep truth about the purpose of the meridians as conductors of the will into the material world, leaving Pak and Gan the opportunity to independently comprehend this wisdom through contact with their own souls. Moving on to practice, the wise mentor asked the young student to concentrate all the power of his will in a single blow of his fist. Impressed by the student's abilities, the old man predicted that in 3 years of hard training he would reach his level of skill, and in 10 years, he would be able to surpass all existing records. As their interaction deepened, the teacher discovered more and more worthy qualities in the character of his young student. The joy of anticipating a long journey of learning was tempered by the understanding that achieving the desired reality would require a symbolic death and rebirth. Realizing the impossibility of achieving this level of awakening for a 14-year-old boy, the wise mentor decided to focus on the joy of teaching such a talented offspring. Plunging into deep meditation, Peck and Gan mentally returned to the last moments of their past life. That fateful night of self-denial, striving to completely free themselves from the shackles of the physical body. Plunging deeper into memories, Peck and Gan felt with piercing clarity the process of decomposition of their own body, the transformation of flesh into soil and the crumbling of bones into dust, remembering every oath and thought of that fateful moment. The intensity of these memories and sensations brought him closer to his long-awaited awakening, and he decisively directed the full power of this moment into his impending strike. Concentrating all his accumulated will in a single blow, the young man reached his teacher with such unexpected force that the elderly mentor, shocked and frightened, seemed ready to give up his life. At the moment of regaining consciousness, the confused boy tried to comprehend the strange event that had happened to him. The sacred blade, still recovering, admitted that he almost disappeared from this world due to the fault of his careless student. With a hint of reproach, he explained that the amount of energy the young man put into trying to send him to another world was so enormous that it led to loss of consciousness. Peck and Gan's sincere concern about the old man's condition was met with an admission of their own indiscretion and a firm promise to prevent similar situations in the future. Taking advantage of the hero's period of unconsciousness, the experienced mentor carefully analyzed what had happened. Discussing the nature of the student's achievements, the old man explained that the ability to touch the incorporeal, which is the first step in mastering the meridians, usually requires long practice unless the practitioner has previously experienced the experience of death or being in a state of incorporeal spirit. With growing interest in his voice, the wise mentor asked a direct question about the possible death of Beck and Gan in the past. The sudden reaction of fear on the young man's face confirmed the shrewd guess of the sacred blade, whose intuition was unerring. Driven by genuine curiosity, the old man inquired about the guy's past incarnation, suggesting that he belonged to the class of farmers or scientists. Finding it difficult to explain the concept of the modern world, the young man succinctly reported his origins from the distant future, and not from the medieval era. The old man's surprise increased at the thought of the potential reaction of the elders of the Green Forest to such an incredible revelation. The final confirmation of the hero's rebirth was a turning point in their relationship. With enthusiasm, the old man declared the young man an ideal candidate for mastering the ancient techniques and the only worthy successor to his heritage, after which he solemnly pointed in the direction of the full moon. At the moment of contemplating the night luminary, the hero involuntarily remembered the bitter feeling of betrayal by the world that haunted him in his past life. Overwhelmed, the young man was barely aware of his exceptional ability to accept the mastery of the sacred blade, despite all the limitations of his current body. Filled with boundless gratitude to his mentor, he expressed his readiness to comprehend any aspect of the ancient skill. In the process of discussing the intricacies of the technique, the blade noticed the possibility of confusion between the completed meridians of secrets and the meridians of secrets, proposing to add the prefix Jin, but was met with a decisive refusal from the hero due to his reluctance to associate the technique with the name of his unloved uncle. Showing sensitivity to the student's feelings, the wise mentor decided to keep the original name of the technique unchanged. After a month of hard training, those around him watched the hero in amazement, not understanding his ability to continuously practice for 4 hours at a time. Contrary to initial expectations of quickly giving up his training, the young master showed amazing persistence for an entire month, causing observers to acknowledge his maturation, although they still considered his training to be useless. The skepticism was strengthened by the fact that, outwardly, the training resembled only endless waving of arms. Despite noticeable changes in the young man, observers attributed their impressions to envy, suggesting the inevitable appointment of his younger brother as heir. Full of sympathy, the man expressed his lack of understanding of his colleague's cruel attitude towards the young master, although he himself considered Beck and Gan an obvious slacker. While listing the young master's misdeeds, critics recalled his disrespect for elders and the scandalous incident 3 years ago of knocking over the altar of the ancestors while drunk, regarding his current efforts as a belated attempt to impress the elders out of envy of his talented younger brother. The sudden appearance of a mysterious man interrupted the flow of slander from curious observers. Nung Jipyun, filled with righteous anger, expressed his indignation at the insolence of the servants, who dared to slander their own master behind his back. The frightened servants instantly bowed deeply, begging the great master for forgiveness. Maintaining outward calm, the master unequivocally warned of the inevitability of severe punishment for disrespect. Nung Ji-pyun's gaze was fixed on the training Beck and Gun, trying to unravel the true motives of his actions. Contemptuous bewilderment gripped the master at the sight of the frankly primitive techniques used by the eldest son of the clan. Each new observation only strengthened Nung Ji-pyun's confidence that the only worthy heir could only be the young master, Baek Ha-jun. With bitterness, the master compared the impeccable qualities of his younger brother, his keen intellect, innate talent, mastery of martial arts, noble posture, and attractive appearance, with the rough nature of his eldest son, whose life seemed to be reduced only to drunken entertainment. Rejecting the very idea of the possibility of his eldest son leading the clan, Nung Ji-pyun was surprised to notice his attempts to master the complex technique of the meridians of secrets. The powerful master's face contorted with barely restrained rage when he saw the desecration of the sacred ruby training hall, a precious heritage obtained by the legendary victory of the sacred blade over the leader of the sinister cult Deathwater. The sacred ruby walls, requiring regular cleansing with special waters, were now desecrated by the presence of simple worldly food. Unable to tolerate such blasphemy, the angry Nung Ji-pyun quickly headed downstairs. Righteous anger filled the master when he decided to teach the impudent youth such a harsh lesson that the very thought of eating in the sacred hall would never again enter his frivolous head. Nung Ji-pyun froze in place, obeying the unexpected order of the hero, who somehow inexplicably sensed his approach in complete silence. Confused, Nung Ji-pyun tried to unravel the mystery of his discovery. while the hero casually explained about his heightened hearing, deliberately hiding the true ability to read the thoughts of his interlocutor. In an atmosphere of growing tension, Paik and Gan calmed the situation with a simple explanation of the importance of cooking as a basic need for survival, which could not be contrary to etiquette. A deep realization pierced the man when he discovered an amazing connection between blocking the flow of ki and an incredible increase in intuitive abilities, opening up new dimensions of perception of the world. Powerful waves of freezing air emanating from the young master broke through Ruben's protective yang ki with such force that even an experienced master felt their piercing effect. Baek and Gang demonstrating the superiority of the situation. With a subtle mockery, invited Nyung Ji-pyun to come up and say hello, clearly hinting at the futility of his attempts to remain unnoticed. Baek and Gan's skillful acting reached its peak when he, having long noticed the presence of the guest, continued to skillfully feign surprise at the sight of Master Nyung Ji-pyun. The realization that the guy was skillfully feigning ignorance caused a wave of irritation in the man from the ongoing, sophisticated mockery of him. An incredible cold gripped Paik and Gan as they began cooking, testing his endurance and skill. The teacher revealed the secret of the completed meridian, explaining how immersion in Insi causes a chilling effect that can be controlled at the next stage of development, which led him to the Ruby Hall in search of protection from the pervasive cold. The wise old man watched the students' actions with hope, noting the genius of using internal energy through cooking to improve the current situation. Baek and Gan's masterful performance turned the process of making noodles into a real art, where every movement was filled with deep meaning and understanding. The air was filled with a delicious aroma as the teacher, with increasing interest, learned from Baek and Gang about the dish of dopping stew, the recipe for which came from his past life. The student's culinary talent so impressed the teacher that he froze in silent admiration at the revealed skill. Baek and Gan's cryptic request to stay put was intertwined with his questions about the accuracy of the seasonings, creating an atmosphere of mystery around the cooking process. The guy's serene answer that this was the most delicious dish of his life sounded without a shadow of doubt or boasting. Pride filled the old man at the thought of the limitless possibilities of his descendants, manifested even in such art as cooking. There was deep wisdom in the words of Paik and Gan, that cooking is an integral part of survival and cannot in any way contradict the rules of decency. Fond memories came flooding back as he talked about 10 years of perfecting the dish, his father's praise and the love of his younger brother, whose final compliment remained forever etched in his memory. Curiosity pierced Nyung Ji-pyun's thoughts as he tried to unravel the real reason why Baek Ha-jun avoided a simple greeting. In tense silence, the old man and Paik and Gan watched in bewilderment the leader of the secret mist squad, who silently and intently studied their every move, creating an atmosphere of mysterious expectation. Realizing the severity of his actions, Baek and Gang awkwardly greeted Nyung Ji-pyun, knowing full well that he would never forgive his insolence within the walls of this hall. An astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of Baek and Gan as the proud man, bowing deeply, sincerely apologized for his unforgivable impoliteness in his late greeting. In the silence there was a humble confession from the warrior that he had forgotten his true place in the hierarchy of martial arts. Amazement crossed Baek and Gan's faces as he continued to watch the unexpected turn of events, unable to believe what was happening. Reality seemed distorted for Baek and Gang when the legendary master Nyung Ji-pyun, whose pride was known to everyone, bowed before him in a deep bow as if they were truly in a parallel universe. At the moment of the famous warrior's departure, Paik and Gan suddenly realized the uniqueness of his silent movement technique, which made him a truly unsurpassed master. Nyung Ji-pyun's nickname, Excellent Blade of the Crimson Waters, was due to his unique ability to remain invisible to even the most experienced martial artists, making him a legend among warriors. Relief and joy filled the old man's heart as the tense situation was resolved without any conflict. At dusk, Paik and Gan went to the training hall to get a forgotten ladle, fearing that one of the maids might steal this important item for him. Thoughts about stagnation in meridian training haunted Baek and Gan for a whole month, pushing him to seek answers from a wise teacher. The wise mentor proposed a simple palm strike test, after which he explained to the student the significant improvement in his ability to control the will within the body. Deep wisdom was heard in the words of the teacher that even invisible progress will one day manifest itself in significant changes. The old man, moved by sincere interest in the fate of his student, inquired about his relationship with his brother, and Paik and Gan warmly recalled their happy childhood, when he carried his younger brother everywhere on his back. The bitterness of the memories was reflected in the words of Baek and Gang when he confessed to the destruction of their once strong brotherly bonds. The dark side of his nature manifested itself in the brutal destruction of all his brother's favorite things, leaving deep wounds in their relationship. The cruelty of his behavior reached its peak when he mercilessly pinched his brother's cheeks until blood appeared. The broken relationship between the brothers reached such a point of no return that at the moment of farewell to the family, the younger brother did not even come to see him off. The wise old man consoled the student, explaining the inevitability of conflicts between brothers and warrior families, where fate often pits their swords against each other. The philosophical idea about the impossibility of harmony between brothers was heard in the words of the old man, emphasizing the uniqueness of these relationships as an exception to the general desire for family harmony. The story of the sacred blade and his brother turned into a tragedy when, after an assassination attempt, he did not take his brother's life, but instead destroyed his Dan Tian and severed the energy flow channels, dooming him to a miserable existence without the ability to use power. An astonishing discovery overtook Pa Gan when he realized that in all the years of studying the history of the great masters, he had never heard of the existence of a brother of the legendary sacred blade. An unexpected meeting took place in the training hall, where Baek and Gun found his younger brother immersed in intense martial arts training. The old man's penetrating gaze instantly appreciated Baek Ha-jun's intelligence, observing his confident and precise movements during training. Maintaining outward calm and complete indifference, Baek and Gun walked past his training brother without a single word of greeting, focused only on his goal of picking up the abandoned ladle. Nyung Ji-pyun's keen senses caught Baek Ha-jun's intense, piercing gaze, boring into the back of his older brother's head with undisguised hostility. Even the experienced old man noticed the destroying gaze of his younger brother, to which Baek and Gun bitterly admitted their full responsibility for the ruined relationship between them. As Baek and Gun were already heading out of the training room, the atmosphere suddenly became filled with the tension of an upcoming confrontation. Baek Ha-jun's masterfully executed moonwalk, which earned the admiration of the sacred blade himself, became an unexpected obstacle in his older brother's path. Young Baek Ha-jun's skill in light-step techniques was so superior to that of Baek and Gun that even the slightest comparison could not be made between them. A condescending smile appeared on the older brother's face as he turned to the younger one, preparing to teach him a lesson in etiquette. There was subtle mockery in Baek and Gun's words as he reminded his younger brother of basic decency. When blocking someone's path, you should at least start a conversation. Pointedly ignoring the attempt at confrontation, Baek and Gun walked past his brother, mentally noting how much he had forgotten the rules of behavior during his absence. The sudden impulse of the younger brother resulted in a desperate attempt to hold on to Baek and Gun when he tightly grabbed onto his cape, not wanting to let go so easily. Brother's sincere, albeit awkward address caused not only a blush of embarrassment on the cheeks of the boy who uttered it, but also stirred up long-forgotten feelings. The amazement gripped Nyung Ji-pyun so much that he, forgetting his usual restraint, could not hide his shock at the unexpected manifestation of brotherly feelings. Bright memories surfaced in my memory of the time when young Baek Yigang, despite his illness, was a true treasure of the temple, captivating everyone with his innate wisdom and impeccable courtesy. Particularly warm were the memories of how Baek Yigang lovingly prepared his favorite spicy wonton soup for his younger brother, putting all his care into this simple act. Bright memories of my 9-year-old brother, whose behavior and character seemed the embodiment of perfection, filled my heart with warmth and slight sadness. Deep happiness filled Baek Ha-jun's soul in those precious moments spent next to his brother, creating the illusion of eternal bliss and an unbreakable family bond. The fateful day forever changed the course of their lives, destroying the seemingly indestructible harmony of brotherly relations and leaving deep scars in the souls of both. An inexplicable rage seized Baek Yigang, who categorically rejected any attempts at treatment, as if trying to punish himself for something known only to him. A deep alienation gripped Baek Yigang, forcing him to avoid any communication with members of the clan and plunging deeper into the abyss of loneliness. Even the father's patience ran out in the face of the inexplicable changes in the behavior of the eldest son, which led to the complete rejection of the once beloved Baek Yigang. The whispers of the vassals about his imminent appointment as patriarch instead of the insane Baek Yigang became louder, creating new cracks in the already fragile relations between the brothers. Ignorance and misunderstanding of the reasons for such radical changes in his brother's character tormented the soul of young Baek Ha-jung, leaving him in painful ignorance. The naive childhood hope of returning to the old warm relationship and carefree games with his brother continued to live in the heart of young Baek Ha-jun, despite all the changes that had occurred. The events of the present moment unfolded during training, when an unusual aroma attracted the attention of Baek Ha-jun, and Nung Ji-pyun told him about the month his brother spent in the Ruby Hall preparing soup and training. The familiar aroma brought back vivid memories to Baek Ha-jun of the soup his older brother so lovingly prepared for him during the happy days of their childhood. The unexpected discovery that his brother had begun to study martial arts lit a spark of hope in Baek Ha-jun's heart for a possible revival of their former warm relationship. Baek Ha-jun felt anguished shame as he became aware of his inappropriate emotionality, and he frantically tried to come up with a plausible explanation for his behavior. Baek Ha-jun's awkward explanation that the long separation from his brother caused him to lose control of his emotions sounded sincere, despite his attempt to disguise his true feelings. A sudden smile lit up Baek Yi-gang's face as he realized that his belief in universal hatred was wrong, at least in relation to his younger brother. There was a gentle concern in Baek Yi-gang's words as he explained to his brother that he was too old to be treated like a child, suggesting a more mature and respectful brother. Sincere interest was heard in the elder brother's voice when he inquired about the real reason that prompted Baek Ha-jun to block his path. An unexpected offer of joint training from Baek Ha-jun, reminiscent of the happy times of their childhood, seemed like a cruel joke of fate to Baek Yi-gang, who had not practiced martial arts for a long time. The bitter irony of the situation was that Baek Yi-gang, who had lost the ability to use ki energy, perceived the offer of joint training as another attempt by his brother to take revenge on him for past grievances. Baek Ha-jung's sincere desire to explain his intentions was expressed in a reminder of the practice of Qigong, where the use of chi energy was not a prerequisite. Fond memories of the childhood game Goblin Words, taught to them by their father, came back to mind when Baek Ha-jun reminded his brother of this ancient exercise that had once seemed like simple fun. The surprising discovery that a popular children's game was the invention of the Sacred Blade himself, who now rejoiced in passing it on, gave the simple exercise special significance. Showing respect for the hierarchy, Baek Yi-gang explained to his brother the need to obtain permission to train together from Grandmaster Nung Ji-pyun, who was responsible for Baek Ha-jun's training. The bitter premonition of the inevitable defeat from Baek Ha-jun and the certainty of Nung Ji-pyun's hatred made Baek Yi-gang doubt the possibility of obtaining permission to train together. The unexpected support of Nung Ji-pyun, who approved the idea of partner training for Baek Ha-jun, filled the young warrior's heart with joy, because the master's permission eliminated all possible obstacles. Nung Ji-pyun's discerning eye saw the upcoming training as an excellent opportunity to reveal the true potential of young Master Baek Yi-gang and understand whether he was really hiding his strength. Sacred Blade enthusiastically supported the idea of training combat, seeing it as an opportunity to teach Baek Yi-gang the art of lightening the body through the practice of Qigong. A month of rigorous training in concentration and willpower gave Baek Yi-gang hope of success if he could focus on the right thoughts during the upcoming test. The Sacred Blade, finally gaining confidence in his guesses, decided to share with Baek Yi-gang the secret knowledge about life extension which he could receive in case of victory. The readiness to begin the ancient game of Goblin's Words was heard in Baek Yi-gang's words when he accepted his brother's offer to train together. The Sacred Blade carefully watched the preparations for the game, which required special headbands according to the unchanging ancient rules. A discerning glance from the outside noticed that the Sacred Blade had no need to hide its own enthusiasm and desire to participate in this ancient game. A deep sense of inevitability struck Baek Yi-gang as, with his headband on, he pondered how his younger brother, recognized by the elders as a genius, would one day become the strongest warrior in the world, while his own abilities were limited only to working with meridians. The Sacred Blade, observing the young disciple's flawless performance of the moonwalk, recognized his outstanding abilities and natural talent. The highest praise was expressed in the words of the Sacred Blade when he called Baek Yi-gang his chosen disciple, not just one of hundreds of talented children, but a truly unique phenomenon, the greatest among all. The wise words of the Sacred Blade were parting words for Baek Yi-gang to show his younger brother the true difference between heaven and earth, reinforced by an ancient saying from his past world about the eternal inequality between older and younger brothers. The Sacred Blade's categorical disagreement with the ancient saying sounded like an unexpected dissonance in the current situation. The many years of experience of the Sacred Blade, who was the youngest of the brothers, told him that the younger ones, learning from the mistakes of the elders, have every chance of surpassing them in skill. Nongji Pyun's stern voice announced the ancient rules of the game, according to which blindfolded participants had to throw special bags of red beans at each other. Nongji Pyun's unexpected change to the traditional rules was the abandonment of the usual bells on the belt and the use of beanbags wrapped in rabbit fur to suppress sound. The clear victory conditions required scoring 3 points out of 5 possible hits with the bags, with keeping the bag in hand after a successful throw guaranteed instant victory. 6 long years have passed since their last game of Goblin's Words, and Nyung Ji-pyun with a slight mockery recalled the tears of young Baek Ha-jun after being hit by the bag, but he confidently promised that such weakness would not happen again. At the beginning of the game, Nyung Ji-pyun threw all the bags into the air in one powerful movement, creating equal conditions for both participants in the competition. Baek Ha-jun's confident movement marked the start of the fight as he was the first to attack in this ancient game of skill and intuition. A burning desire to demonstrate the results of his training and prove to his brother the strength of his development over the past years filled the heart of the young warrior. Baek Ha-jun's well-aimed throw from the first bag achieved its goal, hitting Baek Yigang and giving the younger brother a well-deserved first point in their fight. A satisfied smile lit up Nyung Ji-pyun's face as he observed his student's superior skills compared to Baek Yigang, which freed the master from having to worry about the fate of the fight. The intense moment of truth came for Baek Yigang when it was time for him to demonstrate his mastery of the ancient game. At first, it seemed that Baek Yigang was using the meridians ineptly, as if resigned to defeat, but his attentive gaze was already studying the characteristic features of his younger brother's movements. Baek Yigang's mysterious tactics caught everyone's attention when Baek Ha-jun became visibly confused as he heard sounds coming from the same point in space. The decisive moment came when Baek Ha-jun, gathering all his concentration, directed the second bag towards his older brother. Nyung Ji-pyun was amazed when he realized Baek Yigang's incredible attempt to catch the flying bag while blindfolded was beyond the realm of possibility. Baek Yigang's masterful evasion of the third bag demonstrated his increased level of technique and spatial awareness. Baek Yigang's incredible ability to sense the trajectory of the bags caused widespread amazement and many questions about the nature of his perception. Despite the impressive maneuvers of Baek Yigang, the advantage still remained on the side of Baek Ha-jun, who confidently held the lead in the score. The evidence of Baek Ha-jun's impending victory seemed undeniable if the situation continued to develop in the same direction. A sudden realization struck Nyung Ji-pyun when he noticed that young master Baek Yigang's footsteps had been completely inaudible for some time. The only sound breaking the silence was the light whistle of the cutting air from the movements of Baek Yigang, as if he had erased all traces of his presence in space. Absolute silence enveloped the space around Baek Yigang. Even Nyung Ji-pyun's keen hearing could not catch the slightest sound of his movements. Confusion gripped Baek Ha-jun, unable to catch a single sound and painfully trying to remember how they played in the past. A bitter realization came to Baek Ha-jun when memories of the past revealed the truth to him. He could never defeat his brother in the game of Goblin Words. The sudden feeling of cold air nearby made Baek Ha-jun try to dodge, but his reaction was not fast enough to save himself. Baek Yigang's masterful strike, having discovered his brother's presence, reached its target when the bag hit Baek Ha-jun's head perfectly. The crushing blow of the bag was so powerful that young Baek Ha-jun could not keep his balance and fell to the ground. Baek Yigang's triumphant victory in the ancient game of Goblin's Word was indisputable proof of his superior skill. A deep understanding of the reasons for his brother's past anger suddenly dawned on Baek Ha-jun's mind after the defeat he experienced. Bitter regret for the past filled Baek Ha-jun's heart as he realized his past mistakes in his relationship with his brother. Sincere repentance was evident in Baek Ha-jun's words when he admitted his misunderstanding of the reasons for his brother's changes and asked for forgiveness for his wrongdoings. Surprised by his brother's sincere repentance, Baek Yigang approached him with a question about the reasons for the apology, especially considering his victory in the duel. Baek Ha-jun's painful confession about appropriating his brother's things sounded like a long-awaited clearing of conscience. The painful truth about the death of his mother, who fell ill after the birth of Baek Ha-jun, lay a heavy burden on the heart of his younger brother. Baek Yigang's stern but not malicious order to never say such things again sounded like an attempt to protect his brother from feeling guilty. Using the winner's right, Baek Yigang ordered Baek Ha-jun to report to his room the next day, emphasizing that the winner's commands must be followed. Sacred Blade, watching the scene unfold, remembered his promise to share the secret of controlling life force with Baek Yigang if he won. Sincerely surprised at the young man's unexpected abilities, the next day brought shocking discoveries for Baek Ha-jun. who found himself in the chambers of his older brother. Mistrust and confusion gripped Baek Ha-jun as he tried to comprehend the seriousness of his brother's intentions regarding his becoming the main heir. The complex succession system required the fulfillment of two key conditions to obtain the status of chief heir: the approval of the Council of Elders and the blessing of the current patriarch, of which Baek Ha-jun fulfilled only the first. Baek Ha-jun's serious warning about the irreversibility of the decision met with an unexpected response from Baek Yi-gang, who, not hoping to live to be 20 years old, preferred to transfer the boring duties of the heir to his brother and spend the remaining time carefree. Incredible surprise gripped the Sacred Blade, who for the first time met a person who voluntarily renounced the desired status of heir. The deep conversation between the brothers touched on the topic of their mother, with Baek Yi-gang confirming the difficulties of the second birth, but expressing surprise at Baek Ha-jun's source of information, knowing the patriarch's strict prohibition on discussing the topic. Baek Ha-jun's revelation that he received information about his mother from his uncle, who then asked him to forget this conversation, explained the source of his painful experiences. Warm thoughts of Baek Rijitai visited the Sacred Blade, who recognized him as one of the few truly worthy people in the clan. Baek Ha-jun's worries about his brother's fate after becoming the main heir dissipated when he shared his intention to not give up and try to heal his body. The shocking news about the possible healing made Baek Ha-jun assume his brother's connection with the legendary Divine Lily. But Baek Yi-gang admitted his uncertainty about the possibility of curing the blocked Qi channel. A recent conversation with the Sacred Blade gave Baek Yi-gang the prospect of seeking help in Cheonrim, where wise old men might have the necessary knowledge. Baek Yi-gang's deep understanding of the world of martial arts told him that only select masters, such as the abbots of the Shaolin Elder faction, the Sword Emperor of the Wudan sect, and the mysterious master of Chongrim, were able to overcome the limits of human capabilities. The power of Chonrim, comparable to the 9 great sects, was reinforced by the strict rule that only recognized masters could reside in these lands, while maintaining a veil of secrecy around their activities. Sacred Blade's important revelation about his past stay in Cheonrim and the help he received there explained the lack of this information in public knowledge. Baek Yi-gang's curiosity regarding the Sacred Blade's request to the powerful clan received an unexpected answer. The bargaining chip he received could open the door to any request of its bearer. The Sacred Blade revealed the location of an important coin in the Seer Long Temple, guiding Baek Yi-gang to the beginning of his journey, while Baek Ha-jun shared rumors of Cheonrim's deep knowledge of internal energy. The good news from Baek Ha-jun about the imminent visit of representatives of Chonrim with students from other clans opened up an unexpected opportunity for the elder brother to meet. Baek Yi-gang's strategic mind instantly saw the upcoming visit as a chance to show bargaining chips and ask for help, and Sacred Blade warned of the need to take an escort due to the measures he had established against thieves. The Sacred Blade pointedly hinted at Baek Ha-jun standing in front of them as Baek Yi-gang wondered about the lack of subordinates for an important mission. The younger brother's enthusiastic reaction to Baek Yi-gang's simple proposal to go out together the next day showed how meaningful the invitation was to him. The next morning brought the unexpected sight of Baek Ha-jun appearing covered in dust, clearly unhappy with his appearance and the current situation. Baek Yi-gang's practical advice about the need to remain invisible while secretly escaping from home sounded like an excuse for his brother's unsightly appearance. An internal feeling of guilt struck Baek Yi-gang, who realized the cruelty of his demand for a smartly dressed child to deliberately get dirty in dust for the sake of conspiracy. Wanting to make amends and cheer up his brother, Baek Yi-gang handed him money to buy his favorite sweets. Baek Yi-gang's observant gaze caught a special joy on the face of his brother, who for the first time went out into the street without the usual escort of bodyguards. Baek Ha-jun's growing concern about the correctness of his chosen path among the crowded streets was dispelled by the Sacred Blade's confident words about the proximity of their goal. The logical explanation for the large crowd of people around the temple of the god of prosperity was accompanied by Baek Ha-jun's sincere interest in the source of his brother's knowledge about the location of the treasure of the Sacred Blade of Immortality. Baek Yi-gang's simple explanation of the information found in the books of the former residents of the Sacred Blade aroused his brother's sincere admiration, revealing his deep reverence for the legendary master. Baek Ha-jun's sincere admiration was expressed in his belief that the Sacred Blade was the greatest martial artist of all time. Genuine joy filled the Sacred Blade, who appreciated the insight of his younger brother in comparison with his elder. The long-awaited arrival at the Golden Pavilion marked an important stage in their secret journey. Baek Ha-jun's doubts about the correctness of the chosen location coincided with the indignant reaction of the sacred blade to the renaming of the temple. Despite his apparent dissatisfaction with the change in the name of the temple and its purpose, Sacred Blade remained confident in the presence of bargaining chips within the building. An attempt to enter the pavilion was immediately met with aggressive opposition from an unfriendly guard. The contemptuous order to leave the territory addressed to the supposed ragamuffins sounded like a clear insult to the young visitors. Baek Igang's wise intervention kept the angry younger brother from acting rashly in response to the guard's rudeness. Baek Yigang's unexpected action of throwing the bag directly at the rude man's face demonstrated his resourcefulness in resolving conflict situations. The contents of an abandoned bag filled with silver coins instantly changed the guard's attitude towards uninvited guests. The guard's bewilderment at the origin of the child's significant amount of money gave way to the weight of the reward received. Baek Yigang's imperious order to provide them with a secluded place inside the pavilion sounded with unexpected confidence for his age. Showing his knowledge of local cuisine, Baek Yigang immediately ordered the house's signature dish, roast duck. The tactical decision to delay serving the dish allowed Baek Yigang to have time for an important conversation with his brother. Preliminary reconnaissance of the area conducted by Baek Yigang determined the further direction of their search. The wait time for the ordered dish provided the brothers with an ideal opportunity to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the area. The Sacred Blade's instant recognition of the familiar statue confirmed the correctness of the chosen path. The specific instruction to click on a certain part of the statue sounded like a clue to solving an ancient mystery. Following the instructions correctly led to the opening of a secret passage, inviting explorers into its depths. Baek Ha-jun's admiring glance revealed his familiarity with similar mechanisms in other places. Baek Ha-jun's sincere admiration for his older brother's knowledge of the secret mechanisms of the ancient temple underscored the growing respect between the brothers. The brothers' decisive leap into the open passage marked the beginning of their joint adventure in search of a mysterious artifact. A careful examination of the underground room revealed traces of previous visitors, leading Baek Yigang to believe that the owners of the pavilion might have discovered the treasure. The unexpected advantage of the situation was that there was no need to fear ancient traps that had been disarmed by previous treasure hunters. The accidental discovery of documents on the table attracted the close attention of researchers. The contents of the found documents revealed information about the death of the branch manager Ocean Leroux and the mysterious owner of several pavilions. The encrypted records contained sinister plans to eliminate the owner of the pavilions and her confidant, leaving the rest of the information undecipherable by Baek Yigang. A deep understanding of the sect's low-level code allowed Sacred Blade to easily decipher the records revealing the power struggle within the Ocean Branch. Baek Ha-jun's unexpected discovery of a statue of the mythical creature Pishu, known for its ability to attract wealth, was accompanied by precise instructions from the Sacred Blade to influence the statue's eye. Baek Yigang's confident statement about the location of the small change behind the wall was accompanied by a caring request to his brother to move to a safe distance. Decisive action with the blade led to the destruction of the statue that hid an ancient secret. The successful discovery of a passage in the wall marked an important moment in their search. Baek Yigang's surprise at the unusually bright light emanating from the opening passage contrasted with the perception of the others. Baek Ha-jun's awkward confession about the pitch darkness he saw caused the Sacred Blade to laugh knowingly, remembering Baek Yigang's special reaction to his sword. The wise advice of the Sacred Blade to take advantage of the opportunity sent the boy deeper into the mysterious tunnel. Advancement deeper into the tunnel led Baek Yigang to the amazing discovery of a source of bright light, a mysterious necklace. Baek Yigang's instinctive move towards the necklace led to a fateful moment. The sudden release of bright energy from the necklace created an impressive effect of absorbing the entire surrounding space. Baek Yigang's disorientation in the new space gave way to fear from the unexpected appearance of the materialized Sacred Blade of Immortality. Baek Yigang's puzzled question about the materiality of his mentor's body was met with a cryptic explanation about his incredible luck and birth under a lucky star. The teacher's admiration for the student's happy fate was reinforced by the fact that the spiritual power of Pishu's eye was absorbed, which turned him into a real lucky guy. The sudden realization that the small change he was holding in his hand was the very legendary eye of Pishu struck Baek Yigang. The teacher's surprising confession about his collaboration with the former leader, in extracting an eye from a real Pishu to create a magical necklace, revealed the ancient secret of the artifact. Baek Yigang's calm acceptance of the existence of ghosts and magical beasts caused the teacher to be sincerely surprised by his unusual reaction. Putting on the newly acquired necklace, Baek Yigang showed deep interest in the nature of the mysterious light he saw as a manifestation of spiritual power. The teacher's wise explanation of the relationship of the three Diantians and the role of spiritual power as the source of energy of the upper Diantian revealed the potential impact of the necklace on Baek Yigang's problems with Qi energy. Baek Yigang's honest admission of being tired, even from weak Qigong, emphasized his hope for the help of the acquired artifact. An unexpected deterioration in the situation disrupted the moment of hope. The teacher's pleased remark about the ease of obtaining a rare artifact by his student reflected satisfaction with what was happening. The gradual disappearance of the teacher's silhouette marked the end of this amazing moment of revelation. The long-awaited awakening of Baek Yigang after a mystical interaction with an ancient artifact broke the tense silence of the dungeon. Baek Hajun's concern as he watched his brother remain unconscious for more than an hour after his mysterious contact with the artifact reflected his growing concern for his older brother's condition. The approaching sound of heavy footsteps and ominous negotiations by unknown persons about their intention to tie up and abandon the discovered intruders disrupted the moment of the brothers' reunion. Baek Yigang's timely awakening coincided with his teacher's admonition of a great opportunity to test his newfound strength in the upcoming duel, while his younger brother prepared his weapon for battle. The unexpected discovery of the intruders occurred when those who came, noticing a hole in the wall, decided to investigate it, stumbling upon the hiding brothers. The confusion of the uninvited guests, who discovered two young ragamuffins in a secret passage, was mixed with a reluctance to stain their hands with children's blood, which could haunt them in nightmares for the rest of their lives. The astute Baek Yigang, having determined that the men belonged to the lower fifth gate, attempted to resolve the situation peacefully by offering a generous reward for their freedom, despite the surprise of their presence. Sacred Blade watched with interest the tactics of Baek Yigang, who explained his desire to establish friendly relations with the fifth lower gate, while acknowledging the inopportune moment for diplomacy. The threatening gesture of drawing the sword was accompanied by condescending praise of Baek Yigang's bravery, behind which was hidden a mention of some specific problem. Baek Yigang's unexpected command to his younger brother sounded the signal for the inevitable clash to begin. Baek Hajun's lightning attack took the enemy by surprise, seriously injuring him and demonstrating the young warrior's impressive fighting prowess. Sacred Blade's timely advice prompted Baek Yigang to join the battle, expanding the scope of the confrontation. Baek Yigang's enthusiasm was evident in his willingness to engage in battle when one of the opponents made a surprise attack. The amazing ease with which Baek Yigang disarmed the enemy made him think about the unexpected growth of his own fighting abilities. A critical situation arose due to a sword stuck in its scabbard, depriving Baek Yigang of the opportunity to use his main weapon at the decisive moment of the battle. Baek Yigang's intense efforts to free the jammed sword were interrupted by the teacher's important advice to focus on protecting the solar plexus. A timely evasion saved Baek Yigang's life when an opponent's blow to the neck left only a superficial wound instead of a fatal injury. The teacher's instruction on the need to use Qigong sounded like a timely reminder of the slowness of his student's actions at a critical moment in the battle. The instant realization of his mistake led to Baek Yigang's swift counterattack, culminating in a brutal but effective move against his opponent's eyes. The blinded enemy's desperate attempts to find his invisible enemy were in vain, as blood poured down his mutilated face. The Sacred Blade's wise admonition about the need for sacrifice to achieve success sounded an important lesson for the young warrior. Practical advice on the technique of strengthening the blow through a twisting movement gave Baek Yigang the necessary advantage in battle. The fatal blow, which separated the enemy's head from the body, demonstrated the effectiveness of the applied advice in real combat. Sacred Blade's sincere admiration for the Baek clan's young members' fighting abilities confirmed his outstanding potential. The wise warning against taking too much pride in defeating mere mercenaries was an important reminder of modesty. Baek Yigang's instinctive move to check on his younger brother after the fight ended reflected his deep concern for Baek Hajun's safety. Baek Yigang's insightful observation of his brother's combat experience was based on his confident actions during the fight. The unexpected discovery that this was the third combat experience for both brothers caused Baek Yigang to be plunged into memories of his own brushes with death. A vivid memory from a past life of his first encounter with violence surfaced in Baek Yigang's memory. An inadequate man with a knife threatening people at a bus stop. An instinctive action to protect his mother led to Baek Yigang pushing the attacking maniac into the roadway. The tragic outcome of the first collision ended with the death of the attacker under the wheels of a passing bus. The official declaration of innocence could not relieve Baek Yi Gang from the difficult moral experiences associated with the unintentional deprivation of a person's life. The second brush with death occurred under unusual circumstances, when the sacred blade of immortality, having taken possession of Baek Yi Gang's body, used his hands to deliver a fatal blow. Baek Yi Gang's deep awareness of his belonging to a warrior clan and the realities of this world helped him accept the inevitability of violence in their lives. A rational understanding of the laws of the martial world led Baek Yi Gang to accept the fact that the attackers themselves chose their fate by deciding to commit an assassination attempt. The unexpected appearance of a grateful young man, saved from an assassination attempt by mercenaries, brought a new twist to the development of events. The sincere gratitude of the rescued man was expressed in a solemn promise of eternal gratitude on behalf of the entire Western Branch and a guarantee of a worthy reward. The tense moment of choosing between Baek Ha-jun's proposal to eliminate the witness and making contact was resolved by Baek Yi Gang's decision to find out the name of the rescued person. The important discovery of the identity of Jong-gu, the right-hand daughter of the ruler of the Western Branch, came about through a careful study of previously discovered records. Baek Yi Gang's insightful question about the betrayal within the ranks of the lower fifth gate revealed the history of the rebellion that broke out after the death of the previous manager. Baek Yi Gang's insistence on finding out the identity of the future pair collided with the diplomatic evasion of Jong-gu, who promised only eternal gratitude. Baek Yi Gang's decisive test of Jong-gu's loyalty through the threat of death confirmed the reliability of the young man, who remained true to his principles even under pain of death. The demonstration of the magic necklace failed to break Jong-gu's will, which convinced Baek Yi Gang of its reliability and forced him to abandon further threats. The unexpected weight of the sword that almost fell on Baek Yi Gang's head while trying to scare Jong-gu went unnoticed, thanks to his ability to maintain a straight face. A practical approach to solving the problem was expressed in the discussion of compensation, and Jong-gu's promise to take care of covering up all traces of the incident. The valuable offer of information support from the specialized branch was accompanied by Jong-gu's personal promise to serve the master's interests with all available means. Baek Yi Gang's strategic thinking, supported by the wisdom of the teacher, identified the potential benefits of establishing strong connections with the lower fifth gate. A clever test of Jong-gu's abilities began with an offer to guess Baek Yi Gang's identity, promising an important task if the answer was satisfactory. A careful analysis of his voice, manner of speech and behavior allowed Jong-gu to identify Baek Yi Gang as a young representative of a noble family specializing in martial arts. The logical conclusion of the analysis led Jong-gu to the correct conclusion that Baek Yi Gang belonged to the Baek clan. A comical situation arose from the mistaken perception of the brothers' seniority, causing Baek Ha-jun's irritation and Sacred Blade's cheerful approval of Jong-gu's insight. A fair reward was given to Jong-gu for his accurate conclusions and demonstrated insight. A clear task to collect information about visitors to the Baek clan sounded like the beginning of long-term cooperation. Practical aspects of cooperation were discussed. Money was intended for organizing postal services, and responsibility for eliminating traces of the collision was assigned to Jong-gu himself. The soothing words of Baek Yi Gang, who takes full responsibility for what happened, were aimed at ridding his younger brother of the possible consequences of their actions. A sober assessment of his father's changed attitude, which had moved from active punishment to cold disregard, gave Baek Yi Gang hope for relatively mild consequences of their adventure. The inevitable informing of the patriarch about the movements of his sons was accompanied by a detailed report from the assistant about their appearance near the pavilion. The patriarch's deep dissatisfaction with the behavior of Baek Yi Gang, who had recently returned home, was expressed in his gloomy reaction to the report he received. The patriarch's decisive intention to personally deal with the situation led him to the chambers of his eldest son. Severe punishment in the form of blows to the legs with a stick became an expression of the father's anger for the unworthy behavior of his eldest son. The patriarch's angry question about the understanding of the significance of the Baek surname was accompanied by continued corporal punishment of the eldest son for inappropriate behavior, and involving his younger brother in dubious adventures. Father's important warning about the upcoming Seven Stars Council in 5 years revealed a parallel between the councils of the great sects with their Dragon and Phoenix Council, and the meetings of the great clans. The historical tradition of martial competitions of ancestors at the councils was transformed into a modern platform for establishing connections between talented young warriors, where Baek Ha-jung, at the insistence of Baek Ryu-san, had to be present. The bitter awareness of his own imminent death made participation in the council pointless for Baek Yi Gang. Despite his awareness of the significance of this event, information about the arrival of representatives of the Myong, Hebuk, Peng clans, and the Shongrim Tao sect was accompanied by Baek Ryu-san's insightful guess about their intention to present their daughters to Baek Hajun. The patriarch's unexpected proposal for Baek Yigang's participation in introducing the guests was met with his gloomy reminder of the impossibility of living to see the meeting of the Seven Stars. The father's stern reprimand, emphasizing his indifference to his son's excuses, was accompanied by hope for the educational effect of today's punishment. The stern warning against disgracing students of other clans underscored the negative impact of Baek Yigang's mistakes on the reputation of Baek Hajun and the entire family. Sacred Blade's optimistic remark about the favorable turn of events emphasized the advantage of the people from Chongrim arriving on their own. Baek Yigang's misunderstanding of his father's desire to arrange acquaintances contrasted with Sacred Blade's insightful explanation of the father's desire to help his son make friends. Although Baek Yigang himself was wary of embarrassing others with his modest abilities, the advisor's unexpected visit to Baek Yigang's chambers brought healing medicine to quickly heal the wounds from his father's punishment. The confidential transfer of medicine from the patriarch through an advisor underscored the complexity of the relationship between father and son. Sacred Blade's discerning gaze instantly recognized the Baek clan's precious secret medicine in the simple box, appreciating the wisdom of such modest packaging. Baek Yigang's knowing smile, realizing his father's inability to directly show concern, was accompanied by the teacher's instructions about the need for treatment and rest before intense training. The next day of training began with the teacher criticizing Baek Yigang's incorrect stance, demanding absolute stillness and precision in position. An exhausting hour of standing motionless in one position exhausted Baek Yigang's strength so much that he collapsed to the ground with a dramatic premonition of imminent death. A new stage of training began with the instruction to take a sitting position with crossed legs. When the teacher decided to teach Baek Yigang to use spiritual power to restore his innate internal energy in a moment of complete exhaustion, Baek Yigang's confusion about the possibility of restoring innate energy through spiritual power required a detailed explanation from the teacher. A metaphorical comparison of the human body with a three-jet fountain revealed the interconnection of energy cores, where the spiritual forces of the upper one feed the central one, and then in turn fills the lower one, while even the Eye of Pishu could not increase the amount of energy available only to the dragon necklace. Baek Yigang's repeated observations of the teacher's use of spiritual power set the stage for a new stage of teaching. The open main eye of the teacher, possible only for the pure in heart, became the basis for the start of risky training. A grave warning about the capricious nature of innate energy was accompanied by a reminder of the mortal danger of losing concentration. Baek Yigang coughed up blood after hours of intense training. Understanding the effectiveness of the teacher's method came along with an explanation about the release of negative energy from the body. The relief of breathing confirmed the success of the training, and the teacher's congratulations were accompanied by a promise that the use of Qigong would be simplified. The temporary nature of the achieved effect did not prevent the possibility of moving to the next stage, although the further path remained unclear. The teacher's philosophical question about the consequences of people gaining the ability to make fists as hard as iron opened a discussion about the next stage of development. A practical comment about quickly breaking noses evolved into an explanation of the difficulty of reaching the second stage of the meridians, which requires considerable time. The new day began with teaching the basics, but Baek Yigang's evening training aroused his father's suspicion that the previous punishment was insufficient, until an explanation was made about the meeting with the students of the sect. The action moved to the luxurious Golden Dust Pavilion, distinguished by its exquisite atmosphere. The members of the Council of Seven Stars enjoyed the best drinks of the Golden Pavilion, creating an atmosphere of relaxed communication. The upcoming meeting with the patriarch of the Baek clan prompted most of those gathered to relax, although the second disciple Cheonrim and candidate for the Council of Seven Stars abstained from alcohol out of respect for the importance of the upcoming acquaintance. Mo Yuntak's enthusiasm resulted in curiosity about how his brother's strength compared to Baek Hajun, given his brother's 100-fold superiority over the martial artist Baek Yun-gil of the Council of Seven Stars. The abrupt intervention of the disgruntled Baek Mu-ah interrupted the boy's noisy reasoning. The unpleasant manner of talking while eating, accompanied by flying pieces of food, caused a fair remark. Tired of noisy conversations, Jin Li Young decided to leave the noisy meeting. The desire to retire in her own chambers prompted the girl to leave early. The refreshing breeze on the veranda brought long-awaited relief to Jin Li Young, who was dreaming of returning home in 4 days. An unexpected change in the master's plans was caused by a mysterious message about the rising of the Red Star over the lands of the Peck clan. The mysterious new wave that engulfed the Beck clan required personal presence and observation, leaving Jin Li Yan to rely on her bracelet, the secret sensitive Cheonrim treasure. The addition of Baekmu-ah, a weary group of young people, brought a new dynamic to the evening's atmosphere. Baekmu-ah's irritation at Mo Yuntak's obvious affection was intensified by her doubts about the sincerity of his strength. Jin Li Young's unexpected question about her preferences in men revealed Baekmu-ah's unusual attraction to weak boys in need of protection. Baekmu-ah's sincere compliment to Jin Li Young was accompanied by a spontaneous proposal to go for a walk together. The healing effects of fresh air after a stuffy room promised to benefit both girls. Jin Li Young's insight allowed her to understand the real reason for Baekmu-ah's departure from the dinner: concern for her well-being. Jin Li Young became hesitant after leaving the pavilion and faced a choice of direction. A mysterious moment occurred when the girl thought that an unfamiliar guy was greeting her. A quick realization of the mistake came to Jin Li Young when she noticed the real recipient of the greeting, Baek Yi-gun, passing by. Junggu's enthusiastic praise for Baek Yi-gang attracted the attention of those present. The poetic comparison of the young man's appearance with Jade and the mention of his dazzling beauty created an almost mystical image. Jin Li Young was filled with deep surprise as she watched the unusual scene. The unexpected appearance of Baek Yi-gang behind him and the start of a business conversation with Junggu were accompanied by the mysterious resonance of the girl's bracelet. Baek Yi-gang's sudden departure awakened the young man's intuitive sense of strangeness, prompting Jin Li Young to spy for a possible connection to the message she had received. Baek Yi-gang's thoughts on the way home about the difficulty of completing the task in a short time were accompanied by recognition of the unexpected competence of the sect members. The impression made by Zhonggu's work on the teacher was significant even before studying the contents of the letter. The wise decision to delay opening the letter until he returned home demonstrated Baek Yi-gang's caution. Strategic planning of further actions to investigate the identities of the assassins and the customer depended on the quality of the information received. A visit to Seo Hua's friend with a bouquet of flowers led Baek Yi-gang to admit that she was right about the acceptability of living in the residence. Seo Hua's past misunderstanding of Baek Yi-gang's reluctance to return to the main residence reflected the complexity of his inner feelings. As Seo Hua's touching desire to be close to Baek Yi-gang collided with his lack of understanding of such aspirations, because he considered himself lonely, although the girl sincerely saw a family in him, and the teacher could only sadly confirm that not all the dead become ghosts. Achieving absolute mastery opened the teacher's upper energy core, granting him divine eyes of higher understanding, which allowed his spirit to remain in this world after the death of his physical body. Baek Yi-gang's special state of spiritual power was explained by his rebirth, with a blockage of qi channels, which paradoxically raised the level of his spiritual energy above normal human levels. The colossal difference between the energy of Baek Yi-gan and the sacred blade was metaphorically compared to a drop of water and an entire lake, highlighting the huge gap in their capabilities. The teacher's astute understanding of Baek Yi-gang's curiosity to perceive the world through the eyes of an accomplished artist opened up a new opportunity for extraordinary experiences. The favorable recovery of the student's body allowed the teacher to offer a brief moment of special vision of the world through the transfer of part of his power. The transfer of spiritual power was carried out through a special path connected with the upper energy vector of Baek Yi-gan, allowing him to temporarily gain unusual perception. The comprehensive filling of Baek Yi-gang's body with the spiritual power of the teacher created a unique moment of transformation of perception. A stunning revelation opened up a world filled with light and omnipresent life to Baek Yi-gang, transforming his understanding of reality. A deep awareness of the true nature of the Absolute pierced Baek Yi-gang's consciousness at this amazing moment of enlightenment. The sudden, excruciating pain that engulfed my entire body after the experience was a stark reminder of my physical limitations. The teacher's concerned awareness of the prematureness of such an experiment with the student's insufficiently restored body led to the immediate cessation of the experiment. The unexpected discovery of the spying girl happened at the moment when Baek Yi-gang turned around abruptly, interrupting his spiritual experiences. The teacher's puzzled reaction to the appearance of an unknown observer added to the mystery of what was happening. The narrative leaps back in time, revealing the backstory of the unexpected encounter. Jin Li Young's purposeful pursuit of Baek Yi-gang led to unexpected discoveries. An important observation led Jin Li Young to realize that the young man had come to pay respects to his ancestors at their grave. An acute feeling of awkwardness gripped Jin Li Young, who realized the inappropriate behavior of the representative of Chanrim, spying on a child during the veneration of ancestors. The sudden resonance of the bracelet interrupted the girl's intention to leave the observation site. The amazing power of the aura emanating from within captured Jin Li Yan's entire attention. The striking comparison of the observed power with the power of the patriarch himself emphasized the extraordinary nature of what was happening. The instant disappearance of the pressing force of teacher Baek Yi Gang left the girl suffocating from the experience of colliding with incredible power. Baek Yi Gang's confrontational approach to the uninvited observer was accompanied by his bewilderment at the disrespectful interference in the sacred ritual of honoring the dead. The presence of a sword on the stranger indicated that she was a martial artist, which made her behavior even more unacceptable. Philosophical reflection on the freedom of action of martial artists collided with the understanding of the inadmissibility of such a violation of ethical standards. The decisive order of the distressed Baek Yi Gang to leave the stranger was met with obedient submission on her part, expressed in a respectful bow. Sacred Blade's insightful remark about the familiar style of Qigong allowed the girl to be identified as a member of Chanrim, demonstrating the noticeable degradation of the school since their last meeting. Baek Yi Gang's sudden awareness of the girl's status as one of the clan's honored guests made him regret his harshness, which almost developed into inappropriate rudeness. The next day brought new events that changed the usual course of life in the residence of the Pak clan. The ceremonial arrival of the guests at the Baek family palace was accompanied by Mo Yon Tak's enthusiastic tales of the patriarch's impressive aura, confirming rumors of his incredible strength, while Baek Mua expressed her desire to meet the patriarch's legendary disciple. Jin Li Young's deep awareness of the connection between her surveillance of the Baek clan's son and the teacher's prophetic message intertwined with Baek Mua's curiosity about the impression made by Baek Yi Gang. Baek Mua's sincere surprise at the existence of such an unusual representative of the Baek clan was accompanied by a natural interest in his fighting abilities. Mo Yeontak's strategic approach to Baek Ha-jun marked the beginning of an important conversation between the young warriors. An attempt to establish informal communication based on a small age difference was manifested in Mo Yeontak's proposal to throw away conventions. The friendly gesture of an outstretched hand for a handshake symbolized the desire to establish a closer relationship. Baek Ha-jun's cultural misunderstanding regarding the unfamiliar gesture of shaking hands required an explanation for this tradition common in Mo Yeontak's family. The solemn moment of arrival at the destination was accompanied by the opening of the doors of the training hall by Nung Ji-pyun, explaining the patriarch's choice of place for acquaintance, which caused an enthusiastic exclamation from Mo Yeontak. The reverence for the legendary hall, accessible only to direct descendants of the main branch of the Baek clan, was enhanced by the knowledge that it was here that Baek Ha-jun trained alone. The misplaced hope for Baek Yi Gang's training in this hall caused a condescending laugh from Mo Yeontak, who suggested that only light loads were suitable for the young master's fragile body. Baek Mua's unexpected joy at the mention of Baek Yi Gang's fragility contrasted with her surprise at the inconsistency of this trait with the status of the son of the patriarch of the military clan. Mo Yeontak's merciless explanation of Baek Yi Gang's congenital blockage of chi channels, making it impossible to master martial arts, was accompanied by cruel rumors about his laziness and the pitiful position of the black sheep of the family. Baek Ha-jun's rushing appearance followed by a punch on Mo Yeontak's shoulder caused him to be outraged at the violation of hierarchy, but received a harsh response about the inappropriateness of respect for the offenders of an older brother. The dramatic moment of the challenge was accompanied by Baek Ha-jun's imperious order to pick up the thrown sword. Jin Li Young's attempt to prevent conflict collided with Mo Yeontak's fatalistic understanding of the inevitability of their confrontation. Mo Yeontak's growing anger reached its peak at this tense moment. The bitter realization that his attempts to impress Baek Mua and the rumors of the Baek brothers' feud were unfounded increased Mo Yeontak's irritation. Frustrated by the falsehood of the widespread rumors about the brothers' relationship, Mo Yeontak's confidence was undermined. Mo Yeontak's threatening statement about the lack of leniency sounded like a final warning before an inevitable clash. The dramatic moment of the first clash of swords marked the beginning of a serious duel between the young warriors. Mo Yeontak's insightful observation of Baek Ha-jun's mastery of the Baek clan's Heaven and Earth blade technique revealed the depth of his combat training. A thorough analysis of the enemy's technique led Mo Young-tak to the alarming realization that there were no obvious weaknesses in Baek Ha-jun's defense. Jin Lee-young's alarmed attention was drawn to the stream of blood gushing from Baek Yi-gang's mouth while watching the fight. Baek Ha-jun's deep concern for his brother's condition caused him to take his mind off the fight at a critical moment in the confrontation. Tactical awareness of the opportune moment for attack came to Mo Young-tak at the sight of the distracted enemy. Mo Young-tak's internal conflict between wanting to take advantage of his opponent's moment of weakness and preserving his noble image as an heir created a moment of tense choice. Painful doubts about the possible damage to the reputation of the noble heir tormented Mo Young-tak at the time of making his decision. The decisive choice in favor of attack determined the further development of the fight. Baek Ha-jun's lightning-quick reaction to approaching danger demonstrated his outstanding combat reflexes. A crushing punch to the enemy's face was an instant response to a treacherous attack. Baek Ha-jun's swift counterattack with a wooden sword ended the dramatic moment of the duel. Mo Young-tak's timely intervention put an end to the fierce battle between the young warriors as tensions reached their peak. The sheer brutality of the fight between the boys, who sought to inflict serious damage on each other, forced Mo Young-tak to admit that such behavior was typical for their age. The sudden cessation of the fight caused Mo Young-tak mixed feelings. On the one hand, he understood the need to stop the overly heated situation. On the other hand, he regretted the inability to see the true winner. The elder brother used the distant whisper technique to express his deep disappointment with Mo Young-tak's actions during the fight. The missed opportunity and the shame it brought on the family were the main accusations against Mo Young-tak from his older brother. Baek Yi-gang's severe reprimand to his younger brother for losing concentration during battle sounded like an important lesson for the aspiring warrior. Baek Ha-jun's genuine concern for his older brother's health caused by the blood was met with a firm order not to use it as an excuse for his inattention. Baek Yi-gang's calm attitude towards his regular bleeding and request not to dramatize the situation helped Mo Young-tak calm down, although he was surprised by the strong bond between the brothers even at the moment of quarrel. Baek Yi-gang's satisfaction with the outcome of the fight, based on the conviction of Baek Ha-jun's victory, caused genuine bewilderment in Mo Young-tak. Baek Yi-gang's confidence in his younger brother's inevitable victory if the fight continued was based on his close observation of the fight. Mo Young-tak's talk about a healthy competitive spirit was accompanied by an offer to help his brother rise to prove his superiority in battle. An unexpected sharp pain struck Mo Young-tak's leg as he tried to stand up, demonstrating the effectiveness of his opponent's hidden technique. Baek Yi-gang's calm explanation of the Meridian Cloud Dragon's sailing technique used revealed the true cause of Mo Young-tak's leg pain. Baek Ha-jun's precise hit on the pressure point on the opponent's shin guaranteed several hours of discomfort and the inevitable defeat of Mo Young-tak. Mo Young-tak's sincere surprise at the physically weak Baek Yi-gang's ability to notice the subtleties of military technique that had escaped his own attention betrayed his growing respect. Neung Ji-pyun's authoritative confirmation of the observation of the use of sophisticated technology added weight to Baek Yi-gang's words. Mo Young-tak's diplomatic acknowledgement of Baek Yi-gang's superior powers of observation was accompanied by good-natured laughter to diffuse the tense atmosphere. The hidden joy of the teacher, who knew about his tip to Baek Yi-gang, and Neung Ji-pyun's confident statement about the impossibility of Mo Young-tak's victory, revealed the true state of affairs. Jin Lee-young's careful study of the unusual boy Baek Yi-gang was interrupted by an unexpected confession. Spontaneous declaration of Baek Mu about her sympathy for Baek Yi-gang sounded like an unexpected revelation to everyone present. The gala dinner brought all the participants together at one table, creating an atmosphere for new events. Mo Young-tak's sincere praise for the Baek clan's chef's culinary skills prompted Baek Yi-gang's joyful explanation of inviting the famous chef from Beijing. The teacher's cautionary advice about the treacherous nature of the Mo family was accompanied by a strong recommendation to remain cautious in dealing with them. Baek Mu-ah's unexpected offer to try the meat caught Baek Yi-gang by surprise, causing him to become confused by the unusual attention. Baek Mu-ah's clarifying explanation about the chicken leg made the sentence more specific and understandable. The desire to maintain supposed standards of decency prompted Baek Yi-gang to accept the treat from the girl's hands. The sincere praise for the taste of the dish attracted surprised glances from everyone present, while the sacred blade quietly chuckled at the situation. Baek Yi-gang's embarrassed request to stop feeding was accompanied by a polite reference to his ability to feed on his own. Mo Young-tak's loud statement about Baek Yi-gang's lack of masculinity sounded like an open insult. Baek Yi-gang's insightful response pointing out Mo Yeontak's envy and discourtesy, included a request not to embarrass his older brother with bad manners. Baek Yi-gang's logical explanation about the importance of respecting elders highlighted the lack of proper respect from Mo Yeontak's younger brother. Mo Yeontak's unsuccessful attempt to shift the blame to Baek Ha-jun was met with a firm acknowledgement of Baek Yi-gun's correctness by the elder Mo Yeontak. The embarrassed guy's quick apology was accompanied by a gentle request from the teacher to stop putting pressure on the young people. Baek Yi-gang's deliberate observation of his older brother Mo Yeontak's behavior caused a strong reaction from those present. The great fame of swordsman Mo Yeontak, the eldest son of the patriarch of the Mo clan, was based on his mastery of the star cloud blade technique. The master's outward friendliness and smile hid his true cunning and cruel nature. The secret recordings of the sect revealed to Baek Yi-gang the dangerous nature of man, requiring constant vigilance in his presence. Mo Yeontak's mysterious smile masked his true thoughts and intentions, leaving those around him in the dark. The Sacred Blade's advice to focus on food clashed with Baek Yi-gun's interested attention towards Chehonarim's student Jin Li-yeon. A tacit recognition of mutual interest occurred through the exchange of attentive glances between the young people. An evening conversation in private rooms allowed Baek Mua to share his admiration for meeting the clan patriarch. Baek Mua's unexpected sympathy for Mo Yeontak surprised Jin Li-yeon, who remembered their previous antipathy. Baek Mua's objective assessment pointed out that Mo Yeontak's potential was lost due to excessive anxiety during the fight. The girl's confident statement about her ability to defeat both boys, Mo Yeontak and Baek Ha-jun, demonstrated her high self-esteem. The talented and ambitious Baek Mua's natural desire to join the Baek clan was due to her outstanding abilities and fighting spirit. Baek Mua's observation skills noted Baek Yi-gang's close attention to Jin Li-yeon, suggesting a romantic interest after their first meeting. A sudden knock on the door announced the arrival of an assistant with an important message. An official invitation from Baek Yi-gang to a conversation in the garden caused a noticeable disappointment on Baek Mua's face, despite Jin Li-yeon's promise to return soon. Jin Li-yeon's firm belief in Baek Yi-gang's lack of romantic interest sounded like an attempt to reassure her friend. Careful preparations for the meeting and the need to calm down and upset Baek Mua required extra time before leaving. Jin Li-yeon's inner relief from not being accompanied by Baek Mua allowed her to focus on the upcoming meeting. A picturesque picture opened before Jin Li-yeon. Baek Yi-gang stood on the bridge, thoughtfully watching the water surface of the pond. Baek Yi-gang's appearance and demeanor were more reminiscent of a sophisticated young intellectual than the heir of a warrior clan. Jin Li-yeon's sincere apology for their first meeting was met with generous forgiveness from Baek Yi-gang. A direct question about the reasons for surveillance was replaced by interest in a mysterious bracelet that reacts to mystical energy. The explanation about the broken bracelet was accompanied by Jin Li-yeon's genuine confusion as to the reason for his reaction to Baek Yi-gang. Baek Yi-gang's calm assumption about himself as a source of mystical energy surprised the girl. The demonstration of the mysterious necklace was accompanied by an explanation of its special properties. The important revelation of the necklace's connection to the sacred blade of immortality gave the meeting special significance. The instant recognition of Jin Li-yeon's relic brought joy to the sacred blade, who had anticipated her surprised reaction. Jin Li-yeon awkwardly explained that this necklace belonged to the sacred blade of immortality. Many from Culinary, as she explained, believed that if you show this necklace to someone, the owner will certainly provide any service, although she herself had never heard anything like that. The situation seemed strange to the teacher. Jin Li-yeon asked Baek Yi-gang to give her this necklace for a second, after which she accepted it, hiding her hands in her sleeves. The necklace was very dangerous, and she was surprised that Baek Yi-gang didn't know about it. He immediately began asking what kind of danger we were talking about. The girl explained that the necklace is filled with the strongest golden energy, and if worn for a long time, the body will quickly wear out from the destructive flows of golden ki. You could even go crazy. Looking at the teacher, Baek Yi-gang wanted to know how true this was, and why he was fine back then. Jin Li-yeon understood that this was the main strangeness. She applied the art of the wise mind, the secret technique of Chehonarim, in which the central energy core is used to control innate energy. If you learn this technique, you can do something similar. But Baek Yi-gang knew that the girl was unlikely to agree to teach him, even if he waved the necklace in front of her nose. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the chain and her face contorted with a grimace of pain, causing Baek Yi-gang to become very worried and approach her. Soon she unclenched her hand and explained that everything was fine. she managed to feel the mark of the past patriarch. Baek Yi Gang was right. She was also able to suppress the golden chi, so that he could now safely wear the necklace and use its true powers. She explained that to use real powers, you just need to focus your innate energy. Baek Yi Gang realized that in this case, further explanations were pointless. Then Jin Li Young realized her mistake because he had a blockage in his ki channels, and so she apologized. But Baek Yi Gang explained that he was not offended and decided to see if he could ask her for a favor. The girl promised to do everything in her power. Baek Yi Gang then explained that he wanted to cure the blockage of the ki channels. He heard that the masters of Chekonarum were great at handling energy, so he asked Jin Li Young to introduce him to the master. The girl saw that Baek Yi Gang's will to live was strong and he was sincere. Although she did not know whether she would succeed, she promised to try to arrange a meeting for them. She explained that tomorrow they would go to Patriarch Baek Ryu-san and ask his permission. For this, he will also need Jin Li Young. The very thought of asking permission from the Iron Blood Patriarch seemed scary to her. Around the same time, Mo Yon-tak began to beat his younger brother because he was preparing for the Heaven and Earth Blade technique. The guy admitted that he had lost his vigilance, but Mo Yon-tak could not believe that the same blood flowed in their veins. He didn't understand what his younger brother was going to do in this situation. Mo Yon-tak promised that he would win next time, and then Mo Yon-tak reminded him that he should win. In addition, he reminded his brother that he must steal the Baek clan's sword in a duel for the blade, thereby taking revenge for the fact that they took the Mo Yon clan's sword. If it can be proven that Mo Yon clan is superior to Baek, everyone will honor Mo Yon-tak and his mentor. Therefore, he reminded his brother that he must defeat the heir of the Baek clan in front of everyone. After which, he suggested that the guy continue to hone his skills while he prepared the scene. In the morning, Baek Yi Gang read the letter with the report, and finally understood what plans the cunning Mo Yon-tak was planning. In addition, he approached the head of the Xuan branch, Hao, to find out why they did not simply reject this proposal. The girl explained that in this situation it would be difficult. She reminded them that they had already taken the payment, and now they want the second son of the Mo Yon clan to get off for them. He understood that since this happened, he would at least try to beat everything in his own way. Events moved to early morning at Baek Yi Gang's residence, where the assistant was told that they were looking for him, because they wanted to give him something. He did not understand such impudence. They came to him very early in the morning. But at this moment, the assistant said that they had brought a golden hair clip from the Golden Pavilion. And then he realized that they were people from the Hao sect, so he began to get ready. Soon he met with Jonggu, who greeted the master. After that, Baek Yi Gang dismissed the guards and explained that he wanted to chat about his old acquaintance, and he sent them away so that they could not hear what they were saying. As soon as they moved a sufficient distance, Baek Yi Gang did not understand whether Jonggu had completely lost his mind. He began to look for him, but he immediately began to apologize, and then a girl entered the conversation. She introduced herself as Gum Hua, the new manager of the Hao branch. She was forced to urgently call a new master, because he might be in danger. They recently received a contract, and its author clearly has an unkind attitude towards Baek Yi Gang. She invited him to read, but Baek Yi Gang did not believe that Guillaume Hua suddenly decided to protect him like that. She only explained that they were mercenaries, but they also had principles. It was very important for them to respond with kindness. Therefore, she asked Baek Yi Gang not to doubt the purity of their intentions, and if it was true that he might be in danger, then he would do well to take a look at this request. As a result, he saw a request from Mo Yon-tak, who wanted to hold a banquet in a month on the 4th floor of the Golden Pavilion for approximately 30 guests, with food and drinks with a bright aroma. In the middle of the hall, there was supposed to be a duel between Mo Yon-tak and Baek Ha-jun. Baek Yi Gang was surprised that Mo Yon-tak was so confident that his brother would win. But Junggu explained that a few days ago one of their spies caught him buying a certain drug. Supposedly Roshani powder, and judging by the menu he was planning sprinkle this powder on Baek Ha-jun. Events moved to the present moment at the residence of Baek Ryu-san, who was amazed that Baek Yi Gang so wants to meet the leader. Baek Yi Gang paid attention to the tea. He definitely felt aconite, cinnamon and ephedra there, and realized that it seemed to contain a painkiller. He realized that most likely his father felt worse precisely because of his diseased lungs. He was in such a hurry to choose an heir. Baek Ryu-san forbade him to meet the leader, and Baek Yi Gang did not understand. because he was not going there for fun, but to heal. But Baek Ryu-san explained that it was very cold, he was far away, and there was no need to waste time. At this point, Jin Lee Young entered the conversation and explained that their leader knew everything about energy, and she was sure that he could help Baek Yi-gun. But Baek Ryu-san interrupted her and explained that she was still just a student, so she could not believe that her word had any weight. Baek Yi-kang understood that he could understand his father, who, no matter how hard he tried, could not find a cure for his illness, and after a long journey his condition may worsen further. But this is not yet a reason to retreat. Rising from his seat, Baek Gang explained that his father could continue to prohibit and dissuade, but he would still go. This is his life, his health. So he asked Baek Ryu-san not to command. The father was clearly angry that his son dared to contradict him, and even when he stood exactly in front of him, he could not restrain himself. At this moment, Jin Lee Yan clearly felt the murderous energy she felt last time. She understood that Baek Yi-gun would not be able to resist such pressure, but he continued to stand firmly on his feet and explained that he would go anyway. At that moment, there was a teacher next to him, who asked the boy to weight his body, as if putting armor on his mind. Even the blade of the mind could not penetrate the strong metal armor. He explained that he understood his worries. Even after snow ginseng, he did not recover, and his father probably thought that everything was lost. But Baek Yi-gang was not going to give up. He wanted to survive, he knew that his father was worried about him, but Baek Yi-gang was not going to calmly wait for his death. As a result, as soon as Baek Ryu-san's energy dissipated, he explained to his son that he could do as he wished, and the teacher praised the guy for holding out well against this pressure. But as a condition, Baek Ryu-san asked that his son try to make friends with Mo Young's sons before leaving. Somehow they found themselves in a strained relationship. He once even stole the sword of their heir in his brainless youth, but now they are both patriarchs of their families, so reconciliation was even more difficult. Baek Yi-gang was amazed that the great noble blade was still offended. But Baek Ryu-san knew that all swordmasters were petty and pathetic, and did not forget old grudges. As a result, Baek Yi-gang promised that he would try to improve the relationship, at least for the sake of Baek Ha-jun, but the father explained that it would be useful for Baek Yi-gang too. He had no friends at all among his peers. After which, he let Baek Yi-gang go on a trip. But the guy explained that he would like to talk privately, or rather ask for advice. Events take place 2 weeks later. Mo Yun-tak trained. He spent a lot of energy. His body was light as a feather, which was only possible in the Ruby Hall. He was starting to get used to his sword, and was sure that Baek Ha-jun was watching him practice, but found that he was completely immersed in his training, and he was absolutely not interested in anything else. Mo Yun-tak didn't understand how anyone could not want to watch their opponent's training. Moreover, Mo Yun-tak grew, and gradually got used to his weapon, and next time, Baek Ha-jun would definitely not be in trouble. Intrigued by the strange behavior of his opponent decided to find out the reason why he was peering so intently into his face, and froze in place, rooted to the spot. In a calm conversation, Mo Yun-tak asked Baek Ha-jun about the reason for his brother's absence from training, to which the boy explained that his brother was busy, and Mo Yun-tak, knowing about his recent illness, suggested that he might still be bedridden. A sudden outburst of anger overtook Baek Ha-jun, as he abruptly ordered his interlocutor to stop being too impertinent in his assumptions about his brother's condition. Annoyed by the impudence of his interlocutor, Baek Ha-jun began to talk about the incredible strength of his brother, who once defeated even himself, which seemed completely impossible for Mo Yun-tak. In a fit of honesty, Baek Ha-jun admitted how during that memorable fight he could not even touch his brother, and after one precise blow, he literally flew to the side, like a feather in the wind. The atmosphere of the training ground changed with the arrival of Baek Yi-gang, who found them both engaged in intense martial arts training. Baek Ha-jun's inner instinct told him the correct guess about his brother's intentions to join the training, because Baek Yi-gang was really tired of the forced inactivity and longed for active training. Encouraged by the appearance of his brother, Baek Yi-gang proposed a training match with wooden swords. Although Baek Ha-jun was still worried about his well-being and persistently asked about his health. Showing attention to detail, Baek Ha-jun warned his brother about Mo Yun-tak's close monitoring of their actions. But Baek Yi-gang reacted to this fact with complete calm and equanimity. Mo Yun-tak's careful gaze caught an unusual hesitation in Baek Ha-jun's behavior before the start of the fight, which made him wonder about Baek Yi-gang's actual fighting abilities, especially after his brother's request to prepare for the fight. Showing confidence in his abilities, Baek Yigang urged his brother not to hold back during the fight and to use all available power in his attacks. The air of the training ground filled with tension as Baek Hajun, without wasting a second, quickly rushed to attack his brother with a wooden sword at the ready. Baek Yigang's incredible agility was demonstrated when he dodged his brother's attack with amazing ease and instantly launched a swift counterattack. The skill and grace of the fighter's movements so impressed Mo Yongtak that he froze in place, unable to take his eyes off the fight unfolding in front of him. At a critical moment in the fight, Baek Ha-jun demonstrated his superior skill when, with a precise and easy movement, he knocked the weapon out of his brother's hands. Baek Ha-jun's lightning attack hit the target as his wooden sword mercilessly struck the opponent after successfully disarming him. The crushing power of Baek Ha-jun's blow was so great that Baek Yigang, unable to keep his balance, staggered and began to fall. Seized by a sudden fear for his brother's health, Baek Ha-jun quickly covered the distance, separating them with lightning speed to provide the necessary assistance. Holding his breath, Mo Yontak became a silent witness to the dramatic events unfolding on the training ground. A dramatic scene unfolded before the eyes of those present as the mighty Baek Yigang began to lose consciousness in the arms of his younger brother, causing alarm and concern among all those who witnessed the incident. After the completion of the stunning fight, it became obvious that the slightest delay by Baek Ha-jun could lead to serious injuries and fractures to his opponent. Despite the apparent defeat, Baek Yigang's unyielding fighting spirit was evident in his immediate proposal to begin a new fight, with his hand already reaching for the hilt of his sword, ready to continue the training battle. At this decisive moment, Mo Yontak appeared before them, whose penetrating gaze settled on Baek Yigang as he expressed his opinion that further fights were pointless due to the huge difference in skill level between the opponents. Drawing on his battle experience, Mo Yontak convincingly explained that without an experienced mentor to guide Baek Yigang's development, no amount of training battles could bridge the existing gap in skill between the brothers. Rising to his feet after defeat, Baek Yigang extended his hand to his recent opponent for a handshake, wanting to test how well his student had mastered the recently taught etiquette lessons. Radiating genuine joy and eagerness to demonstrate his learned manners, the young warrior without hesitation extended his hand in return gesture of greeting. Remaining calm and friendly, Baek Yigang gently pointed out any inaccuracies in the greeting gesture and carefully adjusted the position of his hands, demonstrating the correct handshake technique. Mo Yontak felt a deep sense of shame as the realization of his own arrogance hit him like an icy waterfall, causing his cheeks to glow a bright red. Mo Yontak's assumption that Baek Yigang intended to ridicule his inability was dashed by his mentor's calm and benevolent confession of his recent mastery of the correct greeting technique. Recognizing Mo Yontak's outstanding martial arts skills and his right to make comments while training with his brother, Baek Yigang suggested that unnecessary formalities should be discarded and more simple communication should be adopted. Watching the handshake ceremony with a slight grin, the teacher listened to Baek Yigang's calm explanation that this way of greeting was an integral part of his past life. Resolutely grasping the hilt of his sword, Baek Yigang announced to Baek Ha-jun his intention to begin the next fight with the first attack. Showing sincere concern for the student's safety, the teacher recalled the recently noticed slowdown in reactions and advised him to be more attentive, with which Baek Yigang fully agreed. The wise master began to explain in detail the fundamental principles of the art of fencing, seeking to impart to his students a deep understanding of this martial skill. In the art of swordsmanship, there were 3 fundamental strikes: vertical, horizontal, and straight, which served as the basis for the development of all other techniques. Like a mighty tree spreading its branches to the heavens, all other sword techniques grew from these basic techniques, forming a complex and harmonious system of martial art. When performing a vertical attack, the warrior had to imitate the swiftness and power of natural lightning, cutting through the skies with its dazzling light. At the most intense moment of the fight, Baek Yigang clearly sensed his brother's use of Qigong, but thanks to his reaction, he managed to dodge the deadly attack in time. Carefully watching every movement of the participants in the fight, the teacher gave a clear order to his student to tighten his grip on the hilt of the sword for better control of the weapon. After another swift blow from Baek Ha-jun, both warriors, exhausted from the intense fight, collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily from exhaustion. The grueling battle between the 2 sword masters ended in a draw when both warriors, having completely exhausted their strength, were unable to continue the fight. Surprise was reflected on Mo Yongtak's face at the sight of Baek Yigang's amazingly cheerful state after such an intense fight. the young warrior's ability to successfully withstand the powerful technique of Baek Ha-jun himself clearly testified to his extraordinary strength and skill. After the end of the grueling fight, Baek Yi-gang approached Mo Young-tak to hear his professional opinion about the past fight. The experienced warrior pointed out a significant flaw in the technique: insufficient preparation of the legs, which could not keep up with the movements of the body, and advised to pay special attention to this aspect in future training, with which both the Sacred Blade and Baek Yi-gang himself agreed. In parting, Baek Yi-gang expressed a desire to meet again, although Baek Ha-jun was well aware that regular joint training would now become impossible due to the current circumstances. Overcoming the inner awkwardness and embarrassment of his previous arrogant behavior, Mo Yeon-tak sincerely sought to establish contact with his new comrades. Mo Yeon-tak expressed his sincere and deep desire to continue training together in the future, hoping for more meetings with these amazing warriors. After a grueling fight, feeling severe aches throughout his body, Baek Yi-gang decided to return to his residence to take a special medicinal potion. The experienced teacher, knowing full well that the young warrior still had a long way to go in improving his skills, perceived this body reaction as a natural consequence of intense training. Baek Mu-ah's sudden appearance caught Baek Yi-gang by surprise as she noticed with amazement his visibly sore state after training. Ignoring previous requests to stop surveillance, the stubborn girl persistently found out the cause of Baek Yi-gang's illness, immediately suspecting Mo Young-tak. An indignant Baek Mu-ah sharply grabbed Baek Yi-gang's face, loudly indignant at the supposed bullying of the weak youth, completely ignoring his attempts to explain that the injuries were sustained during a routine training session. The teacher observing this scene found the situation touching, while Baek Yi-gang became increasingly irritated by Baek Mu-ah's excessive concern, completely not understanding the reasons for such close attention to his person. The wise old man explained to the irritated young man that the girl, who grew up in the family of a famous martial artist among strong, muscular men, showed a special interest in Baek Yi-gang precisely because of his fragility, unusual for a warrior. Caring Baek Mu-ah took out from her purse 2 precious healing granules received from her father, and which have the amazing ability to heal any internal damage. Surprised, Baek Yi-gang froze in amazement when the girl unexpectedly offered him one of her precious healing granules. Following the clear instructions of the caring girl, Baek Yi-gang immediately swallowed the proposed medicinal potion. The young man, experienced in medicine, instantly determined the composition of the medicine by its characteristic taste, which could not be confused with anything else. The taste was revealed by the presence in the drug of a rare 100-year-old runic flower, healing licorice root and pure honey, ingredients widely known for their unique properties of enhancing a person's internal energy. After the assistance was provided, Baek Mu-ah, plucking up courage, turned to Baek Yi-gang with an unexpected request for a return favor. The girl asked the young man to accompany her a week later at a performance by the famous troupe of traveling actors, which promised to be an unforgettable spectacle. The astute Baek Yi-gang, perfectly understanding the romantic overtones of the invitation, nevertheless gave his consent, considering this a completely reasonable payment for the rare and valuable medicine received. Happy Baek Mu-ah could not hide her joy in anticipation of the upcoming meeting alone with the mysterious young man. Exactly a week later, Baek Yi-gang and Baek Mu-ah, sitting comfortably among the audience, carefully watched the exciting performance unfold on stage. An epic story of confrontation between noble heroes and an insidious villain unfolded on the theater stage, keeping the audience in constant suspense. At the most intense moment of the performance, the legendary one-armed swordsman made an impressive swing of his sparkling blade. The actor's skill created a stunning lightning effect in a completely clear sky as he struck down 5 powerful members of a hostile samurai alliance with one blow. The impressed Baek Yi-gang highly praised the quality of the production, and the admiring Baek Mu-ah, despite some technical oddities in the performance, could not praise enough the incredible skill of the main actor. The curious Baek Ha-jun, with childish spontaneity, was interested in the nature of the blood in the play, but the experienced Baek Yi-gang patiently explained that the actors probably used a special composition that imitated blood in color. Even the martial arts expert Mo Yeon-tak recognized the unconditional magnificence of the theatrical production, especially impressed by the masterful portrayal of the legendary one-armed swordsman, the main opponent of Jin-ho himself. The warm, friendly atmosphere and general enthusiasm for the exciting theatrical performance created a special mood of unity among the audience. The romantic expectations of the disappointed MUA turned out to be completely unjustified by the current situation of universal attention to what was happening on stage. Pleased with the joint viewing, Mo Young-tak noted the successful coincidence of the performance with the day of the grand banquet of the Baek clan and invited the whole company to continue pleasant communication over lunch in a cozy gazebo. Inspired by the performance, the Sacred Blade shared vivid memories of an unforgettable meeting with a real, one-armed swordsman, whose unsurpassed skill left an indelible impression on him. The fascinating conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a little boy. The fast-running boy collided with Baek Yigang at full speed, disrupting the calm flow of the conversation. Reacting with lightning speed, Baek Yigang grabbed the young thief tightly and demanded to immediately return the stolen money, but was met only with a stubborn denial of his guilt. Having carefully assessed the situation with an experienced eye, Baek Yigang instantly suspected the involvement of the house sect in this petty crime. Lowering his voice to a menacing whisper, Baek Yigang asked the frightened boy about his knowledge of the identity of the burglar, hinting at the apparent lack of training on the part of Lady Gyumhua. At the moment when the frightened thief was ready to return the stolen goods, the decisive Mo Young-tak suddenly intervened in the situation. Experienced warrior Mo Young-tak considered Baek Yigang's actions to be unforgivably soft towards the daring thief. With a lightning-quick movement, drawing out a sharp blade, the ruthless Mo Young-tak struck the boy with a swift blow to the leg. Struck by the sudden pain, the boy fell to the ground with a loud cry, frantically feeling his injured ankle with trembling hands. The unperturbed Mo Young-tak calmly noticed the absence of serious injuries and deftly picked up the fallen bag of money, simultaneously explaining to those present that inexperienced thieves often hide their loot at the ankles. Having received a condescending response from Baek Yigang that the situation was not worth such serious measures, Mo Young-tak inquired about his desire to arrest the young thief. Compassionate Baek Yigang looked carefully at the boy, trembling with fear, and slowly extended his hand to him. Lending a helping hand to the frightened boy, the wise Baek Yigang warned him about the need to be more careful in choosing targets for thefts in the future. At the moment of touching the outstretched hand, the young thief suddenly felt a piercing pain that pierced his entire trembling body like lightning. Satisfied, Mo Young-tak called it a fair punishment with a satisfied smile, allowing the terrified boy to slowly crawl away with his hand noticeably blue. The shocked Baek Mua, who silently watched this cruel scene, could not understand how such ruthlessness could be called a show of mercy. Two strangers suddenly appeared and sincerely admired Mo Young-tak's decisive actions, seeing in his stern act a manifestation of true generosity. The attentive Baek Yigang instantly recognized the strangers as representatives of the famous martial arts clans Greenfield and Seven Blazing Blades, who had specially arrived to enjoy the performance before an important banquet. The perceptive Blade of Immortality understood perfectly well that the disciples of the legendary son had to recognize Baek Yigang, despite his sometimes childishly spontaneous behavior. The inspired warriors respectfully invited Mo Young-tak to join their company, but he politely refused, citing the presence of his companions. Instantly recognizing the fragile youth as the young master Baek Yigang from the powerful Baek clan, the embarrassed warriors hastily made ceremonial bows, trying to justify their unforgivable forgetfulness by the long absence of meetings. Maintaining impeccable courtesy, the noble Baek Yigang expressed his sincere gratitude for the miraculous medicine kindly donated by the heads of their clans to the respected patriarch. The astute Baek Yigang knew very well these cunning henchmen of influential heads. The treacherous Edgar from the Green Fields clan and the domineering Yang Zhong from the main Shining Blades family. The experienced warrior mentally noted their astonishing inability to remember even the most important people of high society, which clearly indicated their limitations. After taking an elegant bow, the polite Baek Yigang informed the interested Mo Young-tak about the upcoming important meeting later. In the luxurious golden banquet hall, the determined Mo Young-tak was the first to appear, ready to carry out his secret plan. Quickly entering the hall, Mo Young-tak immediately met with the helpful Jong-gu and, without further ado, handed over the remaining impressive amount for the preparations completed. The mysterious Mo Young-tak decisively handed a mysterious package to Jong-gu, clearly containing something special. Handing over the mysterious package, the domineering Mo Young-tak gave a strict order to add its mysterious contents to precious wine made of pure gold immediately before the festive serving. The helpful Jong-gu's misplaced curiosity about the mysterious ingredient prompted an instant furious reaction from the irritated Mo Young-tak. An enraged Mo Young-tak lightning quickly grabbed the curious servant by the neck and harshly demanded absolutely flawless execution of all his instructions. The exquisitely decorated fourth floor of the luxurious banquet hall was gradually filled with elegant guests, sincerely admiring the magnificent dishes, the legendary wine made of pure gold, which brought well-deserved fame to this prestigious establishment, aroused particular reverent interest among those gathered. Mo Yong-tak suddenly appeared in the hall, politely apologizing for the slight delay, and joined the refined society. The hospitable Mo Yong-tak, with emphatic courtesy, invited Baek Yigun to taste the famous precious drink before starting a luxurious meal. The cunning Baek Yigang skillfully pretended to drink precious wine, skillfully hiding his true intentions from the attentive eyes of those gathered. Taking advantage of the moment when Mo Yong-tak turned away, the deft Baek Yigang, with an imperceptible movement, poured the suspicious wine behind his back, leaving no trace of his actions. The astute old man, who noticed this skillful maneuver, expressed surprise at his disdain for the expensive drink, but the experienced Baek Yigang explained that his keen sense of smell had caught the characteristic smell of a deadly poison, insidiously masked by the exquisite taste and aroma of golden wine. The intriguing situation has piqued the curiosity of the astute Baek Yigang, causing him to wonder about the true plans of the mysterious Mo Yong-tak. The puzzled Yangjong could not understand the reason for the unusual condescension of the formidable Mr. Mo Yong-tak towards the young Baek Yigang. An experienced interlocutor suggested that the true reason for this attitude lies in the fact that both warriors belong to the elite 7 of the best clans, whose representatives even the most influential people cannot afford to treat with disdain. An irritated Yangjong flew into an uncontrollable rage at the thought of having to conduct polite conversations with Baek Yigang. But his cautious interlocutor expressed serious concern about the possible consequences of thoughtless provocation. Despite the obvious general disdain for the young warrior in the family, the self-confident Yangjong felt completely confident in the successful outcome of his plan, thanks to the reliable patronage of the influential Mo Yong-tak. The cunning conspirators entered into a secret pact. If they managed to properly provoke the hot-tempered Baek Yigang, the powerful Mo Yong-tak will guarantee them a coveted place in the prestigious Mor-Eman alliance. Realizing the uniqueness of the opportunity to change his destiny, the determined Yangjong immediately began to implement the insidious plan. The deliberately friendly Yangjong, approaching the thoughtful Baek Yigang, respectfully offered to share a cup of precious wine with him. The insidious provocateur deliberately mentioned the tragic seizure of Baek Yigang's residence after the shameful expulsion from the main residence and the numerous innocent victims, allegedly wanting to honor the memory of the dead. Unexpectedly for everyone present, the enraged Mo Yong-tak demonstratively doused the daring Yangjong with expensive wine. The domineering warrior harshly accused the taken-aback Yangjong of unacceptable insolence and disrespect for the high position of his interlocutor. The cunning Go Hui Sam instantly joined the growing confrontation, openly declaring that he had tolerated the presence of the unworthy Yangjong all this time solely out of deep respect for the powerful Mo Yong-tak. The enraged warrior quickly pulled out a sparkling weapon and loudly challenged the confused enemy to an immediate duel. Shocked by the unexpected turn of events, Yangjong tried to buy time by reminding them of the presence of important people and the need to adhere to the formal protocol of the duel. A sudden insight struck the confused Yangjong. The insidious Mo Yong-tak had originally planned to make them meek scapegoats in his cunning intrigue. Despite the bitter realization of betrayal, the arrogant Yangjong decided to continue his plan, being absolutely confident in his inevitable victory. Enraged by the unheard-of insolence of what he considered insignificant people, the powerful Baek Yigang moved with lightning speed behind the taken-aback Yangjong. Demonstrating incredible fighting skill, the enraged warrior knocked his opponent to the ground in one swift movement. The merciless Baek Yigang forcibly poured poisoned wine into the mouth of the defeated enemy, forcing him to humiliatingly choke and desperately beg for forgiveness. Turning to the cunning Mo Yong-tak, the indignant Baek Yigang openly expressed his disapproval of his vile methods, considering it unnecessary to arrange dirty intrigues instead of an honest challenge to a direct fight. While carefully observing the secretive Mo Yong-tak, the astute warrior noticed an excellent sword in his younger brother's possession. Experienced Baek Yigang instantly guessed the enemy's true intention to provoke a large-scale conflict between the ancient clans. The exposed Mo Yong-tak was forced to admit that the insidious plan arose solely because of long-standing personal enmity and deep affection for his father, and not on the direct orders of the influential head of the clan. Having carefully analyzed the thoughtfulness of the cunning intrigue, the insightful Baek Yi-gang, was surprised to note the actual innocence of his opponent. The determined Mo Yeon-tak authoritatively ordered his younger brother to immediately prepare a battle sword for the upcoming duel. Confident in his abilities, Baek Yi-gang calmly asked the faithful Baek Ha-jun to punish the daring opponent, as severely as in their last unforgettable meeting. The tension in the luxurious banquet hall rapidly increased as the puzzled guests wondered why the shrewd Baek Yi-gang, contrary to obvious logic, chose the cunning Mo Yeon-tak as the target of his righteous anger. Many present were confused by Baek Yi-gang's decision, because the obvious provocation came from representatives of the Seven Blazing Blades clan. The attentive Jin Li-yong, closely observing the unfolding events, noted the extraordinary calm of Mo Yeon-tak. Instead of the expected rage, his face expressed a strange, frightening determination. For some astute observers, such a dramatic turn of events did not come as a surprise. The prudent Baek Yi-gang, as if anticipating the impending troubles, warned the faithful Kovro in advance about possible serious problems at the gala banquet. Anxious Baek Mua rushed around the tense hall, torn between a passionate desire to intervene in the conflict and the bitter awareness of her own powerlessness to change anything. Sympathetic. Jin Li-yeon tried in vain to calm the worried girl, but the shocked Baek Mua could not recover from the shock. The man whom she considered fragile and defenseless, like a delicate spring flower, suddenly revealed a completely different, frightening side of his mysterious nature. Amid the general confusion and growing chaos, the imperturbable Baek Yi-gang, maintaining amazing composure, imperiously proposed to restore order in the luxurious hall, while the determined brothers were preparing for the inevitable fateful duel. Baek Yi-gang's sudden order to bring another bottle of precious golden wine sounded like an important part of some elaborate, mysterious plan. Anxious Mo Yeon-tak, furtively observing the calm Baek Ha-jun, could not hide his sincere surprise at his extraordinary composure before such a serious fight, where not just victory was at stake, but the honor of the ancient noble clans. Purposeful Baek Ha-jun, who entered the decisive battle at the behest of his beloved brother, demonstrated absolute readiness for the upcoming test. The young warrior exuded unshakable confidence and iron determination to achieve complete victory over the enemy at any cost. At this critical moment, the cunning Mo Yeon-tak, realizing his insidious plan, insinuatingly called his gullible younger brother. The insidious warrior, with feigned concern, offered the young man a filled cup of precious wine. The treacherous Mo Yeon-tak assured that the magic drink would help you relax and fully reveal your hidden combat potential before the decisive battle. Attentive observers noticed a strange hesitation from the wary Baek Yi-gang, as the opponents took up their fighting positions to begin the fateful duel. The triumphant Mo Yeon-tak, with poorly concealed gloating, admitted to adding his clan's secret drug to the precious wine, although he expressed hypocritical regret about the forced intervention of a powerful sect in their noble confrontation. The vigilant Baek Yi-gang, whose keen senses were honed by years of grueling training, instantly caught the suspicious aroma of the poisoned wine and tried to carefully examine the dangerous drink. The treacherous cup of poisoned wine was quickly knocked out of the hands of the cautious Baek Yi-gang, preventing him from completing his important research. The poisoned warrior suddenly began to cough convulsively, demonstrating the first signs of the action of the insidious poison. Demonstrating an amazing knowledge of poisons, the suffering Baek Yi-gang unmistakably revealed the exact composition of the deadly drink. The experienced warrior accurately identified the presence of rare white seeds, a complex herbal base, and deadly plants added in prohibitively high concentrations. Baek Yi-gang's incredible knowledge of the composition of the secret poison instantly plunged the confused Mo Yeon-tak into a state close to panic. With cold methodicality, Baek Yi-gang explained the effect of the drug. Even a tiny dose of this potion can not only dull pain, but also bring instincts to such a limit that a person loses the ability to sleep for weeks. The creator of this insidious potion clearly had extraordinary knowledge of alchemy, using ingredients so rare and mysterious that even the experienced Baek Yi-gang could not identify them all. The narrative suddenly returns to an earlier moment when Jong-gu, moved perhaps by the remnants of his conscience, showed Baek Yi-gang the drug obtained from Mo Yeon-tak. It turned out that this was not an ordinary poison that dissipates energy, but something more insidious means of temporarily and extremely dangerously enhancing potential strength. Baek Yi-gang, realizing the full extent of the betrayal, was furious at the thought that Mo Yeon-tak planned to give such a dangerous potion to his own brother. knowing full well the inevitable and devastating side effects. Cornered by the revelations, Mo Yuntak drew his sword, pointing its tip straight at Baek Yi-gang. His voice, trembling with rage and fear of exposure, demanded silence, claiming that the enemy was not able to understand the true essence of what was happening. A heavy premonition of the inevitable outcome of this dramatic confrontation hung in the air. The story rewinds back 15 years to a fateful day in the life of Mo Yuntak. Overwhelmed by the joy of being accepted into the Council of Stars, he returned to the ancestral residence, where he accidentally witnessed a heartbreaking scene. His mother, the second wife of the head of the clan, sobbing, asked for forgiveness. Through tears, she revealed a terrible secret. For 20 years, she maintained a secret relationship with a simple tea leaf seller, who was the real father of Mo Yuntak. The man with the severed hand, unable to accept this truth, furiously reminded his mother that his only father was the great noble Blade, and forbade her to ever repeat such speeches. All his life, Mo Yuntak had been proud to belong to an illustrious clan, and the realization that his existence was the result of forbidden love was an unbearable blow. He refused to believe that an ordinary merchant could be his parent, but the treacherous reflection in the rain puddles increasingly showed the features of that same merchant in his own face. Desperate to convince himself of noble birth, he sought to prove that the blood of the Mo clan flowed in his veins. However, time played against him. Every year the resemblance to a commoner merchant became more and more obvious, turning him into an outcast in his own eyes. Back in the present, we see Mo Yuntak, cornered by Baek Yi-gang's revelations, trying to calm down his younger brother. Admitting his defeat, he understands that revealing today's events would mean the end of him. Even getting rid of the poisoned wine could not hide his criminal intentions. Baek Yi-gang, showing amazing foresight, announced the removal of the drug from the wine in advance, depriving Mo Yuntak of his last hope of victory. His own conditions served as irrefutable proof that he had not taken the poison. Driven into a corner, Mo Yuntak could only listen to Baek Yi-gan's conditions. The demands turned out to be unexpected: to leave the territory, never appear before the eyes of Baek Yi-gan again, and to pay 1,000 silver coins. Despite the difficulty of fulfilling the financial condition, Baek Yi-gang generously offered to pay in installments. This demand for money from the heir of the Baek clan seemed inexplicable, but that was where the conditions ended. Baek Yi-gang promised to keep today's events a secret, stressing the importance of maintaining good relations between the clans, especially considering the future of Mo Yuntak's younger brother as a potential clan head. Taking the words as another insult, Mo Yuntak tried to attack, but found that he could not move his hand. Baek Yi-gang revealed that all this time his fingers were directed inward, using a special technique of influencing the joints. He explained that the shame and physical injuries were only a natural consequence of Mo Yuntak's own actions. At that moment, an alarmed Nong Ji-pyun burst into the room, having heard about the loss of consciousness of the young master Baek Yi-gang. The situation was quickly hushed up, explaining the incident as a minor misunderstanding, which was confirmed by Baek Ha-jun. Saying goodbye to his younger brother, Mo Yuntak ordered him to stay to improve his sword skills and understand the world, promising to send people in a month. At that moment, he was struck by the bitter realization of his own fall. Trying to win a duel for the sake of the honor of his imaginary father, he was ready to sacrifice the health of his younger brother by drugging him. And, even knowing the truth, his brother continued to call him brother, forcing Mo Yuntak to finally realize the depth of his own moral failure. One day, Baek Yi-gang decided to have a frank conversation with Mo Yuntak about his older brother. Much to the surprise of his interlocutor, the young man admitted his conflicting feelings. A slight hostility towards his brother was still present, despite the fact that the elder brother used the boy for his own purposes. Mo Yuntak perfectly understood the importance of his father's recognition. Realizing his own weakness and the inability to guarantee victory, his brother was forced to resort to drugs. Listening to the reasoning of young Mo Yuntak, Baek Yi-gang noted his unexpected prudence. In the depths of her soul, she was tormented by the question of whether the boy really considered himself so weak. Having made a decision, she asked everyone to leave the room. Baek Mu-ah clearly protested, but Jin Li-young forcibly took her away. Nong Ji-pyun, calming the situation, promised that they would wait outside. Frightened by the sudden change of situation, Mo Yuntak did not understand Baek Yi-gang's intentions. However, she calmly explained that now that the effect of the drug had worn off, they could start a real fight. She asked the boy to give it his all, noting to himself that he seemed much calmer now than before. Baek Ha-jun gave the signal for the fight to begin, and the blades crossed in the air. Watching the fight, the experienced teacher noted Mo Young-tak's excellent technique, clearly inherited from the Baek family. It became obvious that the young man could cope just fine without the help of drugs. The problem lay only in his lack of faith in his own abilities. During the fight, Baek Yi-gang shared a strange observation that there were many ways to gain recognition in the family, not just winning the fight. These words distracted Mo Young-tak for a moment, but the experienced mentor immediately returned his attention to the enemy. A provocative question followed about who would receive recognition if the newcomer won the fight. Lost in deep thought, Mo Young-tak managed to do the incredible. He cut Baek Ha-jun's sword. When the enemy tried to attribute the victory to the superiority of weapons, Baek Yi-gang wisely noted that victory is victory regardless of the circumstances. Anxious thoughts tormented the soul of Mo Young-tak, far from feeling triumphant, as he agonized over the mysterious true intentions of his older brother. The astute Baek Yi-gang, as if reading the young man's troubled thoughts, gently hinted that his brother could not have gone too far, and if he hurried right now, it was still possible to catch up with him. Before leaving quickly, the wise mentor solemnly presented the excited boy with a special, priceless gift that was supposed to change his fate. Deep memories flooded Mo Yeon-tak's mind. His whole life was filled with desperate attempts to prove the purity of his blood, and belonging to the Mo Yeon family, which led to many irreparable mistakes. Having decisively caught up with his brother, the excited Mo Yeon-tak finally dared to ask the main question that tormented his soul. Were all Mo Yeon-tak's actions aimed not at achieving personal glory, but at the well-being and development of his younger brother? At this moment, the bitter truth was revealed. The elder brother always had conflicting feelings due to the fact that Mo Yeon-tak was born with incredible natural talent and impeccably pure blood of the illustrious clan. Now it became clear why the wise mentor taught his younger brother the most complex technique of the heaven and earth blade instead of the traditional technique of the star-cloud blade, passed down in their family for generations. A sudden insight dawned on Mo Young-tak. Even his brother's unexpected non-participation in the decisive duel was part of his carefully thought-out, wise plan. An unforgettable moment of the meeting was the stunning news that the magnanimous Baek Yi-gang had given his younger brother the legendary full-fledged blade of the 7 stars, an ancient, priceless treasure of the Mo Yan family, lost in brutal previous fights. As events unfolded, it turned out that the far-sighted Baek Yi-gang had previously agreed with the wise patriarch to return the sacred blade, having been deeply impressed by the exceptional talent of both brothers. A fair condition for the return of the legendary weapon was the gradual payment of a significant debt of 1,000 precious silver coins, collected with great difficulty. Deeply moved, Mo Yeon-tak, finally sincerely recognizing his younger brother's outstanding services to the clan, showed unprecedented warmth. Filled with brotherly love, the warrior patted his younger brother on the head with unexpected tenderness, sincerely praising him for his incredible diligence and dedication in training. The grateful boy, driven by pure thoughts and brotherly love, unexpectedly invited his older brother to take the legendary blade for himself. The wise mentor resolutely refused the generous offer, proudly emphasizing that it was the valiant Mo Young-tak who, with his perseverance and talent, earned the honorable right to own the sacred weapon. The exciting events of this amazing tale found their logical conclusion the next sunny afternoon in the imposing courtyard of the wise elders of the clan. On this significant day, Baek Yi-gang reported to his attentive father the most important news. The elite Red Dragon Brigade had finally discovered clear traces of the mysterious assassin, but the astute father was much more worried about the unexpected departure of one of the talented children of the Mo Yan clan. Although he personally asked the promising young man to make reliable friends in the powerful clan. An embarrassed Baek Yi-gang awkwardly explained to his concerned father that the triumphant return of the legendary 7 Stars blade had naturally and unexpectedly developed into the birth of strong friendships between the clans. After carefully listening to a detailed account of the recent dramatic events, the insightful father instantly realized the true purpose of his son's visit: participation in a dangerous duel with sacred swords, which could easily escalate into a serious inter-clan conflict. The wise Baek Ryu-san noted with fatherly pride the selfless efforts of his beloved son, knowing full well how incredibly difficult it was for him to cope with such a dangerous situation all alone. At a tense moment, when the shrewd patriarch discreetly hinted at his knowledge of the use of Hao's forbidden blade, The alarmed Baek Yigang began to hastily come up with convincing justifications for his actions. The wise father only calmly expressed deep satisfaction with the fact that the talented son firmly kept his promise to solve all serious problems on his own, but warned the ardent young man against the danger of excessive pride, wisely reminding him that the preservation of precious friendly relations between the clans became possible only thanks to the timely return of the legendary sword. After the ceremonial departure of the respected patriarch, the sacred blade Immortality noted with genuine joy the obvious paternal pride in the outstanding achievements of his talented son. Suddenly, at this significant moment, the mysterious Baekjitai, who had not appeared in his native land for a long time, unexpectedly joined the excited interlocutors. The younger brother of the renowned Baek Ryu-san has earned the ominous nickname of the Soul Thief of Smiling Faces for his creepy habit of mercilessly killing opponents with a constant smile on his distorted face. The monstrous cruelty of this ruthless warrior did not stand out at all among the numerous other members of the powerful Pak clan, famous for its harsh traditions. During the brutal times of a bloody confrontation with a wrongful faction in distant San, the legendary brothers Baek Ryu-san and Baek Ji-tai staged a deadly ambush in the Dark Demon Pavilion, mercilessly slaughtering nearly 100 inexperienced students of various martial arts schools. In that epic battle, the unfortunate Baek Ji-tai received a terrible head injury, and although after a painful 3-day operation, skilled doctors miraculously managed to save his life, the cursed fragment of an iron hook stuck in his head forever doomed the unfortunate warrior to an eternal creepy smile. Even after the tragic loss of his beloved parents and dearly beloved wife, his frozen face was physically unable to express his deepest sorrow, and the attentive Baek Ryu-san meanwhile sincerely praised his devoted brother for the successful work with the most important evidence, which was quite expected given his responsibilities in the clan. Observing the illustrious brothers closely, the astute Baek Yigang particularly noted their impressive outward cohesion, and their fascinating conversation unexpectedly touched upon the legendary story of how his mighty father heroically defeated the ancient 1,000-year-old snow woman with the significant help of his faithful uncle. The wise sacred blade delicately reminded those present of the extremely ambiguous fate of siblings in ancient martial arts families, carefully hinting at the sinister secret skillfully hidden behind the eternal frightening smile of the mysterious Baek Ji-tai. At the most important meeting in the central hall, the imperturbable Baek Ji-tai reported in detail to those present that among the 20 carefully researched osanes, the first serious clues had only now been found, especially praising the effective work of the elite Red Dragon Squad. Unexpected tension arose when one of the conservative elders openly expressed obvious dissatisfaction with Baek Ji-tai's defiant behavior, allegedly tarnishing the impeccable reputation of the illustrious squad. The imperious grandmother Baek Yigang, the wise leader of the Council of Elders, decisively intervened in the flaring-up conflict, immediately demanding that all important evidence discovered be presented to the meeting. By strict order of the stern commander of the elite detachment, the main culprit was solemnly introduced into the spacious hall. He unexpectedly turned out to be a talented architect who had once designed the impregnable castle of the clan. During intense interrogation, it turned out that several months ago, a greedy traitor secretly sold the secret drawings of the sacred castle to a certain extremely suspicious person for the impressive sum of 1,000 precious silver coins. The wise elders were deeply shocked by the monstrous betrayal of the sacred trust of the clan for the sake of despicable money. The exposed architect could only humbly ask for forgiveness from the offended congregation, realizing the inevitability of severe punishment for his crime. The attentive Baek Yigang, who closely followed everything that was happening in the hall, could not logically connect the strange conversation about the stolen drawings with the recent mysterious attack by skilled assassins. The astute young man was also greatly disturbed by the inexplicable silence of the wise sacred blade Immortality, who usually actively participated in such investigations. Unexpectedly for everyone present, the mysterious Baek Ji-tai, suddenly using the ancient technique of frequency experience, solemnly addressed the silent meeting. The mysterious warrior unexpectedly admitted to the shocked public that he was keeping some important secret, which he was ready to share exclusively with his beloved nephew, Baek Yigang. The mysterious Baek Ji-tai persistently asked his excited nephew to meet him in a secluded garden immediately after the conclusion of an important meeting. In the picturesque garden of the ancient Baek clan, where the cool air was filled with the sweet aroma of centuries-old willows, and the freshness of the approaching evening, the majestic sacred blade immortality stood reverently in deep contemplation, without taking his attentive gaze from the mighty tree that he had planted with his own hands in the distant past. The amazing metamorphoses of time amazed the imagination. Once a fragile green sprout barely reached the waist of young Baek Yigan, and now the mighty tree proudly raised its spreading crown to the endless skies, turning into a silent guardian of time, constantly reminding of the transience of earthly years and the inexorability of future changes. Baek Yigang, tormented by questions about the strange absence of the sacred blade at the meeting, tried to find out the reason for his silence. However, he, skillfully avoiding a direct answer, plunged into mysterious legends about ancient willows whose branches were imbued with the mystical power of changing ghosts. According to him, in ancient times, even powerful shamans were under the power of these mysterious trees, drawing their strength from them. Driven by curiosity and a desire to test the ancient belief, Baek Yigang tore off a flexible branch and, almost playfully, struck a light blow to the back of an old man passing by. Suddenly, a loud cry of pain cut through the silence of the garden. The effect was much stronger than expected, although it was explained not so much by the mystical properties of the willow, but by the young man's years of honed combat techniques. Despite the old man's persistent admonitions to get rid of the dangerous branch, Baek Yigang, drawn by an inexplicable premonition, carefully hid it in his bosom. The appearance of Baek Jite brought a new note to the measured flow of the evening. Apologizing for the delay caused by endless inquiries from the elders, he handed his nephew a small package, which contained 3 precious herbs filled with life-giving yang energy. Even an experienced sacred blade could not hide his deepest amazement. These rarest herbs, which could only be found in the mysterious lands near the northeastern Black River, had a value that surpassed any material treasures in the world. Inspired, the sacred blade immediately volunteered to teach young Baek Yigang the ancient secrets of the proper use of this priceless gift. Behind the ostentatious care and demonstrative generosity of the cunning Baek Jite were hidden far-reaching plans, which he revealed with the disarming directness characteristic of his ever-smiling, distorted face. The insidious schemer, speaking about the progressive, fatal lung disease of Baek Yigang's father, skillfully painted a gloomy picture of the inevitable future changes in the leadership of the powerful clan. In Baek Jite's carefully thought-out plan, the future young leader of the clan was not to become the straightforward Baek Hajung, and all power was to smoothly pass under the full control of the Council of Elders. The ambitious Baek Jite planned by that time to take an influential place among the elders, having received the right to nominate a new patriarch, and only the strategic appointment of the obedient Baek Yigang as a young leader could open him a direct path to absolute power in the ancient clan. Wise beyond his years, Baek Yigang, maintaining inner calm, gently but firmly rejected the cunning veiled proposal of his power-hungry uncle. The humble young man spoke openly about his own limitations and expressed full confidence in Baek Hajun's outstanding abilities to confidently lead the clan along the right path of development. The cunning Baek Jite, seeing the complete failure of his original plan, quickly moved on to the real purpose of the important conversation, sharing the disturbing information received from the interrogated architect. The mysterious buyers of the secret drawings showed an unusually keen interest in their authenticity and accuracy. Such strange behavior clearly indicated a purposeful search for something specific, carefully hidden within the ancient walls of an impregnable building. The tense secret conversation was suddenly interrupted by the unexpected appearance of the beautiful So Ryu. The proud warrior from the elite Red Dragon Squad radiated strength and confidence with every move she made. The sudden appearance of So Ryu brought a completely new dimension to the conversation. The amazing story of 2 named sisters, not related by blood, but united by fate much stronger than many siblings. Their unique life path within the clan clearly reflected the main characteristic of the 7 great martial arts clans. Unlike numerous other schools that expanded their influence through teachings and doctrines, the ancient clans willingly accepted worthy followers and orphaned children into their ranks, giving them a new loving family and a high destiny. Cruel fate mercilessly sent the named sisters along different paths in life. The modest So Hua was assigned to a simple maid. The talented So Ryu fell under the powerful wing of Baek Jite himself, eventually becoming one of the best elite warriors of the famous Red Dragon Squad. The huge differences in the social status of the sisters could not destroy their deepest spiritual affection for each other. Rare precious meetings only strengthened their unbreakable bond. turning ordinary sisterly bonds into something much deeper and more meaningful. The astute Baek Yigang, trying to diffuse the tension, deftly turned the conversation to his favorite topic of martial arts. The young man was sincerely amazed to learn that the talented So Ryu, in addition to the traditional techniques of the clan, had perfectly mastered the secret art of the moonwalk, a secret technique that was usually taught only to selected members of the mysterious Secret Mist Squad. A sudden shadow of a long-cherished dream flashed in the expressive eyes of the beautiful warrior. The brave girl admitted to meticulous preparations for a big joint trip with her beloved sister to the distant, mysterious lands of Kanho. The unexpected appearance of the cheerful Baek Hajun and Mo Yuntak brought relief to everyone, especially the most stressed Baek Yigun. Their timely arrival, like a fresh spring wind, instantly dispelled the thickening clouds of understatement and hidden intentions, becoming for the exhausted Baek Yigang a true salvation from an increasingly confusing, difficult situation. The long-awaited joyful meeting with true friends, Mo Yongtak and Baek Hajun, instantly brought liveliness to the oppressively tense atmosphere. Perceptive beyond his years, Mo Yongtak immediately noticed how Baek Yigun's gloomy mood had magically transformed, and a cheerful, playful skirmish immediately broke out between the young men when Mo Yongtak playfully complained about Baek Hajun's stubborn reluctance to train with him, to which he responded with feigned seriousness about the complete meaninglessness of a duel with an obviously weaker opponent. Their sincere, good-natured squabble clearly testified to the emergence of a strong, true friendship between the young warriors. The sudden appearance of an agitated and out-of-breath Baek Mua shattered the calm serenity of the joyful moment. The alarmed girl, having learned about Baek Yigang's impending dangerous journey to distant Cheonrim, desperately begged to be taken with him, completely oblivious to his clearly painful condition. The wise So Ryu tried in vain to reason with the excited girl, but the stubborn Baek Mua, driven by sincere concern for her beloved, continued to persistently demand her way, fervently promising the most exemplary behavior along the way. The difficult situation was masterfully resolved by the resourceful Jin Li Young, gently but firmly leading her overly excited little sister away from the embarrassed Baek Yigang. After this intensely emotional scene, an embarrassed Baek Yigang awkwardly apologized to the imperturbable Seo Ryu for the constant chaos reigning around his humble person. The insightful girl subtly noticed that the young master was truly loved in the clan, although he himself, constantly remembering his unenviable position, categorically could not agree with this obvious statement. Baek Yigang's sensitive perception caught something strange and alarming in the mysterious behavior of the silent So Ryu. Having reached the secluded residence, the caring Baek Yigang immediately went to collect So Hua's necessary things, leaving the thoughtful girl to patiently wait for his return. The astute, sacred blade openly shared his serious doubts with the young man. The cunning So Ryu was clearly not telling much about her true fighting skills, and looked at Baek Yigang with poorly concealed, deep hostility. The wise young man philosophically noted that her negative feelings were quite understandable. The only native member of her family died tragically, heroically defending the one whom she rightly considered a completely useless scion of a powerful clan. The strict teacher immediately and sharply condemned Baek Yigun's self-deprecating attitude towards the current situation. The wise mentor considered it absolutely wrong and unacceptable to belittle the true significance of the noble sacrifice of the faithful So Hua. A deep, intense philosophical dialogue began between teacher and student about the highest value of human life and the true sacred meaning of voluntary self-sacrifice. The adamant teacher insistently demanded that Baek Yigang immediately stop engaging in shameful self-deception for the sake of imaginary relief for his tormented conscience. Having resolutely returned with the collected belongings of the late So Hua, the brave Baek Yigang finally decided to have a direct, frank conversation with her sister. The brave young man directly asked if So Ryu really hated him for continuing to live a joyful, fulfilling life after the heroic sacrifice of her beloved sister. The honest girl openly confirmed his insightful guess about her true feelings. The noble warrior unexpectedly added that she sincerely did not want him to return to his former painful life, full of suffering and deprivation. Touched, Baek Yigang responded by sharing his sacred promise to the dying So Hua. The young man vowed to live a full, happy life, to be cured of a serious illness, to live to be a respectable 100 years old, and sooner or later to find the insidious killer of his faithful servant. Seo Ryu admitted that despite her dislike, she understood her sister's decision to save him. From the letters So Hua sent her, the image of a person worthy of a second chance emerged. Baek Yi-gong, looking at the familiar handwriting, remembered how he taught So-hwa to read and write precisely for this correspondence. Among the letters, he discovered something special. So-hwa's ring, sent along with the last message. A few days later, while preparing for a long journey, Baek Yi-gong was moved by the send-off. Baek Ha-jun, Mo-yeon-tak, and Baek Mu-ah came to say goodbye. Having settled into the carriage, he unfolded So-hwa's letters, where she shared her observations of their life together and amazing discoveries about the young master. The ring and necklace hanging nearby became silent witnesses to this touching moment. Memories of a recent conversation with the teacher surfaced in his memory. Just 3 days ago, they discussed this feature of his nature. The teacher then noted that although sleepwalking is more common in children, Baek Yi-gang's case was truly unique. The ability not only to wander in his sleep, but to cook delicious rice cakes and conduct meaningful conversations went beyond ordinary somnambulism. A smile involuntarily touched the young man's lips as he remembered his amazement, waking up with inexplicable joy on his face, not remembering the events of the previous night. While carefully studying the letter, Baek Yi-gang suddenly discovered a disturbing reference to a mysterious ring that he allegedly personally brought to So-hwa shortly before the fatal explosion. According to the maid's recollections, the young master himself gave her the unnecessary jewelry, after which she wisely sent it to her sister with practical advice to sell the jewelry in case of emergency. And the sacred blade who heard about this ring showed extraordinary excitement. The excited mentor described the once fashionable topaz jewelry that belonged to him in the distant past, and the gloomy Baek Yi-gang noted the ominous coincidence. Exactly the same rings adorned the fingers of the recent mysterious attackers. The method of transferring the ring seemed especially alarming. So Ryu handed it directly to her sister, deliberately bypassing the influential Baek Ji-tai. This seemingly insignificant gesture gave rise to dark thoughts about the possible involvement of the most cunning uncle in the recent attempt on the life of his nephew. Heavy, anxious thoughts were interrupted by a long-awaited halt at a picturesque mountain pass, where the tired caravan decided to take a night's rest before continuing the dangerous journey. Neung Ji-pyun and Jin Lee Young's sincere concern for Baek Yi-gang's well-being was evident in every detail. They persistently offered the young man a comfortable overnight stay in a warm carriage under soft blankets, causing him embarrassment on an unexpectedly warm evening. The wise teacher, watching this touching scene with a smile, understood that his caring companions still saw in his pupil a fragile creature in need of constant care, although the reason for his current state was only natural fatigue from the long journey. The evening dinner especially clearly highlighted the amazing changes in the character of the young master. When the embarrassed servant, apologizing for the simplicity of the camp meal, served Baek Yi-gan a modest portion, promising more refined dishes the next day, the noble young man responded with sincere, heartfelt gratitude, which incredibly surprised and delighted the simple servant. This unusual episode immediately prompted the curious sacred blade to inquire about the previous behavior of his young charge. Embarrassed, Baek Yi-gang honestly admitted his past arrogance and bad habit of constantly complaining about the insufficient quality of food and minor everyday inconveniences. The peaceful evening atmosphere was suddenly disturbed by the unexpected appearance of a huge wild boar. The instant reaction of those present to the danger revealed amazing new facets of their complex characters. The devoted Neung Ji-pyun instinctively rushed to protect the young master from the enraged beast. The experienced warrior froze in amazement, amazed by the unexpected behavior of his charge. Instead of the expected panic fear, young Baek Yi-gang showed the amazing composure of an experienced warrior. The attentive young man had already noticed the approach of the second ferocious boar and was preparing for an inevitable fight to the death. A real unexpected revelation for everyone present was the sudden intervention of the graceful Jin Lee Young. The talented girl demonstrated mastery of the ancient cloud walk of Chanram, a legendary technique that turns martial movements into a graceful dance across the heavenly clouds. The incredible skill of the young warrior aroused everyone's sincere admiration, but the amazing insight of the young Baek Yi-gan caused even more surprise to the amazed Neung Ji-pyun. The talented young man not only accurately identified the complex technique of cloud walking in the midst of a fierce battle, but also, as it later turned out, noticed the approaching mortal danger before all the experienced warriors. This startling observation immediately evoked in the impressed warrior a vivid memory of Baek Yi-gang's recent humble request. The young master asked to teach him the ancient skill of the sword. Now it became obvious that the young man really had enormous potential, perhaps surpassing the outstanding abilities of Mr. Baek Ha-jun himself. The next sunny day brought the weary caravan to a hospitable local village, where the successful sale of wild boars provided the travelers with a warm welcome. The satisfied merchant, having received a generous payment in pure silver, immediately provided the noble guests with the best rooms in his inn. Carefully studying the tattered road maps, the travelers found out that the dangerous journey to the next settlement would take at least 4 to 5 difficult days. Local residents warned that a bloodthirsty man-eating tiger had recently begun to terrorize these wild areas. The imperturbable Baek Yigang maintained an Olympic calm. The reliable presence of such powerful defenders as the skillful Jin Li-young and the invincible Nong Ji-pyun completely guaranteed the safety of the entire caravan. The memorable evening was crowned with a precious, unexpected gift. The noble Nong Ji-pyun solemnly presented the excited Baek Yigan with a special sword, skillfully forged using the ancient technique of hundreds of thousands of folds, explaining to the embarrassed young man his wise choice. The former heavy blade, with all its undoubted advantages, turned out to be too massive for regular use. Training, while the new light weapons were ideal for honing perfect technique and developing true skill. The grateful young man accepted the priceless gift with deep reverence, immediately feeling how the ideally light blade fits into his hand, as if it had been created especially for him by great masters. And the wise sacred blade Immortality immediately noted the special harmony between the magic sword and its new worthy owner, clearly foreshadowing great things to come. Future achievements on the chosen path of improvement. During a lively conversation, the inquisitive Baek Yigang expressed a sincere desire to study the complex skill of the legendary blade of heaven and earth. But the experienced Nung Ji-pyun, realizing that this powerful technique requires more than a month of hard training, proposed a worthy alternative: the mysterious technique of the ancient shadowless sword pavilion, and the amazing insight of the young man who somehow learned about this secret art sincerely amazed the wise mentor. The ancient history of the legendary shadowless sword pavilion stretched back to a time long before the birth of young Baek Yigang. The powerful sect once became famous for its mesmerizing and lightning-fast techniques of masterly possession of a deadly sword. The glorious path of the ancient school ended tragically, after one of the treacherous students secretly stole the sacred secret of the Wudan school. The rapid decline of the once great sect began, and the influential Muram Alliance and other powerful martial arts schools immediately turned away from the disgraced pavilion, whose confused members were rapidly losing former influence in the world of martial arts, were forced to disperse throughout the world. The humble Baek Yigang sincerely doubted his modest abilities to master this legendary technique of the ancient masters. Confident Nung Ji-pyun firmly stated that to begin with, he would show the young man only the simplest basic technique of the secret art. When an attentive student tried to reasonably point out the obvious impossibility of carefully examining a complex technique from the back, the skillful Nung Ji-pyun unexpectedly demonstrated truly amazing skill. The deadly blade of the great master came within 1 dangerous centimeter of Baek Yigang's astonished face with lightning speed. The impeccable sword managed to masterfully cut a falling autumn leaf, and the shocked young man, with all his efforts, could not catch a single lightning-fast movement of the great master. The wise sacred blade Immortality, carefully observing the amazing happening, the ancient artifact perfectly understood the true historical significance of this fateful moment. The noble Nung Ji-pyun finally decided to pass on his precious secret technique of the shadowless sword pavilion to a worthy successor. The tragic events of the distant past suddenly surfaced in the memory of the faithful warrior. A bloody picture of a brutal ambush by an insidious sect of heretics and fanatical members of a demonic cult, the last wise words of a dying noble abbot. The great teacher asked the devotee Nung Ji-pyun not to waste his life on fruitless revenge, but to save his precious life and find a worthy successor to the sacred technique of the ancient masters. After the tragic fall of the glorious pavilion, the rebellious Nung Ji-pyun became a lonely wanderer, whose bloody path was marked by countless victorious fights with treacherous heretics, and the huge number of destroyed enemies earned him the formidable nickname of the Hero of the Bloody Blade. Even the greatest warrior cannot fight alone forever. In the wild mountains, he was suddenly overtaken by a carefully prepared deadly ambush. Only the timely noble intervention of the mighty Baek Ru-san miraculously saved the life of the exhausted warrior. At that fateful moment, the brave Nung Ji-pyun ready to take the sacred secret of the Wudan school to an early grave, unexpectedly met an amazing man who did not need this ancient knowledge at all. The mighty Baek Ryu-san already possessed the legendary heaven and earth blade techniques and the invincible, immortal martial arts. The noble warrior intervened in the unequal battle solely out of an innate sense of justice and human compassion. This is how the devoted Nong Ji-pyun found a new, reliable home in the powerful Baek clan, becoming its loyal and respected member. Now, looking carefully at the talented young Baek Yi-gang, the wise Nong Ji-pyun finally saw the only one who could completely entrust the sacred ancient secrets of the Shadowless Sword Pavilion. Unlike the strong Baek Ha-jun, who was not suitable for sophisticated techniques, Baek Yi-gang had particularly heightened senses due to the blockage of his sins, which made his perception unusually acute. The unique feature of the body made Baek Yi-gang an ideal candidate to study the lost art of the ancient Shadowless Sword Pavilion. In a spacious dojo, filled with warm golden light, the wise Nong Ji-pyun began to teach Baek Yi-gang a mysterious ancient technique. The most complex technology was aimed at developing human feelings to an incredible, almost supernatural level. The first basic exercise, which seemed deceptively simple, required the young student to do the impossible: to catch a flying apple while standing with his back to an experienced teacher. The difficult test was supposed to teach Baek Yi-gang to detect the slightest movements of air, feel the enemy's breath, and accurately predict the trajectory of a deadly blade, relying only on a heightened perception of the surrounding space. The incredulous Baek Yi-gang, frowning, openly expressed doubt about the need for such a complex approach to a simple apple trick. The wise Nong Ji-pyun smiled patiently and revealed the deep meaning of the unusual training. The ancient technique, similar to working with mysterious meridians, was rooted in divine abilities and required the practitioner to completely rethink the usual perception of reality. The bright sun slowly rolled towards the distant horizon, painting the spacious dojo in warm crimson tones, while the tireless Nong Ji-pyun continued to methodically throw ripe apples. Despite the fact that not a single apple was caught, the attentive teacher noted with deep satisfaction the noticeable progress. Baek Yi-gang was more and more accurately determining the moment of the throw, and his reactions were becoming more and more refined. The mysterious technique, which bore the simple but profound name of Light Without Shadow, belonged to the ancient Wind Pavilion, and even the experienced Nong Ji-pyun himself honestly admitted that he spent many years to fully master it. An unexpected breakthrough came when the astonished teacher discovered that Baek Yi-gang, despite the thick plugs in his ears, could read his lips with amazing accuracy. The talented young man demonstrated an incredible ability to accurately determine the trajectory of a flying apple, even when completely unable to see or hear its rapid approach. This amazing discovery so amazed the experienced Nong Ji-pyun that he immediately suggested conducting additional complicated training in completely new conditions. The intensive lesson was suddenly interrupted by an urgent call from an alarmed doctor, whose out-of-breath messenger rushed in with important news. Looking thoughtfully after the quickly departing talented student, the wise Nong Ji-pyun thought about how amazingly well Baek Yi-gang, although very different from Mr. Baek Ha-jung, was suitable for studying the most complex technique, Light Without Shadow. That special one was already visible in his smooth movements' grace that distinguished the true masters of this ancient art. The sudden alarm of the attentive Jin Li-young had very serious reasons. An experienced doctor found himself with a rare and extremely dangerous herb that grows only on the most inaccessible mountain cliffs. This mysterious herb, popularly known as Velika, contained enormous amounts of pure life energy. The dangerous plant had the unique property of attracting wild animals with its strong, intoxicating aroma. The wise elder, slowly shaking his gray head, seriously warned that hungry tigers could unmistakably smell her alluring scent from many miles away. The simple possession of this valuable but dangerous plant turned into a deadly game with fate. At the same alarming time, in the distant mountains, shrouded in thick early evening haze, a real tragedy began to unfold. The inseparable brother and sister, frivolously ignoring the stern warnings of their elders about a hungry tiger roaming in the dark forest, blithely went in search of ripe chestnuts. Sincere childish joy from the unexpected discovery of a rich autumn harvest completely eclipsed natural caution. The children, captivated by the fun-collecting competition, did not notice the lurking mortal danger at all. Only the keen animal sense of an attentive girl who caught the characteristic smell of a cunning tiger trap in time miraculously saved the precious life of her younger brother. At the last critical moment, The brave sister pushed the unsuspecting boy away with lightning speed. The heroic girl herself fell into a merciless iron trap while saving her beloved brother. The rough hunters suddenly appeared and looked with interest at the trapped prey. Their faces, hardened by cruel life, expressed a strange mixture of surprise and frankly cruel interest. The ruthless hunters were sincerely amazed by the incredible vitality of the brave girl. The frightened little boy, inconsolably bursting into bitter tears, desperately begged the cruel hunters to help his beloved sister. The rude hunters only contemptuously pushed the sobbing child away. The cruel people, with obvious contempt, reproached the frightened boy with black ingratitude for their hard work in setting numerous traps. The attentive hunter suddenly noticed the strange, unnatural coldness of the delicate skin of a helpless girl caught in a cruel trap. The cruel man's eyes glinted ominously with an unkind fire as he quickly sent his faithful comrade after the rest of their large group, clearly planning something truly cruel. The ruthless hunters began to roughly touch the helpless, immobilized girl. The brave younger brother, driven by despair and righteous rage, immediately began to shower the cruel tormentors with sharp stones, loudly demanding that his beloved sister be left alone. The enraged hunter, extremely irritated by the unexpected impudence of the small child, decided to cruelly teach him a harsh lesson. The rude hunter did not even suspect that the formidable Baek Yi-gan had already silently appeared behind his broad back. The noble young warrior, silently observing this cruel scene, reflected with deep bitterness on the endless cruelty of the world towards the weak and defenseless. The insolent hunter, suddenly noticing the uninvited presence, arrogantly asked what the rich gentleman had forgotten in these wild mountains. In response to the rude order not to interfere, the noble Baek Yi-gang only smiled sadly. The young warrior sincerely regretted that he would have to use the sacred light without shadow technique against such an insignificant opponent, but there was simply no other choice. The tense air was suddenly cut through by lightning-fast, deadly movement. The swift Baek Yi-gang delivered an accurate, crushing blow directly to the unprotected shoulder of the self-confident hunter. The attentive sacred blade, noticing several bright drops of fresh blood on the red festive robe of the young man, regretfully complained about the lack of purity in the execution of the complex technique. At this critical moment, the astonished Nung Ji-pyun suddenly appeared, sincerely amazed at the incredible skill with which his talented student applied the most complex technique he had just learned. The modest Baek Yi-gang, having sincerely thanked his wise mentor, immediately paid close attention to the little boy, trembling with animal fear, who was worried only about the serious condition of his beloved sister. The determined Baek Yi-gang, without wasting any precious time, immediately asked the faithful Nung Ji-pyun to help with the safe transportation of both unfortunate children. The caring teacher very carefully lifted the seriously wounded girl into his strong arms, while the attentive Baek Yi-gang carefully seated the frightened boy on a calm horse. The grateful young guide gravely warned his noble rescuers of the mortal danger that patiently awaited them in the gloomy village. The frightened boy spoke in detail about a large group of ruthless tiger hunters, numbering more than 20 cruel people, led by a particularly ferocious captain. Despite the outward confidence of the calm Baek Yi-gang, the difficult situation suddenly became more complicated when a bright signal fire suddenly flashed in the darkening sky, a conventional sign of the urgent gathering of all hunters. The experienced Nung Ji-pyun, having carefully examined the characteristic color of the cheap signal light, noted with undisguised contempt its poor quality, typical of the worthless scum of the despicable heretical faction. The insightful Baek Yi-gang immediately agreed with the wise mentor. The young warrior remembered well how frankly weak these boastful hunters seemed to him during the recent skirmish. The enraged captain of the cruel tiger hunters, hastily learning of the daring attack on his loyal subordinate, immediately demanded to identify the daring culprits. Frightened subordinates hastily pointed to the slowly approaching rich carriage. The attentive captain instantly recognized the sacred symbols of the powerful Pak clan on the expensive carriage. Fully aware of the influential people his worthless subordinates had carelessly encountered, the pale captain instantly bowed in an obsequious deep bow before the formidable Nung Ji-pyun. The frightened leader began to hurriedly apologize sincerely for the fact that his people did not immediately recognize the venerable representatives of the noble clans of Baek and Chanrim. Watching this scene, the boy could not believe his eyes, but Baek Yi-gang calmly assured him that there was nothing to worry about now. In a quiet mountain village, an unusual scene unfolded. Kang Myung-ho, the captain of the Tiger Hunter squad, was kneeling and introducing himself to a stranger. With undisguised pride, he told about his hunting exploits and the loud nickname of the Mountain Star Divine Dragon. The The warriors accompanying Baek Yi Gung could hardly restrain their laughter at those times when pompous titles were handed out right and left. This man clearly did not live up to his pompous nickname. The stranger, rising from his knees, uttered a wise phrase that only a diamond can cut a diamond, hinting at the special nature of a true hunter. The stern Kong Myung-ho, unimpressed by the pathetic excuses, immediately issued a severe reprimand for the inappropriate behavior of his subordinates who dared to offend the defenseless village children. Particularly stern was his stern warning about responsibility for the life of the wounded sister of one of the local boys. The shocked little boy, who had never before seen anyone dare to openly confront the powerful tiger hunters, burst into tears of sincere gratitude to the noble Baek Yi gang, respectfully calling him young master. After the dramatic events, the tired Baek Yi gang calmly settled into the spacious residence of the hospitable John family. The grateful hosts, as a sign of deep gratitude, provided the important guest with luxurious accommodations and carefully prepared a healing flower bath to restore his strength. Immersed in heavy thoughts about how the cruel tiger hunters poisoned the peaceful lives of defenseless local residents with impunity, the young warrior acutely felt the fatigue accumulated over the long day throughout his exhausted body. Only the miraculous healing potions of the caring Jin Li Young, prepared as if by magic, helped the exhausted young man to stand confidently on his feet. When the hot water began to slowly cool down, and the refreshed Baek Yi gang had already put on clean, fresh clothes, suddenly a mysterious old man appeared, politely expressing his modest hope of also enjoying a relaxing hot bath. And the pensive young warrior at that moment was seriously thinking about whether the dangerous immersion in hot water would harm the sacred blade of immortality. Suddenly, Baek Yi gang's close attention was attracted by the motionless kneeling figure of the alarmed Jin Li Young. To his polite question about the strange reasons for waking up so late, the excited girl spoke in detail about the oppressive, alarming atmosphere of the frightened village, where several unfortunate people had already fallen victims to the mysterious paws of a ferocious tiger. However, something much more sinister was disturbing her feminine heart. The astute Baek Yi gang immediately assumed that the wise girl was using some kind of special magical drawing for a mysterious insight into the dark past of the ancient village. The thoughtful girl frankly explained the complexity of her unusual situation. A talented student of two famous schools at once, the warlike fighting flower and the healing flower Long. The gifted girl was fluent in both deadly martial arts and complex healing, mysterious illusion techniques and ancient spells. Her inquisitive mind was especially interested in the tragic story of one respected family, whose innocent children mysteriously died one after another, and superstitious local residents persistently blamed these deaths on evil demons and vengeful ghosts, especially the terrible Dokaibe, legendary creatures similar to creepy goblins who they mercilessly strangled helpless people with their long hairs. The brave Jin Li Young, skillfully using the secret knowledge of a skilled student of the fighting flower, successfully managed to cope with the mortal threat, although she modestly believed that an experienced student of the mysterious flower Long would have coped much more effectively. During a fascinating conversation, it suddenly became clear that the mysterious spirits are significantly different from ordinary wild animals. The magical eyes of Pussy are highly valued by experienced alchemists more than any precious stones. The sharp claws of the legendary eagle dragon are many times stronger than any known metal, and the carefully purified narcotic core of the mysterious yukai can miraculously turn into a powerful magical medicine. At the mere mention of the latest miracle cure, the excited Baek Yi gang's anxious heartbeat noticeably increased. The deep conversation was suddenly interrupted by the alarming, ominous ringing of magical silver balls from the attentive Jin Li Young. Special mystical artifacts that sound mysterious only in the ominous presence of imminent death. This unexpected alarm instantly plunged both the wise sacred blade of immortality and the most alarmed Baek Yi gang into indescribable shock. Determined warriors, without wasting precious time, immediately rushed to the mysterious source of the ominous alarm bell, fully prepared to adequately meet any new mortal danger. The natural curiosity of the inquisitive Baek Yi gang led to detailed questions about the mysterious nature of the silver magic balls. He asked with interest whether such a powerful spell would work with any ordinary silver spheres on a red, sacred thread. But the wise Jin Li Yan patiently explained the special mystical nature of these ancient artifacts, personally created by the great patriarch himself. Carefully watching how the dexterous girl carefully cleans the precious necklace of the magical eyes of the Pussy, the astute young man rightly assumed that she was successfully making money on the profitable sale of such rare wonders. After all, even the greatest martial arts masters constantly need significant funds for a decent existence. The honest girl did not deny the obvious. The powerful clan was indeed actively trading in the most valuable energy cores of the defeated yokai. Skilled craftsmen sometimes solemnly presented their miraculous healing potions to the divine emperor himself, invariably receiving a generous royal reward. Their unique mystical connection with magical herbs and rare plants made it possible to create completely unique, powerful elixirs. The legendary Great Restorative Elixir, the miraculous elixir of solving lines, and the mysterious elixir of the cities from the rarest purple perilla. At the mere mention of these truly legendary medicines, capable of even miraculously bringing the long-dead back to life, the impressed Baek Yi-gang was finally confirmed in the correctness of his wise decision to completely trust the powerful Chanrim clan. Carefully approaching the mysterious source of the alarm bell, the caring Jin Li-young insistently demanded that Baek Yi-gang wisely stay behind. Although the magical pussy necklace reliably protected him from evil yokai, reasonable caution is never superfluous. The wise sacred blade unexpectedly revealed the true reason for its mysterious presence. It was specially invited precisely for the final expulsion of the dangerous spirit. The attentive Baek Yi-gang immediately noticed the extremely strange behavior of the alarmed bells and the mysterious presence of the ancient blade. The powerful artifact self-confidently explained its absolute superiority over the entire otherworldly kingdom of restless spirits. However, his excessive self-confidence was instantly shaken when, upon lightly touching the magic balls, they suddenly rang with a completely unprecedented frightening force. Mortally frightened, Jin Li-young, with a lightning-fast movement, decisively pulled the confused Baek Yi-gang away from the dangerous sacred blade. The alarmed girl hastily explained that a particularly dangerous bloodthirsty yokai was lurking somewhere nearby. Clearly embarrassed by what was happening, the sacred blade hesitantly muttered something incomprehensible about a completely unforeseen development of alarming events. At the same time, in the dark forest near the frightened village of the Zhan family, another ominous drama was rapidly unfolding. The mysterious girl suddenly hugged the frightened young man tightly from behind, persistently asking him about the mysterious Chan So-yeon, who had recently arrived in the village in a rich carriage along with cruel hunters. The frightened young man desperately urged the annoying girl to exercise reasonable caution, rightly fearing the attentive ears of others. When a casual conversation accidentally touched upon the striking beauty of the noble Jin Li-young, the strange girl suddenly flew into an inexplicable rage. The unexpected outburst of anger puzzled her confused interlocutor a lot. The sudden appearance of the vigilant Jin Li-young abruptly interrupted this suspicious scene. She instantly identified the obvious obsession of the unfortunate local residents with evil yokai. Despite the righteous indignation of the offended youth, who sincerely considered such serious accusations to be extremely insulting to a worthy member of the noble Chanrim clan, the determined girl splashed magic water with lightning speed right into the distorted face of the possessed woman. The unfortunate victim struggled desperately in painful convulsions, and then suddenly appeared in her true terrifying form. The bloodthirsty Changwei, the vengeful spirit of a man who tragically died from the sharp claws of a tiger. At a critical moment, the compassionate Jin Li-young, sincerely not wanting to seriously harm the innocent possessed person, the brave girl carefully tried to drive out the evil spirit with the help of a sacred red thread. An insidious evil entity suddenly tried to completely take over the defenseless body of the confused young man who was nearby. However, the vigilant Baek Yi-gan, with lightning speed drawing his sparkling blade, instantly prepared for a decisive mortal battle with a dangerous otherworldly enemy. The astonished Jin Li-young froze in complete admiration, becoming an involuntary witness to how the mighty Baek Yi-gang completely destroyed the ferocious yokai with one precise blow. In response to her excited questions about the mysterious military equipment, the modest young man only shrugged his broad shoulders in bewilderment. After all, she herself insistently ordered a decisive attack on the dangerous spirit. The girl, still confused, explained that an ordinary person was not capable of expelling yokai, and her suspicions turned to Baek Yi-gang's pendant. A strange clod of internal energy from a yokai was discovered on the ground. Baek Yi-gang, picking it up and sniffing the unpleasant odor, caused Jin Li-young a new surge of anxiety and a hasty warning not to taste the find. Calming the girl with laughter, he assured her of the absence of such intentions. In gratitude for defeating the yokai, Jin Li-young promised to cleanse the clot and return it to Baek Yi-gun. The loud noise of a furious fight instantly attracted the alarmed attention of curious local residents. Among the hasty onlookers was one of the experienced tiger hunters. The polite warrior, bowing respectfully, introduced himself to the noble lord, and sincerely expressed deep gratitude for the timely rescue of his faithful assistant. The grateful hunter also shared valuable information about the distant region of Shanyang, where Paik Yigang was heading, seriously warning about the many ferocious tigers under the rule of a powerful leader. Early the next morning, the brave travelers continued their dangerous journey in a strong cart, and the alarmed Paik Yigang, preparing to take the last dose of healing medicine, justifiably expressed serious fears of a possible attack by hungry tigers, attracted by its unusual smell. The caring Jin Li Young calmed the worried young man by confidently mentioning the reliable protective wax seal. At the same alarming moment, the sensitive girl suddenly caught the menacing growl of a rapidly approaching deadly predator. The vigilant Nung Jipyun barely had time to loudly warn the young master about the danger. The mortally frightened horses reared up in a panic in front of an invisible threat. The first ferocious tiger attacked the defenseless cart on the left with lightning speed. The mighty predator was instantly defeated by the skillful Nung Jipyun from the high roof of a moving cart. The second bloodthirsty tiger fell from the precise joint blow of the brave defenders. Experienced warriors Baek Yigan, Jin Li Yong, and their faithful assistant simultaneously pierced the body of a huge beast from inside the spacious carriage with sharp swords, sincerely admiring the impressive fighting prowess of his brave companions. The astonished Baek Yigang received a humble response from the wise Jin Li Young. Such a feat is possible for any warrior with proper diligent training. Attentive travelers learned with alarm that the defeated ferocious beasts were only small young individuals. The shocked young man hastily suggested that they immediately continue the dangerous path until they accidentally met a truly large, seasoned tiger. During this alarming time, a serious internal conflict quickly broke out in the fortified residence of the tiger hunters. Alarmed comrades openly reproached the self-confident Kang Myung-ho for unauthorized acceptance of an extremely dangerous order directly related to the legendary Great Tiger. Despite the fact that the noble son of the powerful Baek clan heroically saved one of their loyal people, the indifferent Kang Myung-ho remained completely indifferent to the tragic death of another experienced hunter, cynically considering his painful death to be well-deserved. The stubborn commander resolutely rejected reasonable advice to immediately abandon the suicide mission, self-confidently declaring his full readiness to adequately confront any mortal threat. The tense conversation was suddenly interrupted by a breathless, frightened messenger with alarming news of new ferocious tigers actively pursuing the noble Baek clan. The determined Kang Myung-ho immediately ordered a march, passionately wanting to see the legendary animal leader in person. The confused subordinate was left completely bewildered by the commander's strange refusal to take just revenge for the tragically deceased faithful comrade. Experienced hunters in the wild mountains listened carefully to the distant, disturbing sounds of a fierce battle, knowing full well that hungry tigers had probably attacked the rich carriage of the noble Paek clan. Some cowardly hunters suggested prudently waiting for the complete end of the mortal battle, in order to calmly pick up the valuable bodies of defeated animals, without risking their own lives. After all, a rich, powerful clan clearly does not need precious tiger skins. The silent guide unexpectedly led the wary squad to the secret habitat of the legendary Great Tiger. When one of the hunters openly doubted the veracity of his strange words, the mysterious youth, sternly reminding Kang Myung-ho of his strict orders, suddenly attacked the nearest hunter with lightning speed, brutally piercing his unprotected stomach with a supernaturally strong hand. Mortally frightened, Kang Myung-ho realized with horror that an insidious yokai was standing in front of him. The experienced commander immediately decapitated the dangerous monster with a precise blow. However, this was only a terrible beginning. If one cunning yokai successfully lured them into a trap, then the rest of the bloodthirsty creatures were already patiently waiting for their deadly hour. Helpless hunters, one after another, disappeared without a trace in the impenetrable darkness, mercilessly drawn in by an invisible supernatural force. And when only 3 of them remained, it became completely obvious that they had tragically fallen into a cunning trap, tightly surrounded by a huge number of ferocious tigers. Even strong hunting nets were completely useless against the monstrous beasts, and the sudden appearance of a huge white tiger was the last ominous sign of their imminent cruel death. After the glorious victory over the ordinary tigers, the caring Nung Jipyun carefully busied himself with the unpleasant cleaning of the bloody things, diligently preparing to continue the dangerous path. Suddenly, the tense air was deafeningly torn apart by a truly terrible animal roar. The brave defenders instantly surrounded the confused young master in a tight ring. A monstrous tiger suddenly jumped out of the dense dark thickets with the bloody head of the unfortunate Kang Myung-ho, who, to the indescribable horror of shocked eyewitnesses, piteously begged for immediate help. The astute Jin Lee-young instantly identified the true demonic nature of the mysterious creature. A legendary two-headed tiger yukai appeared in front of them, many times superior in incredible strength to ordinary restless spirits. The martial sacred blade, however, was sincerely delighted at the tempting prospect of receiving a double clot of pure energy from a powerful enemy. Experienced Nungji Pyun instantly organized a complex flank attack on the monster. Even a powerful direct blow from a sharp sword turned out to be absolutely useless against the monster. The enchanted blade seemed to helplessly pass through a strange substance resembling elastic rubber reinforced with metal. The enraged monster, completely ignoring the other opponents, purposefully rushed towards the defenseless Jin Lee-young and Baek Yi-gun. Instantly realizing the complete hopelessness of direct, forceful confrontation with the monster, the nimble girl grabbed the confused young man tightly and jumped with lightning speed to a relatively safe place. The difficult situation was greatly complicated by the unpleasant fact that their only strong cart had been completely destroyed by a previous ferocious attack by the enraged tigers. In a desperate attempt to save the precious life of the young master, the experienced Nong Ji-pyun instantly used a special secret technique, precisely pressing on certain vital points of the defenseless Baek Yi-gang's body. The powerless young man instantly lost consciousness from the skillful influence. The wise warrior decisively ordered the faithful Jin Lee-yun to immediately deliver the unconscious young man to the safety of Shanyang, while the rest of the brave defenders heroically restrained the terrible monster. Meanwhile, the fearless Kang Myung-ho himself desperately challenged the terrible monster to a decisive battle to the death, proudly declaring himself his main worthy opponent. Consciousness returned to Baek Yi-gang like a tidal wave, bringing with it not only clarity of thought, but also a heavy burden of guilt. The bitter realization that their squad had been taken by surprise, like a poisoned needle, pierced his soul. The sacred blade, feeling the torment of the young man, tried to console him with wise words that the main thing was that his life was preserved, because the servants, risking themselves, were only fulfilling their sacred duty, as required by ancient traditions. However, these words did not find a response in the tormented heart of Baek Yi-gang. The events painfully reminded him of that fateful situation with the killers, when he also found himself powerless to protect those who were willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Tormented by despair, he turned to the sacred blade with an unthinkable request: to inhabit his body and unblock the pressure points, despite the dire consequences. The sacred blade, having listened to this desperate plea, warned of the terrible price of such a decision. Such an intervention could not only shorten the young man's life, but also lead to instant death due to the catastrophic depletion of the energy core. But Baek Yi-gang, driven by the ancient concepts of honor and duty, was ready to pay any price, just not to feel eternal shame for his inaction. Seeing such determination, the sacred blade proposed an unexpected solution: to try to use the peculiarity of the innate structure of Baek Yi-gang's circulatory system, due to which the blocking of pressure points could be imperfect. At the same time, Jin Lee-young, standing guard, waged an internal struggle with her own fears and doubts. The ancient scrolls she had read about the two-headed tiger Yokie described it as one of the most fearsome creatures to ever roam the earth. Thoughts about the fate of Nung Ji-pyun tormented her heart, but years of training helped her maintain external calm and focus on her duty. A sudden movement made her freeze. Baek Yi-gang, who had somehow miraculously freed himself from the blockage, put the tip of a cold blade to her neck, demandingly ordering her to turn her horse around. Without waiting for immediate submission, he decisively took control into his own hands, simultaneously demanding that all available elixirs and potions be given to him. At this tense moment, the teacher, who had incredible sensitivity to spiritual energies, caught a special aura emanating from the bottle hidden in the girl's bosom. It turned out to be not ordinary water, but a sacred spring from the deepest and most mysterious caves of Chonrim, collected by the master himself at the hour of the full moon. Baek Yi-gang, without hesitating for a second, drained the vessel to the bottom, and then, following the wise advice of Jin Lee-young, he washed the blade with this blessed moisture, endowing it with the ancient power of expelling evil. As a sign of eternal gratitude, he solemnly vowed to give the girl the priceless essence of the two-headed tiger Yukai if they managed to defeat the monster. On the battlefield, Nung Ji-pyun, covering his wounded comrade with his body, watched with growing horror the incredible regeneration of the monster. Each wound inflicted healed as if by magic, not even leaving scars on the monstrous skin. At that moment, a decision matured in his heart: to pay his old debt to Baek Ryu-san, who had once sacrificed himself to save his son. The only way to victory was to behead the monster, even if the price was his own life. The tense course of the battle was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Jin Lee-young and Baek Yi-gang. The young warrior, mounted on a horse like the ancient heroes, took the legendary fighting stance, which Nung Ji-byun had not seen since the time of the great patriarch. Even the ferocious tiger Yukai, sensing the power emanating from the young man, showed signs of fear for the first time and tried to retreat, but was stopped by the lightning actions of Nung Ji-pyun and Jin Lee-young. At the climax of the battle, Baek Yi-gang, like the embodiment of the heavenly dragon himself, soared over the battlefield and used the most complex and dangerous technique of the blade of heaven and earth: dragon subjugation. The monster was defeated with one crushing blow, causing admiration even from the seasoned teacher, who proudly called this technique the blow of the possessed. However, the triumph was short-lived. The powerful technique required an incredible expenditure of vitality from Baek Yi-gang. Pale as a sheet, the young man collapsed to the ground, balancing on the thinnest line between life and death. His breathing became erratic, and his skin acquired a frightening bluish tint, causing everyone present to freeze in anxious anticipation. Suddenly, Baek Yi-gang's body shook and crimson blood gushed out in a torrent. Jin Lee-young, acting with lightning speed, grabbed his limp body, begging him to hold on with all his strength. Her fingers, pressed to his pulse, felt every weakening heartbeat. Nung Ji-pyun, tormented by a sense of guilt, was perplexed about the reasons for such a risky act of the young man. The teacher, maintaining outward calm, explained that they, as representatives of the secret house, were simply doing their duty. After all, the patriarch would never forgive them for the death of Baek Yi-gang. The tense moment suddenly broke down when Baek Yi-gang, who had been trying to hold back all this time, could not stand it and vomited the contents of his stomach directly onto Nung Ji-pyun's clothes. Oddly enough, after this, the young man felt noticeably better. Fate favored them. A warrior from the Tiger Hunter detachment passing by provided the necessary assistance. They soon met Hunter Guan and his team, which was a real blessing in their situation. Nung Ji-pyun showing off a trophy two-headed tiger Yukai. I watched with satisfaction the amazement on the face of the experienced hunter, who had never seen such a creature before. The value of the monster's skin exceeded all expectations. The hunters valued each head at 300 pounds. The discovered essence of Yukai was also of considerable value. Baek Yi-gang decided to keep one part for himself, waiting for its purification. Hunter Guan, sharing information, advised selling the tiger skin to the head of the Shanyang region, known for his interest in such rarities. However, he warned about the greed of an official renowned for his ability to undercut prices. Nung Ji-pyun, keeping a mysterious smile, assured that there was nothing to worry about. Events unfolded in the building of the Shanyang district manager. The head of the district, busy writing a letter, received news of the tiger skin traders. His indignation knew no bounds when the excited assistant announced the required price of 500 coins. The attempt to arrest the insolent men failed. His people suffered a crushing defeat. Appearing in person, the head of the district began his usual tirade about the need for respect, but stopped short when he recognized the visitors as members of the powerful Baek family. His arrogance instantly gave way to servility, especially when young Baek Yi-gang, that same plebeian, revealed his identity and hinted at the possibility of establishing direct ties with the patriarch, bypassing the judge. Realizing the opening prospects, after all, even high-ranking judges personally presented gifts to Baek Ryu-san every year. The head of the district was full of praise for the young master's foresight. When Baek Yi-gang imperiously forbade bargaining and set a price of 600 silver coins, the official had no choice but to meekly agree, realizing what benefits this acquaintance would promise him in the future. Every movement, every glance in this scene was imbued with ancient traditions and unspoken rules of trade and power, where the name of the Baek family opened any door and made even the most arrogant officials bow their heads in respect. A few days later, important events occurred in the Baek clan. Baek Jitai showed courage when he learned that Moon Ryo was looking for a tiger skin as a gift to the ruling family. He understood that he would be incredibly upset when he learned certain circumstances. Baek Ji-tae was asked to control himself in front of guests. The gift itself was considered truly impressive, and the man explained that he gave it because he thought it would fit well with the Baek clan's aura. Baek Ryu-san remembered that this man had been working in the clan for a year and promised to help him, which made the latter very happy. Although Baek Ryu-san knew that it was Baek Yi-gang who killed the two-headed dragon, and Baek Ji-tae realized that his letter had already been read. He wondered if anyone could believe it. At some point, Baek Ryu-san ordered Baek Ji-tae to leave his room. Despite his apparent lack of understanding of his brother's sudden change in mood, he immediately complied. After this, a conversation took place with the man about whether his son really killed the great tiger. The man said that he heard a story about how Baek Yi-gang used a special technique. Hearing this, Baek Ryu-san realized that it was about the Beak of Heaven and Earth technique and the third form of dragon subjugation. He knew for sure that this was not a technique that Baek Yi-gang could master. The man smiled joyfully, realizing that his son had grown so much that he hid his achievements out of modesty. Baek Ryu-san was undoubtedly proud of his son. But he was even more pleased that the boy presented him with the skin of a defeated tiger. However, the man awkwardly explained that this was not the only gift. He bought this skin especially for Baek Ryu-san. The latter realized that it was probably a birthday present. Baek Ryu-san also asked if his son needed additional security to safely accompany his daughter, Han-rim. The man agreed to this, and Baek Ryu-san asked him to help ensure the tennis player's safety. The story moves to a mountain called the Five Sins of Man. The Chanrim clan was located at its peak. The Grand Master of the Fifth Flower Library was in a hurry to restore the books that Wu Dan had asked him to take care of. Suddenly, sensing something unusual, the pigeons took off into the air, and the man stopped, looking around. At that moment, a girl began to creep up to him. But the librarian quickly noticed her approach. Having thrown the books, he paralyzed the girl with the help of a special skill, after which he caught all the books and scolded her for interfering with the work. Although he said that she could come to him at any time, he was clearly busy right now. The future disciple of the Fifth Flower explained that an ambush is the most effective means when the target weakens his defenses. Then the man realized that this girl was destined to become a student of the martial arts flower. But this did not frighten her, because in any case, she was going to change direction and become a librarian. Hearing her words, the boys began to mock the girl, considering her desire to get into the great library stupid. They argued that her specialty was in no way suitable for such work. Deciding not to make her cry again, they left. The upset girl scolded the guys and barely held back tears from their offensive words. The great librarian, seeing the girl's distress, asked her not to cry. Then the teacher decided to tell her about the return of one of the students, Jin Lee Young, who, according to rumors, was very close. After saying goodbye, the girl decided to go to a meeting with Jin Lee Young, and the concerned man only asked her to wipe her face before meeting her friend. Tired back. Yi-gang finally reached a secluded village near the majestic Chanrim, in the picturesque tree quarter. The young man calmly explained to the faithful Nung Ji-pyun that he and Jin Lee Young would continue their journey together, and the experienced warrior agreed to patiently wait for the young master's return in the nearest village. Thanks to the reliable protection of additional experienced warriors, Baek Yi-gan's group safely reached the mysterious tree quarter, where the young man, looking thoughtfully at the majestic mountain, decided to carefully clarify the possibility of his ascent to the sacred peak of the White Clouds, because he had never before heard about the admission of strangers to this sacred place. The attentive Baek Yi-gang was relieved to learn that the great patriarch himself had personally invited him to the summit, and the caring Jin Lee Young offered to practice strengthening Qigong during the long climb to the top of the White Clouds. Despite the obvious rush, the wise girl patiently explained that among the energetic young people of Chanrim, preparing unexpected ambushes was a very popular pastime. Her mischievous little sister was especially famous for her original and unexpected ambushes, so the prudent Jin Lee Young decided to train with Baek Yi-gang in advance. Already halfway to the mysterious peak of the White Clouds, carefully making his way through the dense forest, the tired Baek Yi-gang acutely felt that maintaining complex Qigong was much more difficult than usual, probably due to extreme fatigue from the long journey. The exhausted young man suddenly twisted his weak ankle and nearly fell on the steep stone steps. Alarmed, Jin Lee Young was very frightened for the health of her companion and sincerely apologized, realizing that she had carelessly overstrained his weakened body. Ahead of the travelers still lay a long, grueling journey to a secluded pavilion on the majestic peak of the White Clouds. The caring girl immediately offered her reliable help to safely reach the distant peak. At this tense moment, Jin Li Young's impatient younger sister was already lurking in a carefully prepared ambush. The cunning girl, noticing the tired travelers slowly approaching, decided that she could really scare her older sister. The mischievous girl deftly used a powerful technique to enhance the mountain wind. The young mischief created such a powerful airflow that she completely blinded the defenseless travelers. The joyful girl quickly prepared to rush at the unsuspecting Jin Li Young. Suddenly, she was surprised to notice an unfamiliar young man. The sight of the young man on the back of his beloved sister instantly caused a strong attack of jealousy in the girl. Strict Jin Li Young sternly reminded the frivolous sister of the obvious danger of setting up such ambushes in such dangerous places. The astonished girl was truly amazed by the fact that her experienced sister was again completely unafraid of the unexpected attack. For 5 long years since their last touching meeting, young Su-rin missed her greatly and immediately rushed into the warm arms of her beloved sister. The offended girl displeasedly noticed that the indifferent Jin Li Young very rarely wrote letters to her, as if she didn't miss her younger sister at all. During the emotional hug of the happy sisters Su-rin and Jin Li Young, the embarrassed Baek Yigang felt extremely awkward and persistently asked to let him go. The wise sacred blade merely chuckled good-naturedly at his young disciple's obvious embarrassment. The calm Jin Li Young gently explained to the shy Baek Yigang that she was not at all tired of his weight, and asked him to hold on tight. But the embarrassed guy continued to be shy. Only after an apt remark from the insightful Su-rin about the extreme awkwardness of the whole situation did the caring Jin Li Young carefully lower the young man and begin to carefully examine his injured leg. The energetic Su-rin immediately offered her friendly help to the confused Baek Yigang. But the proud young man resolutely refused support. At this significant moment, the curious girl suddenly realized how much this unusual guy differed from the usual inhabitants of the closed Chanrim, because she had spent her entire life in an isolated settlement and had absolutely no idea what was beyond its sacred boundaries. The inquisitive girl was sincerely interested in learning about the mysterious life in other places, but the wise Jin Li Young gently explained that they were all just ordinary children, and there were hardly any big differences between them. The attentive Baek Yigong noticed with interest that young Su-rin had a real battle sword with her, and modestly mentioned that he himself was also diligently studying the complex art of fencing. The joyful Su-rin sincerely admired the fact that the great patriarch himself personally invited the unusual Baek Yigang, because no one had ever climbed to the sacred peak of the White Clouds, being a simple stranger. When the curious girl cautiously inquired about the true reason for such an unusual invitation, honest Baek Yigang openly admitted that he was slowly dying, which greatly shocked the impressionable Su-rin. Tired Baek Yigang secretly hoped that after this sad confession, the too noisy Su-rin would finally shut up, but the stubborn girl only looked carefully at the mysterious guy and decisively used a special technique to carefully assess his true condition. The experienced healer immediately noticed that his internal vital energy was indeed dangerously weak. With extra effort, the shocked girl was in complete shock when she discovered a powerful stream of pure blue energy mysteriously emanating from his exhausted body. The incredible amount of spiritual power discovered was many times greater than even the highest level of the most gifted second-generation Chongrim disciples. The attentive Su-rin, having accidentally noticed a strange, unusual phenomenon next to the pensive Baek Yigang, vaguely reminiscent of a translucent ghost, continued her secret observation. Suddenly, the powerful sacred blade of immortality himself noticed her curious gaze and turned around menacingly. At this critical moment, the frightened girl instantly lost precious control over her internal energy. The vital forces quickly left her weakened body, and she began to dangerously fall down the steep stone steps, completely losing her fragile balance. The young healer was incredibly lucky that the experienced warrior managed to catch her falling body in time. The caring man gently asked the careless Su-rin to be much more careful next time when risky using complex magic spells. Then the girl realized that Mr. Manager had helped her, and that his student must have brought Baek Yigang a lot of problems. However, he denied this, and then greeted Imgi Hak, who was the manager of Chunrim. Finally, we arrived at the top of the White Clouds, in the courtyard of the high mountain of the residence of the manager of Chunrim. There, Jin Li Young talked about how, quite recently, Baek Yigang, riding a horse, used the technique of his clan. To the manager, it seemed simply incredible. Baek Yigang was incredibly embarrassed that Jin Li Young praised him so much and talked about his exploits. At this point, Jin Li Yan moved on to the Death Mutara part and explained that after the incident, Baek Yi Gang reported that this was the technique of the Heaven and Earth Blade in one melody. She repeated the words of the spirit that possessed him, which confused Baek Yi Gang even more. It seemed incredibly brave to Im Gi Haku, considering that the young man's body was not particularly strong. Jin Li Young was glad that at least there was a reason for this embarrassment. Baek Yi Gang made a good impression, and explained to the manager that he came here precisely because of problems with his health. He wanted to know if his body with blocked Qi channels could be healed. The man understood that since the boy had the gift of the yokai eye, he simply had to help him. However, neither spiritual medicine nor qigong would benefit Baek Yi Gang. Unfortunately, at the moment, the manager could not do anything about it. But the Sacred Blade explained that Baek Yi Gang should not take Im Gi-hak's words at face value, because such a person always spoke in riddles. Therefore, Baek Yi Gang decided to clarify. Does Im Gi-hak want to say that at the moment he cannot help with anything, but there is still a way to fix it? As a result, in order to have an open conversation with Baek Yi Gang, Im Gi-hak asked Su Rin and Jin Li Young to leave them. After that, he explained that it was clearly not worth talking about such things in front of his students, and used medium-level telekinesis. Im Gi-hak's first question was when Baek Yi Gang started seeing spirits. Realizing that Im Gi-hak had also seen them, the young man explained that he had recently begun to see spirits and even communicated with them. This surprised Im Gi-hak because he could only sense their presence, but not see figures or hear voices. It was a really interesting case. He explained that the soul that attached itself to the heir of the Baek clan and ensured the presence of the original legendary meteor sword clearly belonged to the legendary Mr. Sacred Blade of Immortality. Baek Yi Gang was amazed by Im Gi-hak's knowledge, because even no one from the Baek clan knew anything about it, so he admitted the veracity of the manager's words. Laughing, Im Gi-hak said that when he was 10 years old, he saw the Sacred Blade of Immortality, which is why he recognized his sword. In addition, he decided to return to the main topic of improving Baek's health, and Ghana explained that for his healing it would be necessary to connect 5 of the 10-9 main immaterial channels with the material ones. However, it is beyond human capabilities to be healed only with sufficient spiritual strength. He explained that one can use the spiritual power of the Lord's Sacred Blade of Immortality if he enters Nirvana. But first, he would like to tell the story of this man, which he learned about when they first met. Clearly frightened, the Sacred Blade of Immortality asked Im Gi-hak to close his mouth if he did not want to end up dying with his tongue cut out, and Baek Yi Gang softly conveyed this to Mr. Im Gi-hak. The man just smiled and explained that the story is related to the reason why the Sacred Blade of Immortality cannot enter Nirvana and remains on Earth. But since he had no right to tell this story, he invited Baek Yi Gang to find out about it himself, since the Sacred Blade of Immortality so wanted to talk to him. He gave Baek Yi Gang a drum to help him do this. Looking at the drum, the young man did not understand what it was made of. Im Gi-hak explained that it was a resonator made from human skin. This really scared the guy, but it turned out that the manager was just joking and explained that it was a monkey skin. He asked Baek Yi Gang to place his hand on the leather surface and concentrate. Then he would instantly react to the sound resonating in his soul. In this case, if Lord's Sacred Blade of Immortality speaks, they will be able to hear his voice at once. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, Jin Li Young and Su Rin were outside the door. Su Rin noted that this was the first time that the manager invited a stranger and personally escorted them out. Jin Li Young understood that the manager probably really liked Baek Yi Gang. Su Rin even assumed that since everything was planned by Mr. Manager, then perhaps he would invite him to join Cheonrim. In addition, Su Rin was interested to know what they could talk about now, but Jin Li Young understood that for the most part, the atmosphere was friendly. Suddenly they heard the voice of the Sacred Blade of Immortality, who called the manager a stupid little idiot. The girls were very worried about their manager and thought that he was shouting at Baek Yi Gang. But all this time the old man swore at Im Gi-hak, not understanding how his parents raised him if he dared to insult him like that. Im Gi-hak calmly reminded him that he was right, and the dead should go to Nirvana. Moreover, it would be good for both the Sacred Blade itself and for Mr. Baek Yi Gang. Before talking about this method, the man explained that first he would like to take Baek Yi Gang to Cheongrim, which surprised both of them. Baek Yi Gang didn't understand. Does the manager really want him to leave his clan and join Cheonrim? Im Gi-hak calmly explained that this is just a house and nothing more. Sacred Blade objected that Baek Yi Gang was a martial arts warrior of the Baek clan and could not join Cheonrim. But Im Gi-ha calmly explained that a few days ago he received a letter from the Baek clan. He showed this letter with Baek Ryu-san's seal and explained that the patriarch really wanted Baek Yi-gang to be healed. Without the spiritual power of the sacred blade of immortality, you will have to find another way, but such a matter cannot be entrusted to outsiders. Baek Yi-gang explained that he was not against joining Cheonrim. He would not be able to become a young patriarch anyway, and therefore he would like to be cured first. The sacred blade did not like this very much because, after all, Baek Yi-gan was his heir. The sacred blade was clearly in mourning from this news. But Baek Yi-gang understood that he could not sit and quietly wait for his death. And even the sacred blade himself understood that he was partly right. Baek Yi-gang also warned the manager that it is now difficult for him to give an accurate answer, because he needs to get approval from the clan elders and deal with other problems. Finally, a few minutes later, the doors opened. Anxious Su-rin and Jin Li-young waited for Baek Yi-gan to come out. But to their shock, when Baek Yi-gang came out, he had a nice conversation with Mr. Manager, which surprised the girls very much. Moreover, the manager suddenly asked Su-rin to show Baek Yi-gang Chonrim, and she immediately went to carry out the order. Baek Yi-gang said goodbye and promised that they would meet with the manager again before leaving. The manager promised to prepare tea for Baek Yi-gan. Both girls, looking at what had happened, did not understand what had happened behind the door, because they definitely heard loud, dissatisfied screams. In the end, without further questioning, Su-rin took Baek Yi-gang outside to show him their clan. The first thing she showed was the blue building, one of the main buildings for the combat exercises. The Castle of the Blue Flower, where the master lived, an incredible expert, who is considered the first after the manager. The next one was a tower with a red flag on the roof of a spirit-level castle, the home of the divine water spirit group Dao Flower. Su-rin explained that including them, the third generation of disciples numbered about 100. Once they were classified as one of the flowers next year, they would officially become Cheonrim trainees, as they were currently still preparatory level students. At this moment, Baek Yi-gang fearfully realized that if he joined too late, he would have to study with all these small children as the older brothers and sisters' students, which scared him very much. At that moment, Su-rin suggested that Baek Yi-gang go to the Great Library of the Fifth Flower. It was a very important place, and even she had only been there 3 times. But even that turned out to be a huge number to Baek Yi-gan. The thing was that the master of the Great Library was her father, but he still did not allow her to come often. Baek Yi-gang realized that most likely the library was forbidden because of the secret books, but she explained that this was partly true, but mainly it was about the treasures. And since there were dangerous things there, they needed to handle them carefully. Looking at his neck, Baek Yi-gang realized that Su-rin was probably talking about things like his yokai eye necklace. But no, Su-rin dissatisfiedly explained that she would like to become a librarian like her father. But she didn't succeed. She kept failing tests. She wondered what Baek Yi-gang wanted to become if the choice was between a Dao Flower disciple and an Arts Flower disciple. But he still couldn't decide. Tao students usually learn spells, while art students mostly learn martial arts. Baek Yi-gang explained that he would probably become a student of the Flower of Arts, because he is from the martial arts clan, and even Su-rin thought this was a great idea, because the students of the Dao Flower need a special talent. So even among the third generation there are only 7 people. In addition, Su-rin explained that there were actually not only 2 types of students, there was also a purple flower that combined both directions. It was called the Flower of Honor, and even among the trainees of Chonrim, only geniuses could get there. Baek Yi-gang was very surprised when he heard about the Flower of Honor, because it was the first time he had heard about something like that, and even the Sacred Blade had not told him about it. Baek Yi-gang explained that Jin Li-young did not tell him about this. This was not surprising, since Jin Li-young also failed to become the Flower of Honor's disciple, and therefore it was difficult for her to admit it. Baek Yi-gang suspected that, most likely, Jin Li-young lacked knowledge. Su-rin knew that this was not true, because in fact the girl was insanely smart. The curious Baek Yi-gang inquired about the reason why the talented Su-rin did not become a student, and the girl sheepishly explained that, although she and Jin Li-young were good at the technique, both were unable to enroll for various reasons. The main difficulty was passing a complex 5-step test, personally developed by a strict manager. Without successfully passing this test, it was impossible to become a student of an honorary flower. The travelers finally reached the majestic Great Library. located right on the sacred mountain. And the amazed Baekgi Gang immediately realized the unusualness of this ancient archive. Approaching the massive gate, young Su-rin loudly rang the heavy bell. The puzzled Baekgi Gang looked at the impenetrable doors in surprise, not understanding the method of getting inside. But the experienced Su-rin explained that not everyone can open this enchanted door due to the imposed magical formation. You need to either wait 15 minutes or wait for the librarian who is always present inside. While the curious Baekgi Gang was carefully examining the mysterious door, the alarmed Sacred Blade of Immortality suddenly asked his disciple to be especially careful. A powerful electric discharge suddenly struck the young man's outstretched hand. The frightened blade explained that some unknown force was trying to scan the body of his heir, which always caused his wrath in the lands of the mysterious Keonrim. The massive door slowly began to open, but the shocked Su-rin was surprised to find a complete absence of people greeting her at the threshold. The girl suggested the possibility of automatic opening of the door, and the polite Baekgi Gang politely invited her to go inside first. Trusting Su-rin decided that the door was specially opened for them, not even suspecting the significant changes taking place at that moment in the surrounding energy flows. At this time, the alarmed librarian stood tensely at his desk. The man was very worried about the upcoming arrival of a young student in a room filled with many dangerous substances. The sudden noise made him wary. The experienced librarian realized that the long-awaited children had finally arrived. Remembering a recent conversation with Mr. Manager, who asked to test a young gentleman from the Baek clan, the librarian doubted whether this mysterious boy had any special talent. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the wary caretaker suspected the arrival of the manager himself instead of the expected children. The sudden loud cough was instantly recognized as the characteristic sound of his youngest daughter. The frightened father immediately rushed to the front door. The caring man, covering his daughter with his body, began hastily to fence her off from the dangerous magical ribbons. The alarmed librarian became horrified by the presence of a deadly blood art designed to protect against intruders. The experienced caretaker strictly ordered the children to avoid any contact of the dangerous red tapes with their bodies. The wise Sacred Blade of Immortality explained that this is a reliable way to isolate uninvited guests. At the slightest touch to the ribbons, sharp, deadly fishing lines fall from the ceiling, from which it is impossible to get out without knowing the secret gates of life. The attentive Baekgi Gang noticed a subtle difference between the right fishing line and the others, which made his teacher incredibly happy, who instantly understood the student's ability to recognize the sacred gates of life. The relieved librarian quickly turned off the dangerous security system and joyfully hugged his beloved daughter, gently asking her to be more careful. The polite young man respectfully greeted the owner and introduced himself. And the amazed librarian immediately recognized the very boy the mysterious manager was talking about. Intrigued, Yu Chung-shin decided to find out from the calm guy how to open the magic door, to which he innocently replied that he thought the door was opened by the librarian himself. The experienced caretaker calmly explained his non-involvement in this event. After carefully examining the massive doors, the shocked man discovered that the complex protective spell had been completely dispelled. According to ancient magic, the energy of the metal was supposed to penetrate the hand of the person touched to determine his identity. Instead of the expected penetration, the mysterious energy was unexpectedly reflected and completely dispelled the powerful spell, and the puzzled librarian at first suspected his daughter of this, but she calmly explained the spontaneous opening of the door from the touch of Baekgi Gang. Alarmed, Yu Chung-shin hurried to find out about Baekgi Gang's previous experience in learning spells. But the surprised young man admitted to a complete lack of such training. This fact especially struck the experienced Yu Jong-shin, because even he could not reflect the powerful energy of iron without special training, which means that the rumors about the extraordinary potential of this boy turned out to be absolutely true. Baekgi Gang soon demonstrated his mysterious Yukai Eye, and the amazed man immediately realized the sufficiency of this artifact to destroy the most complex techniques of the formation. A grateful Baekgi Gang calmly explained Jin Li Young's important role in clearing this dangerous eye. Without her timely help, he would have continued to unknowingly carry the deadly artifact. The shocked Yu Jong-shin was amazed by the fact that Yokai had been carrying the uncleaned eye for a long time. The young man was incredibly lucky not to go crazy from its destructive influence. The wise librarian realized that the unusual guest had two powerful treasures at once, which made him truly unique. The astute Yu Jong-shin, pointing to the young man's unusual sword, understood Baek Yi-gang's awareness of its special nature, and the wise teacher only laughed, realizing the transformation of an ordinary blade into the greatest treasure thanks to the binding of such a powerful spirit. The travelers proceeded deep into the ancient building, where the hospitable Yu Chung-shin solemnly introduced the majestic center of the great library to the amazed Baek Yi-gang. The amazed young man was surprised by the bright lighting, despite the deep location in the dark mountain cave. The experienced caretaker calmly explained the use of rare crystal panels brought from the distant west, which created truly mesmerizing lighting. The wise Yu Chung-shin explained to the interested Baek Yi-gang the important choice between the three sacred paths: blue, red, or purple flower, showing his own hand with a beautiful purple symbol. Su Rin was shocked that Baek Yi-gang was being offered to become a student of the Flower of Honor, and Baek Yi-gang decided to ask again whether Yu Chung-shin really meant the Flower of Honor. The man explained that, obviously, Baek Yi-gang would not be able to become a disciple right away. He would first have to pass a 5-stage test. He decided to ask the guy if he was ready for this, but he calmly explained that he wanted to completely focus on the sword and would be a simple student of the martial arts flower. This made the Holy Blade happy, because he understood that he had a true heir. But the rest were shocked because everyone in Chonrim dreams of becoming a student of the Flower of Honor. Only a select few with martial arts skills, spells, education, and talent can become one. Disciples of honor are not tied to anything, so they can be independent. They store treasures themselves, exchange with children from all 5 sects of clans, and a huge budget is allocated for them. Usually you can pass this test only after you show results in arts and spells. Baek Yi-gang understood their dreams, but he came here to be cured and live a long life, so he didn't need all this. As a result, Yu Chung-shin decided to offer the guy to become a librarian. Then he would be able to freely explore secret books, be able to study martial arts that ordinary students do not have access to if he wanted, even learn the highest skill of the sword of the blue spirit of Mount Vermilion. But the sacred blade calmly explained that when Baek Yi-gang had the heavenly sword pavilion technique in one hand and the sacred blade of immortality in the other, while the spirit itself stood behind, it was unlikely that he needed anything else. Therefore, Baek Yi-gang carefully asked Yu Chung-shin why he was the only manager. And it turned out that among the second generation of students there were students of the Flower of Honor. But they were now busy with other things. Baek Yi-gang then realized that if he became an honor student, he would always be very busy. But Yu Chung-shin tried to explain that if he became an honor student, he would give Baek Yi-gang 2 days off a week, and he would also help him only 4 hours a day, and will also help him with training in the art of spells and find medicinal herbs and magical medicines. Baek Yi-gang realized that if these were his conditions, then all the details needed to be discussed. And the sacred blade of immortality only smiled, because he understood that Baek Yi-gang himself wanted this. He was simply filling his own price. As a result, Baek Yi-gang's conditions were such that for each season he wants to receive 1 middle-class magic medicine and visit a doctor for periodic checkups. Yu Chung-shin promised to discuss this with the manager, and Baek Yi-gang decided to proceed with the test. As a result, to begin with, Yu Chung-shin decided to check the guy if he had the talent to become an honor student, and decided to immediately start with the second stage, because the first stage was intended to test the body's resistance. But in this case, it was an optional procedure, since Baek Yi-gang's body calmly withstood Yukai's eye. Su Rin was shocked looking at Baek Yi-gang, because 80% of Chonrim failed the first stage, and Baek Yi-gang didn't even need to pass it. The second step was to find the letter-eating insects that he had released somewhere among the local books. An experienced librarian spoke in detail about the insidious yukai, who feed on precious letters and are the main enemies of the ancient library, noting that only 1 day is given to detect the parasites. The wise Yu Chung-shin understood the potential difficulties in destroying a dangerous parasite even for a born talented youth. The librarian recognized the difficulty of the task, which required extreme focus and concentration. The unexpectedly calm Baek Yi-gang announced the successful discovery of the cunning parasite. The surprised man objected, explaining the location of the infected book on the 2nd floor, and asked the young man about his confidence, receiving firm confirmation. The amazed librarian, flipping through the indicated book, was amazed to discover the presence of a dangerous insect in this very volume. The attentive Baek Yi-gang also pointed to other stacks of books, pinpointing the location of the remaining harmful insects. The astonished Yu Zhongshin did not understand at all the way the guide determined the location of the parasites. It turned out that the sensitive young man heard the characteristic sounds of yukai eating letters, which amazed even the experienced librarian who was unable to distinguish these quiet sounds. Watching Baek Yi-gang carefully, the amazed man realized the exceptional talent of this unusual child. The librarian understood that such a unique talent would not appear in the near future, so he considered it his duty to accept the young man as a student. The travelers headed to the library's inner training hall to undergo the third stage of the test. The mysterious, more mixed illusions, a special formation developed according to the ancient principles of heaven and earth. Inside the magical field, the subject feels like the earth and heaven are completely moving, and the thick fog and multiple auditory hallucinations surrounding him on all sides further disorient the trapped person. The attentive Baek Yi-gang calmly sensed the subtle spiritual forces barely penetrating the protective field and pinpointed the location of the Gate of Life, the life-saving exit from the trap, about 5 steps behind him. The confident young man took a single precise step forward and easily got out of the difficult formation. The delighted Yu Zhongshin joyfully announced the establishment of a new record, wondering how the exit was discovered so quickly, hoping for a good explanation of the working principle of complex illusions. The librarian received a calm answer from the wise young man about the importance of theoretical knowledge and a general understanding of the mechanisms. The insightful Baek Yi-gang explained the successful discovery of the Gate of Life through following the flow of spiritual power, which made the amazed Yu Zhongshin recognize him as the bearer of true, heavenly wisdom. The joyful librarian confirmed Baek Yi-gang's undoubted identity as a student of the Flower of Honor, but decided to share a disturbing observation about his daughter's obvious disorder. The attentive Yu Zhongshin noticed Su-rin's darkened expression immediately after Baek Yi-gang successfully passed the test. The wise sacred blade rightly noted the complete lack of compassion of the tactless Yu Zhongshin. The father, who came to his senses, began to sincerely apologize to his upset daughter for having to watch the successful completion of a test that she herself could not pass. The embarrassed librarian explained his extreme joy at Baek Yi-gang's success after years of other students failing to pass the difficult third stage. The brave Su-rin, with a tight smile, assured the excited librarian of her excellent mood and sincere joy for the talented Baek Yi-gang. The girl expressed sincere joy for her father's successful conversation with the gifted young man and hastily said goodbye to everyone present. Running away, Su-rin could hardly hold back bitter tears of disappointment. The sacred blade, who did not notice the girl's true feelings, rejoiced at her apparent calm. But the insightful Baek Yi-gang clearly doubted the sincerity of her ostentatious well-being. The naive sacred blade did not understand the situation, seeing the girl's wide smile as an unmistakable sign of happiness, which made Baek Yi-gang realize the spirit's potential inability to be a good parent. Noble Su-rin understood Baek Yi-gan's lack of guilt in the situation, realizing her own lack of talent, and desperately tried to hold back the tears that were coming. At this moment, the curious students of the third generation of Chonrim were watching with growing concern the unusually long absence of Baek Yi-gang and Su-rin from the ancient library. The impatient students were about to go to their rooms, but one persistent boy convinced everyone to wait a little. The worried young man suspected a romantic motive behind the long absence, given the attractive appearance of the mysterious Baek Yi-gang. The jealous boy began to imagine various romantic scenes. Strong feelings for the beautiful Su-rin aroused burning jealousy in him. The suddenly upset girl quickly left the majestic library. The alarmed students immediately ran up to Su-rin, wanting to know the reason for her lonely return. Curious young men who heard about Baek Yi-gang passing an important test for the title of Student of the Flower of Honor were eager to learn about his success. The surprised students, noticing tears in the eyes of the usually cheerful Su-rin, became alarmed by the girl's unusual behavior, and an excited fan, grabbing her by the shoulders, anxiously asked about possible insults from Baek Yi-gang. The angry girl sharply pushed the annoying young man away. Su-rin categorically rejected any suggestions about the connection of her condition with the behavior of Baek Yi-gang. The upset girl quickly ran away from the curious students. The disappointed young men, realizing the pointlessness of the long wait, decided to return to their rooms. One stubborn student persistently objected to leaving, eagerly wanting to meet the mysterious Baek Yi-gang. The young man, carried away by his thoughts, did not notice the approach of the dangerous yukai. The insidious creature broke free from a jar carelessly opened by the absent-minded Yu Zhongshin. Tired Baek Yi-gang left the library only after sunset, having spent several hours in a meaningful conversation with Yu Shin. And although the young man was tired from the long conversation, the satisfied Sacred Blade highly appreciated the librarian's sincere desire to help. The treasures that Cheonrim was storing might actually have an impact on Baek Yi-gang's healing, so he was especially relieved. But the Sacred Blade saw that the guy was clearly worried about that girl. It was truly something that he couldn't get out of his head. The Holy Blade explained that envy was a very common feeling, and he shouldn't worry about it, because crows couldn't calmly look at the dignity of a white heron. Baek Yi-gang realized that the Sacred Blade of Immortality was a genius from birth, and it seemed to him that at the age of 20 he no longer had equals in the West. In the world of geniuses, there is a special dynamic where ordinary people feel insecure and vulnerable to exceptional individuals, perceiving them as unattainable intellectual titans. Sacred Blade gently reminded the disciple that despite the lack of information about his past, they were now in the same position, and therefore there was no point in pretending to be ignorant. Suddenly, a group of 3 young men materialized in front of Baek Yi-gang, clearly intent on making first contact with him. Literally a moment later, he unmistakably recognized their belonging to the Chonrim school by the characteristic shape of their uniforms. The last to introduce himself was Jin Mu-young, who frankly admitted that he deliberately waited for Baek Yi-gang to ask a fundamentally important question. Jin Mu-young, grabbing the guy by the shoulder, emotionally told that Surin left the library in tears, without explaining the reason for her condition. The guy persistently demanded an explanation, but Baek Yi-gang intuitively sensed some strangeness in his behavior and unusual aggressiveness. He reasonably pointed out to Jin Mu-young the inappropriateness of his negative tone, rightly noting that in the absence of direct explanations from Su-rin, he had no reason to say anything. Jin Mu-young's comrades tried to persuade him to retreat, but he was adamant in his decision to continue the confrontation. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, he swung, intending to strike Baek Yi-gang. Jin Mu-young furiously demanded an immediate and clear explanation. Baek Yi-gang, with lightning speed and skill, knocked the attacker to the ground with several precise movements. Due to the unexpected maneuver, the enemy instantly lost his balance. The fall was so strong that the guy practically lost the ability to get up on his own. The Sacred Blade instantly appreciated the disciple's tactics, recognizing the skillful use of combat experience, but calmly pointed out the obvious psychological state of his opponent. Jin Mu-young's friends tried to revive him. However, the guy continued to lie there, experiencing severe trembling all over his body. Unnoticed by others, the tiny flea jumped between the bodies and began to attack the next victim. The new victim immediately began to experience severe, itchy discomfort. Suddenly, Jin Mu-young suddenly stood up and attacked his comrades with full force. Baek Yi-gang instantly remembered why he initially felt strange in the guy's behavior. It was reminiscent of the situation with the tiger yokai. Jin Mu-young gave off a downright ominous energy aura that threatened Baek Yi-gang when Jin Mu-young attacked Baek Yi-gang once again. Baek Yi-gang did not tolerate this and struck back at his opponent. However, the enemy's body turned out to be so strong that the attacker himself was damaged. Even the Sacred Blade was shocked by the strange nature of the wound received. Jin Mu-young rushed to attack again, controlled by an unknown desire for blood. Baek Yi-gang realized that he actually had no alternative courses of action. He made the difficult decision to use his blade to defend himself. Sacred Blade believed that the disciple should have drawn his weapon from the very beginning of the conflict. Contrary to expectations, Baek Yi-gang struck with the hilt of his sword, gently knocking his opponent to the ground. He explained to the teacher his intention to become Cheonrim's student, and therefore did not want to cause serious harm to the attacker. Sacred Blade skeptically pointed out that the plan has no chance of success since the rest of Jin Mu-young's friends are also ready to attack. Fortunately, Su-rin intervened in a timely manner, considering what was happening to be absolutely abnormal. She instantly moved to Baek Yi-gang, grabbed his hand, and suggested that he immediately hide, explaining that she had not been around for a long time. While running through the forest, Su-rin revealed a creepy detail about 3 guys being bitten by special rage insects. However, she did not understand the creature's escape mechanism, given the close control of the Great Library. At one point, Baek Yi-gang stopped Su-rin, admitting that he could no longer continue running due to a serious leg injury received during the fight. Su-rin was shocked that he managed to run a significant distance with an injured leg, and was even more surprised by his offer to stop. She tried to explain the impossibility of confronting 3 people infected with battle madness, to which Baek Yi-gang confidently declared his ability to change this situation. Finally, the pursuers overtook the fugitives, and Jin Mu-young, burning with rage, demanded the immediate separation of Baek Yi-gang and Su-rin. threatening death in case of disobedience. Baek Yi-gang understood that he could win if he decided to kill these guys. But the problem was, Surin did not seem capable of killing her friends. So he asked the girl if she was capable of something like a fire attack or something like that. Obviously, she couldn't do that. Then Baek Yi-gang asked about the noise or bright light. And although she could do something similar, she would not be able to move. Baek Yi-gang understood that the people who saw the light would come to their aid because they were near the library. He asked her to make the brightest light possible while he delayed them. As a result, the girl used the eternal piece of peace technique, and since the situation was beyond her control, she asked the equipment to quickly and accurately follow her order. After this, a pillar of light went into the sky. Baek Yi-gang only explained that although Surin was more skilled with the sword, she succeeded here too, for which he praised her. He explained to Surin that she was better than the guys opposite them, especially if she dropped her whiny nature. At this moment, all three guys began to approach, attacking Baek Yi-gang. But he, without drawing his sword, quickly hit one of the guys, after which he prepared to attack the rest. At the moment of the fight, the teacher realized that Baek Yi-gang's skills had become a little better. He calmly explained that, despite this, his stamina was running low and he could only handle two. At that moment, Jin Mu-young also approached, who did not understand how someone dared to hit his friends and decided to punish him for it. Looking at Jin Mu-young, Baek Yi-gang realized that the right hand was just a fake. The real attack would be from the left. But he did not have time to block it with his sword, so he tried to dodge. At that moment, he felt his bones breaking. The teacher also understood the problem and explained that when the pain was too strong, there came a moment when Baek Yi-gang forgot about it, and then his mind cleared. If he stops now, he will fall, so he ordered him to keep moving. Baek Yi-gang listened to the teacher's advice, so pushing off strongly with both feet, he hit the guy on the head with his forehead. At that moment, he fell to the ground and realized that apparently about 15 minutes had already passed, and hoped that help would arrive soon. But it turned out that only 5 minutes had passed. The teacher understood that Baek Yi-gang had better get his sword, but he knew that he did not want to shed blood. At that moment, another man approached him and, taking him by the shoulder, praised the guy for really having Taoist thinking, and even in the most dangerous situation, did not want to shed blood. The man appreciated the guy's mercy. He was Chonrim's first-class student, the future master of the Snow Hermit Pavilion. At that moment, the joyful Surin could not believe her happiness, because they were saved. Baek Yi-gang only asked her not to move, otherwise the light would disappear. At this moment, when the light went out, the rest of the students appeared. It was the pavilion master of Blue Flower Castle. Baek Yi-gang heard about this man, and realized that he had such power that the demonic alliance sect could fall by his hand alone. The man immediately recognized Baek Yi-gang, and heard that he had problems using internal energy. So he couldn't even believe that he was able to stop those three guys with his body. He explained that if Baek Yi-gang entered Cheonrim, then he should definitely come to the Blue Flower Castle, because he would love to become his teacher. But his colleague only calmly explained to his older brother that Baek Yi-gang was now injured, and he had no time for such conversations. The man was even more amazed that someone was able to fight with a bad leg. He had simply amazing willpower. At that moment, the excited Yu Chung-shin himself came running, who started asking his daughter if everything was okay with them. By this time, he had already managed to catch his flea. Crying, Yu Jun-shin began to apologize to Baek Yi-gang and his daughter for his inattention. But Baek Yi-gang calmly explained that he would be fine after helping, and finally, he understood why Surin was so whiny. In the end, Baek Yi-gang was already tired enough, so he decided to sit down on the ground. Surin understood that everything was resolved well only thanks to Baek Yi-gang. But he explained that he could not use spells, so they joined forces and therefore were able to escape. This encouragement clearly increased Surin's confidence, so she promised that she would start holding her head high, since she was good with both the sword and spells, and promised not to cry anymore. So the next day came, and everyone met at the Cheonrim Balance Pavilion. While everyone was standing at the table, Surin was punished and continued to cry, but Baek Yi-gang reminded him that she made him a promise. The whole point was that the girl was punished for bringing rage insects with her out of ignorance. The teacher explained that the person in charge of their flower would have noticed the insect back in the library. She also violated her duty. At this moment, Nong Ji-pyun was indignant, not understanding how Chonrim allowed their guest to have a crack in his bone because he was incredibly fragile. Baek Yi-gang himself did not expect Nong Ji-pyun to be so worried. But the teacher explained that this was how a model subordinate should react, and they had no choice but to apologize to leader Nong Ji-pyun, because there really was no excuse for this. Baek Yi-gang promised to take full responsibility. Baek Yi-gang tried to reassure Nong Ji-pyun that everything was indeed fine, and the man ended up apologizing for his emotions getting the better of him. At this moment, the manager asked the master of the flower and herb hall to bring what they agreed on. At first, he did not understand what they were talking about, but the manager reminded him that he wanted to see the red root that they had recently found. This clearly scared the man very much. He recalled that this flower was requested by the patriarch of the Wudon sect, but Im-gi-hak just laughed and explained that they were also Taoists, so they believed that their customers would understand if they slightly delayed what they promised. Baek Yi-gang realized that Im-gi-hak had quite a lot of power since he became a monopoly on medicinal herbs, because they were literally a company that had a monopoly over resources. Another border pavilion disciple tried to explain to the manager that if they delayed what they had promised, they would have to pay 1,000 silver coins, but he only reminded that he still should not depend on money. Im-gi-hak himself turned to Baek Yi-gang and explained that he would give him some red root, he would take it with him and take it later. But suddenly another man appeared and protested loudly. He had tied hair and bamboo covers with golden needles, a man who, according to rumors, saved even the dying with his acupuncture. Baek Yi-gang immediately recognized the strange doctor with golden needles, and did not expect that he was from Chongrim. In response to Baek Yi-gang's reaction, the manager explained that Do Kyung is the master of the Cheonrim Medical Pavilion. He usually moves around Gangho, and he called Do Kyung to examine Baek Yi-gang. When the man approached, he explained that Baek Yi-gang was born with a unique talent, but his body was not suitable for this. He was very unlucky. The manager was wondering why Do Kyung claims that Baek Yi-gang doesn't need the red root. He explained that although this plant was good at blocking the flow of qi, however, unlike the usual one, the red root is a spiritual herb with solar yang, so for Baek Yi-gang this root could become a poison. In this case, the manager suggested sending this root to the patriarch of the Baek clan as a gift. Moreover, Do Kyung himself heard that the patriarch was sick. This should have helped him, and the manager was glad that Do Kyung had finally begun to behave in a truly Taoist manner, and decided to do so. In addition, he explained to Baek Yi-gang that when everything calms down here, he will meet with the patriarch of the Baek clan. This was his payment for the kindness that Baek Yi-gang showed in stopping the attacking guys. Hearing this, even the Sacred Blade of Immortality admitted that not drawing the sword was a good enough idea, and Baek Yi-gang also rejoiced at his correct decision. So another 2 weeks passed, and Baek Yi-gang began to get ready to go home. His legs were fine. His internal energy was restored. The Yukai energy capsule was simply incredible. And even the teacher could see that Baek Yi-gang had truly blossomed. Moreover, thanks to Lady Jin Li Young, who shared the capsule with him, he was able to mix the red root to create a double magic medicine, and Baek Yi-gang was sure that this would help his father. Finally, it was time to leave, so Nong Ji-pyun asked to put the young master on the carriage. But before that, Baek Yi-gang was interrupted by the guys who asked him to wait. Turning around, he saw Jin Moo-young and his company and noticed that they didn't look very good. But they were only excitedly asking about the condition of Baek Yi-gang's leg. They were happy to hear that he was feeling much better. Baek Yi-gang was surprised that they had come all this way just for this. But as it turned out, they brought him roast duck, boiled meat that their fathers had made, as well as nuts that they had collected on the slope. They asked Baek Yi-gang to eat it all on the road. Then Baek Yi-gang realized that they probably got hurt trying to collect the nuts, so he thanked the boys for such concern. After that, they said goodbye to Baek Yi-gang and asked him to take care of himself. Even Nong Ji-pyun noted with surprise that these were very kind kids, so it would be nice if they became friends with Baek Yi-gang. However, Nong Ji-pyun was worried that young master Baek Ha-jun would be sad if Baek Yi-gang left. But the hero himself was confident that his brother would cope just fine without him. But Nong Ji-pyun had a completely different opinion. Even the Sacred Blade understood that it was not surprising that the younger brother was only 12. So Baek Yi-gang himself began to doubt that his brother would be okay. Somewhere at this time, Baek Ha-jun was in a private house on the Shenhe River before leaving for the county. His brother gave him instructions to monitor the investigation process of the assassins, and he instructed him to quietly find everyone. Baek Yi-gang hoped that he would cope with this task, At this point, his escort noticed that Baek Ha-jun looked quite tense and decided to tell him a story that might help him. The guy decided to tell the story of how young Master Baek Yi-gang jumped on a two-headed tiger and defeated him. The others were clearly tired of hearing the same story, but the guy knew that they simply didn't see what happened with their own eyes, because their young master was really incredibly cool. And even Baek Ha-jun was glad that his brother's identity was now being discussed in such a good light in the clan. Somewhere at this moment, Zhonggu also approached, who explained that they had found a group that was involved in the incident with the assassins. As it turned out, after the attack on the young master, Baek Yi-gang, the Baek clan once visited the mountains near the estate. Horse hoof prints were found, enough to leave traces in the stable of the Sek's estate, but there were no traces of the assassins even in the stable's records. They assumed that someone had deliberately changed the records. After torture, it was revealed that the former branch manager, who supposedly died of illness, tried to send a letter about the assassins to the clan, but in fact he was poisoned by criminals. Junggu explained that this was the reason why they did not find the recording. Baek Ha-jun didn't understand if this meant that the house sect was somehow connected with the one who tried to kill his brother. Junggu explained that almost everyone was caught or killed. Manager Guillaume Hua cooperated with them as best she could, so she asked Baek Ha-jun to be more merciful. He continued the story on the outskirts. There was a sect called the Black Ghost Estate. Witnesses said that some sect members reserved horses and hid their activities. Despite 3 reconnaissance groups being sent, none of the people sent ever returned. Baek Ha-jun was furious at the impudence of the illusionists who dared to remain in the country after the heinous crimes they committed. With a decisive gesture, he ordered his assistant to step aside. Soon the squad approached the ominous estate of the Black Ghost. Along with the main group, additional soldiers arrived, some of whom remained outside to provide a perimeter and insurance. When the man knocked on the massive wooden door, he instantly caught the sharp, metallic smell of blood coming from inside the room. Without thinking for a second, he smashed the front door into small wooden splinters. Inside, a man was found standing in the middle of a terrifying picture. A mountain of bloody corpses. The stranger was completely hidden by a mask, which not only hid his face, but also distorted his voice. Baek Ha-jun demanded that the unknown person introduce himself immediately, but he did not even think about fulfilling his demand. Then the initiative was seized by warriors who introduced themselves as members of the secret mist detachment of the Peck clan. They ordered the unknown man to lower his weapon and answer questions, but he contemptuously called them a couple of idiots covering up the clan's dirty dealings. After this, the stranger quickly attacked, intending to brutally deal with everyone present. A fierce battle began, where the enemy demonstrated amazing maneuverability, moving between opponents with lightning speed. At some point, Baek Ha-jun realized that he absolutely could not avoid the fatal blow. At a critical moment, he was saved by one of the warriors, who demanded that the unknown person identify himself, and immediately entered into mortal combat. Despite his reluctance to kill the young fighter, the attacker was forced to act with extreme cruelty. Baek Ha-jun, observing the aura of the sword, instantly realized that the enemy was carefully hiding his true martial prowess. At this tense moment, all the warriors came to the young master's defense. As a result of the violent confrontation, one of the fighters was fatally wounded. Baek Ha-jun decided to use his only chance to slit the throat of his attacker. Despite his honed skills and sudden attack, Baek Ha-jun himself was seriously wounded in the stomach. The warriors realized the complete futility of further battle. They began to save the young master, quickly retreating and begging him to save Nastium. Baek Ha-jun was still conscious, but he felt his vitality quickly fading away. He understood that he had no right to die. After all, he had not fulfilled his older brother's last request, and the fear of Baek Yi-gang's anger did not allow him to give up. The next day, an emergency meeting of all the elders of the Baek clan was held. They unanimously concluded that upon Baek Yi-gang's return from Cheol, he must be immediately appointed as the new young leader, given the patriarch's critical condition and Baek Ha-jun's mortal wound. The head of the traditional faction Blade of Fury insisted on speedy action, while the representative of the side faction Ice Steel suggested delaying and waiting for the will of the sick patriarch. It was obvious that the female elder was pursuing a personal goal: to promote Baek Ha-jun to the post of young leader. The male elders were seriously worried about the Red Dragon Squad's protracted investigation and urgently needed a decisive young leader. Suddenly, Baek Yi-gang, who had immediately returned after hearing the news of the summons, quickly entered the Hall of Elders. The elders were absolutely unprepared for his appearance right during an important council. Baek Gong calmly explained that he couldn't hesitate, especially when it came to his father and Baek Hajun's condition. The elders were embarrassed by his appearance with a man from the lower circle, Nung Ji Pyun, which seemed to them an unacceptable violation of aristocratic manners. Baek Gong harshly recalled the critical situation with the ailing patriarch and the mortally wounded Baek Hajun, pointing out the shame that had been brought upon the honor of their clan. Unable to cope with his insolence, the elders ordered the guy to leave immediately. Baek Gong did not object, but decided to take Jong-gu with him first. Suddenly Baek Rojitai asked not to touch Jong-gu, suspecting his possible involvement in espionage, since it was he who accompanied Baek Hajung on the fateful expedition to the Black Ghost Estate. The elders calmly explained that this man was a simple sect member. However, they understood that, intentionally or not, Jong-gu was involved in the injury of Baek Hajun and the death of other clan fighters. Until the culprit was found, they could not let Jong-gu go. The hero calmly explained that he himself offered himself as a guide to intervene in this matter. So if now they were looking to punish someone, then let them punish him. The elders wanted to attack Baek Yi-gang, but at that moment his great-grandmother, the head of the elders, stood up for her grandson. She realized that he had already grown up enough and was able to talk to adults correctly. In addition, she called the boy to her, took his hand, and remembered how his hands were very small. Now these hands belonged to a real fighter. She asked the boy to prepare to become a young leader. Then, the sacred blade reminded Baek Yi-gang that he had better mention the proposal, but he knew for sure that now was not the time. Baek Yi-gang suggested doing something similar after catching the culprit behind Baek Hajun's injury. He asked to give him at least 1 month to sort everything out. After this, he resigned from the Council of Elders. The teacher praised Baek Yi-gang for sounding very convincing, but he was wondering what the guy was planning to do. He explained that there was complete chaos around, and first he wanted to see the patriarch. Soon the patriarch was informed that a young gentleman had come to him. As soon as the doors opened for the guy, he wanted to know how sick his father was. But he explained that everything was fine with him. It was just the change of season and the weather that had a bad effect on him. Besides, he wanted to hear about Baek Yi-gun's trip to Chehol. As a result, Baek Yi-gang said that the head of the clan said about the possibility of his training, but explained that in return he was asked to join their clan. And the father advised Baek Yi-gang to agree if it would save his life. Baek Yi-gang did not expect Baek Ryu-san to give his consent so easily. The patriarch explained that Baek Hajun would then have to become a young leader. Baek Yi-gang said that he had brought a magic medicine created from the internal energy of a tiger and a rare mountain root. In addition, the traveling doctor with golden needles promised to visit his father. To begin with, Baek Yi-gang decided to ask the medical master for his opinion about this medicine. He noted the excellent combination of ingredients, as expected from the Rome clan. The medicine could really help cure any illness. The master explained that it maximizes the body's regenerative abilities, so he is confident in its effectiveness. Upon learning of this, Baek Ryu-san decided to give the medicine to Baek Hajun. Although the guy was clearly unhappy, the father explained that death is a cold path. Following the path of life, a person will encounter many deaths of loved ones, and parents are usually the first to leave. It's very sad, but nothing could be worse than the death of a brother. He asked Baek Yi-gang if he knew about the existence of Baek Rojitae's sister. It turned out that she died long before Baek Yi-gang was born. Then Baek Ryu-san felt as if his entire insides were burning from the inside. If Baek Hajun dies, Baek Yi-gang will experience the same. There is nothing worse than the death of your own child. Baek Ryu-san saw a mother who had lost her child. She roared like a wounded animal. Therefore, he wanted to know if Baek Yi-gang wished a similar fate for his father. The answer was obvious. After this, the guy was forced to leave, but the sacred blade explained that he would be amazed if someone in his place acted differently. Even the teacher himself would have made the same choice. Soon, Baek Yi-gang went with the teacher into the forest, where he left his sword. The teacher explained that if the guy so wants to protect the great path of immortality, then he will not talk about the past. But he added that there are people in the world who never show pain. If Baek Yi-gang is really worried, he should be the first to offer these people a helping hand. Baek Yi-gang noted that if he did not ask about the past of his ancestors, it would be easier for him. But he was mistaken, so he decided to ask the question. Was the head of the elders really his granddaughter? Baek Yi-gang understood their connection. when he first saw the sacred blade's surprise at their meeting. It turned out that the teacher was surprised to see his granddaughter so old. He didn't know that the man died when his great-grandmother was only 3 years old, and it was surprising that he recognized her immediately. Moreover, he was confused by the fact that Patriarch Onima, who was born after the death of the sacred blade, claimed that they met when he was 10 years old. The assumption seemed absurd, because this would mean that the sacred blade lived an incredible 140 years, which contradicted all logical ideas about human life. He urgently demanded that Bi Qigang immediately stop such inquiries, clearly avoiding any more detailed discussion of his past. Baek Yi Gang was literally captivated by the mystery of the person who managed to place the sacred blade under the ground of the estate and hermetically seal the place, causing him to wonder about the underlying reasons for such a decision and the possible attachment of the soul to this cold earth. The young man was haunted by the thought that perhaps the sacred blade had deliberately and consciously tied his soul to this world after voluntarily leaving the clan. Baek Yi Gang could not understand the true intentions and hidden meaning of his mysterious teacher's actions. The sacred blade of immortality, who created the revolutionary immortal sacred techniques, managed to become the patriarch at the incredibly young age of 21 and continued to successfully lead the clan until the age of 70. He was nicknamed the Patriarch of the Iron Blood, and although his son had undoubted talent, he was never able to reach the level of his father, which caused deep inner empathy in the man. The father dreamed from time to time of the day when his son would finally surpass his skill, driven by the natural parental desire to see the child become stronger and more successful. Any parent dreams of the triumphant superiority of their child, seeing this as the highest form of personal fulfillment and procreation. One day, the son pointed out a significant flaw in the fire sun technique, but the man only condescendingly advised him to concentrate on training. This became the patriarch's first critical mistake. He simply rejected his son's constructive remark and responded with a barely hidden grin. The son then drew attention to serious problems with the mystery meridian, pointing out its complete ineffectiveness and the need for drastic changes. When critical remarks were made for the second time, the patriarch experienced a real attack of irritation and anger. The third time the son appeared with his daughter, he solemnly announced that he had finally completed work on the revolutionary technology. The son managed to correct fundamental deficiencies in the Yang Sun fire technique and the form of the blade of heaven and earth. He resolutely headed to the training room to experiment with his technique. At this moment, the sacred blade of immortality itself was there and training. From the very first moments of entering, the son felt a colossal energetic aura of the room. The sacred blade took a break from his training and listened carefully to the reason for his son's visit. He explained his desire to continue their last tense conversation. The man frankly did not understand why his son continued to waste time on seemingly meaningless reasoning. However, the son insisted that he had found a fundamental solution to the problem. He explained in detail that the last 3 forms of the heaven and earth blade are contrary to the Yang Sun fire technique, and the destructive forces, although they feed the flames, disperse them excessively. The true reason for the patriarch's constant irritation lay in the past tragic consequences of such energetic inconsistencies, which led to real insanity. But he categorically did not want to admit the obvious, which only increased his internal irritation. The son noticed the deterioration in his father's condition and asked him to calm down, while simultaneously preparing irrefutable evidence that he was right. If verbal arguments weren't enough, the boy was ready to demonstrate his theory practically, and had already begun to draw his sword. The man, without any resistance, also drew his blade to carefully test his son's theory. What happened after that moment could not be explained even by the sacred blade itself. Perhaps the culprit was the suddenness of the situation, or the freezing cold that constrained the limbs at a critical moment. Perhaps the flames became so powerful that they were completely out of control when using the technique. In a tragic accident, he fatally wounded his own son and panicked. He immediately rushed to look for a doctor, hoping to save the child. When he returned with the doctor, his only son had already died in the arms of his own daughter. So the sacred blade of immortality personally killed the patriarch and his child right in front of his shocked granddaughter. A few days after this terrible tragedy, the man disappeared without a trace, and the clan officially announced his death from old age. After a while, Sacred Blade admitted that his son was absolutely right. There was indeed a serious flaw in the Fire Sun Yang technique and the form of the Heaven and Earth blade. He tried to fix the problem exactly as his son asked, but he realized that it would take an incredibly long time to completely solve it, and he realized that it was impossible to complete the work during his lifetime. Baekgyeong did not even suspect such a tragic past for his teacher, and assumed that he was trying to atone for what had happened. This was partly true, but with a high degree of probability, the decisive role was played by personal satisfaction and the desire to complete what was started. But the sacred blade explained that only the people of Chehol knew where the sword was. Then, the guy wondered what the probability was that Yong Nema sold this information. The teacher explained that the residents of Chehol had taken an oath of silence, so they were unlikely to betray him. A master of his level could understand an opponent's strength just by looking at his sword. Chokpyo Ra used powerful martial arts, which the teacher knew nothing about, but the rest of the mercenaries only owned weak techniques. This was an important detail. Baekgyeong did not understand why the teacher was silent all this time. Finally, they came to Baek Hajun's chambers. The boy had not yet woken up, but Baekgyeong wanted to be alone with his brother. He learned that his brother had already taken a rare miraculous medicine and asked him to wake up. Falling to his knees, Jong-gu admitted his guilt. Everything happened because he underestimated his attackers. Baekgyeong wondered if Jong-gu was ready to atone for his guilt. He even agreed to this. But Baekgyeong did not see the benefit of his miserable life, so he ordered the investigation to continue. The teacher suspected that the enemy might be hiding behind the mask. Even the Hao sect knew nothing about it. He understood that the traitor warrior probably tried not to show his martial arts. The enemy demonstrated amazing intelligence and composure, methodically destroying all witnesses in order to completely destroy any material evidence of his crimes, constantly snatching from the hands of investigators the slightest hints of revealing the truth. At the critical moment, Baek Hajun slowly regained consciousness, asking puzzledly about his whereabouts, while Baekgyeong, filled with joy and relief, questioned his brother about his well-being and possible pain. Suddenly, the boy started talking about his mother in such a way that the teacher immediately realized that Baek Hajun was in a state of morbid delirium. Baekgyeong patiently explained to his brother that their mother had gone on a long trip to the west, to which Baek Hajun emotionally objected, claiming that she should have taken him with her, but his brother calmly reminded him of his too young age at the time of departure. Suddenly, Baek Hajun noticed a ghostly figure next to Baekgyeong, his grandfather, whom he clearly saw but did not hear. The sacred blade immediately realized that Baek Hajun was able to see him solely due to his critical proximity to the line between life and death. Baekgyeong realized with growing concern the catastrophic severity of his brother's condition. He gently asked the boy to rest, first wanting to find out if he remembered anything about the mysterious masked people. With trembling hands and a broken voice, Baek Hajun said that during their escape, the stranger who hid him used a rare and secret technique of the Way of the Moon. This news plunged Baekgyeong into a real shock, because it was an exclusively family-owned, strictly guarded military equipment. Baekgyeong clearly understood the need for personal control over the doctor to ensure that no information was disseminated. Absolutely no one should know that Baek Hajun received a mysterious medicine. He finally became convinced of the existence of a traitor within the family, whom he intended to deal with mercilessly. Soon Baekgyeong and Baek Rojitai met in a secluded garden behind the majestic estate of the Baek clan, where flowering trees created an indescribable atmosphere of absolute calm and deep peace, contrasting with the tense internal situation. Baekgyeong, having gathered his courage, directly explained to his uncle his intentions to leave his native clan and join the mysterious Chehol. With a heavy heart, he shared his observations about his father's deteriorating lungs and Baek Hajun's serious health problems, who, even after recovery, will be forced to deal with the consequences of his injuries for a long time. In the current situation, Baekgyeong had high hopes that his influential uncle would be able to convince the conservative elders to allow young Naima to take the honorable place of patriarch. Otherwise, their ancient and powerful clan will inevitably be interrupted. At this fateful moment, an insidious plan was formed in Baek Rojitae's head. He realized that after Baekgyeong's departure, the position of patriarch would remain vacant, which would create an ideal opportunity to seize power in the clan and subsequently make his ambitious son the next patriarch. Skillfully hiding his true intentions, he answered the young man with feigned understanding that he had made an incredibly difficult but wise decision, and solemnly promised to facilitate his departure in every possible way. Watching his nephew, Baek Rojitae was surprised to note how he had turned into a person as calculating and cold-blooded as Baek Ryu-san. ready to leave his seriously wounded brother and sick parent for his own benefit. After a short discussion, they agreed to hold a decisive meeting in 7 days and nights. When Baek Rojitai left the garden, a disturbing detail emerged. According to Baek Hajun's story, during the fight he managed to touch the back of the mysterious opponent's hand. But when examining his uncle's hand, no traces of injury were found. The experienced teacher advised to temporarily postpone the investigation, emphasizing that now it was vital for Baek Yigang to focus on intensive training. After all, until the very last breath, a true warrior must rely solely on his own skill in martial arts. The mysterious form of the sword of heaven and earth required incredible skill. The teacher explained that no matter how incredible the speed a person has, he will never reach the majestic heavens, nor can he hide the eternal shadows cast by the vault of heaven. With particular solemnity, the teacher said that when Baek Yigan completely mastered the remaining complex techniques, he would become the only master in the entire vast world who had comprehended all the sacred formations of the ancient art. Although it seemed impossible to master such a volume of knowledge in one short week, the wise teacher understood that everything depended solely on Baek Yigan's incredible determination. Since the young man could not yet use his internal energy, he should concentrate all his efforts on flawlessly executing the form, without trying to prematurely comprehend the profound essence of the sacred sword. After several hours of hard training, the guy managed to perform technically correct strikes, but due to his excessively strong grip, he rubbed the skin on his palms until they bled. The teacher, touched by the student's dedication, gently asked him not to worry, proudly noting his truly rare natural talent for martial arts. When Baek Yigang did not hear his master's quiet words, the sacred blade realized with alarm. The young man seemed resigned to the fact that the majestic sword was 30 paces away from him, but he could only distinguish the old teacher's voice from a distance of a few steps. When Baek Yigang picked up the heavy sword again, a strange detail caught his attention. Suddenly there was not a single scratch on his wounded hand, which was extremely unusual for a practicing swordsman. This unexpected discovery made him understand that it was too early to discard his suspicions. As dusk fell, many excited people gathered near Vitali's luxurious chambers. Baek Rojitai, wanting to remain unnoticed, politely but firmly sent the girl accompanying him home, assuring that her services were no longer needed. Accompanied by 2 faithful assistants, he reached a secluded building on the outskirts of the estate, where he left them waiting outside, deciding to continue his mysterious path alone. Opening the heavy door, he saw in the twilight of the room the hunched figure of a silent old man, who, contrary to all the rules of etiquette, did not greet the high-ranking guest. Vitali's helpful assistant hastened to explain that the old man was mute from birth, so there was no need to worry about observing the ceremonies. However, Baek Rojitai, clearly irritated by the unauthorized interference of his assistant, with a lightning-quick movement put a sharpened sword to his trembling neck. Despite desperate warnings about the dangers of such actions, the enraged Baek Rojitai mercilessly slashed his sword across the assistant's face, and then threw him forcefully onto the dusty floor, threateningly plunging the blade into the boards very close to the pale face of the defeated enemy. Baek Rojitai, barely restraining his bubbling anger, indignantly demanded an explanation. How this traitor dared to come to him, as if hoping for a warm welcome, especially after the treacherous violation of the sacred oath and the vile attack on the innocent Baek Yigang. The mysterious man, maintaining amazing composure, explained that he was forced to hide his too conspicuous face, and respectfully asked from now on to call him simply Number 3. Skillfully feigning deep repentance, he apologized for the trouble he had caused, and to his relief, was forgiven. After all, the powerful organization to which he belonged was famous for its extensive connections in the highest circles of society. Rising slowly from the floor and brushing off his dusty clothes, Number 3 profusely thanked Baek Rojitai for skillfully covering up the traces of their secret activities, and respectfully asked for the continuation of such valuable cooperation until the triumphant conclusion of their grandiose plan. At this tense moment, the long-awaited news came. Their agents were tirelessly searching for the legendary ring that once belonged to the sacred blade of immortality itself. As it turned out, now their secret goal had changed. They needed the legendary blade of the sacred blade. However, Baek Rojitai regretfully explained that this precious sword was under the vigilant protection of the elders, and so far he had not been able to obtain it. In response, Number 3 calmly noted that the powerful organization Great Darkness had enough patience for now. Then Baek Rojite, trying to hide his impatience, demanded the promised reward, since the previously received remedy had already run out. The mysterious visitor handed him a small, elegant bottle. Baek Rojite, carefully examining the vessel, asked whether this mysterious remedy was worth his growing madness. Number 3, smiling mysteriously, expressed surprise that Baek Rojite had not yet felt the full effect, and promised to pass on a more effective medicine after receiving the coveted sword. After this, they separated. Although Baek Rojite did not understand the organization's true intentions regarding the sword, he firmly warned them to stay away from his ambitious son once he gained the long-awaited power in the clan. Returning to his luxurious chambers, Baek Rojite retrieved his terrible mask from its secret hiding place, realizing that this was the only way to stop the painful attacks. He carefully applied the product he had just received to the inner surface of the mask, studded with sharp thorns. As he put the mask on his face, merciless spikes dug into his flesh, causing a wave of sharp pain to spread across his face. To his perverse pleasure, it felt truly amazing. Having calmed down, he majestically sank into his favorite chair, immersed in thoughts about the mysterious blade. Most considered it an ordinary, albeit ancient sword, but Baek Rojite knew that the soul of the sacred blade of immortality itself was inextricably linked with this powerful weapon. He guessed that the mysterious organization was probably planning to use the sword to summon the spirit of the legendary warrior. However, Baek Rojite considered them crazy and could not understand why they needed this ancient spirit. At this very time, vigilant guards were on duty in the outer garden near Baek Rojite's chambers. When Baek Yi gang arrived there, they flatly refused to let even him through, despite his high status. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the young man humbly asked permission to at least walk along the high walls of the garden. During this tense moment, Seo Ryu quietly warned Baek Yi gang about the squad leader's recent return. Baek Yi gang, understanding the need for secrecy, explained that he would communicate with her only in a whisper. The events leading up to this moment began a few minutes earlier when Baek Yi gang asked Seo Ryu to report any strange behavior from Baek Rojite to him. The girl was amazed. Did the young master really suspect that the head of the dragon squad could be a traitor? It turned out that she gave Baek Yi gang an important ring before his departure to Chehol precisely because she herself had long suspected Baek Rojite of something wrong. So Ryu, having gained confidence in the young master, solemnly promised to help him. At the moment, she correctly guessed that his appearance here was connected with a secret investigation. Baek Yi gang confirmed her guess, hinting at the existence of a plan. The girl, tormented by doubts, decided to cooperate, since recently the behavior of the head of the detachment had really caused her serious concerns. At some point, she was surprised to notice that Baek Yi gang, staring intently at the wall, seemed to be talking to himself. In fact, he was communicating with his invisible teacher, who had just shared an overheard conversation about someone's intention to summon his spirit. At the same time, the Sacred Blade calmly noted that the very concept of lying was completely alien and unfamiliar to him. From the frank account of the Sacred Blade, Baek Yi gang realized the terrifying truth. His uncle, driven by an insatiable thirst for power, conspired with unknown forces eager to obtain the legendary meteorite sword. They were the ones who carried out a brutal attack on the estate, killing the innocent So Hwa in cold blood and seriously wounding Baek Ha Jun. All this bloodshed was generated only by the boundless greed of Baek Rojite, and Baek Yi gang could not come to terms with this bitter truth. Maintaining outward calm, Baek Yi gang said that his dark suspicions were confirmed. His uncle was indeed to blame for all the tragic events. However, now was not the time for long discussions. He made a solemn promise to Soryu to reveal the whole truth to the elders at the upcoming meeting in 7 days. The day before the fateful grand gathering, heated debate broke out within the sacred circle of Baek clan elders. Conservative elders insisted that Baek Yi gang was categorically unsuited to the role of patriarch. In addition, Baek Ha Jun's condition remained serious, and further delay seemed unacceptable. However, Baek Yi gang's great-grandmother, the wise head of the elders, addressed the audience with a poignant speech. She asked bitterly whether they really thought she had become so blind and stupid over the years of imprisonment. She knew very well about the secret ambitions of the brother of one of the elders, who had long dreamed of the position of patriarch and harbored a deep enmity towards Baek Yigan. She then turned her penetrating gaze to the other elder, exposing his unworthy behavior. This man passed on information to Rusan's family for a generous reward. When he tried to justify himself, she mercilessly reminded him that his betrayal was caused by the tragic death of his daughter. That is why he decided not to support Baek Yigang's candidacy. By striking with her ancient cane, she reminded those gathered of the value of freedom and the inadmissibility of crossing certain boundaries. She warned that if the clan went the wrong way, it could lead to its death. The woman recalled the long-standing tragedy when the sacred blade of immortality and the patriarch died together. After this, the clan was led by Baek Yun herself, the current head of the elders. In her youth, she accepted the burden of the patriarch's power and managed to revive the clan from the ashes. No one in the sacred circle dared to contradict her authoritative opinion, so the elders unanimously agreed with her decision. Baek Yigang should become the next patriarch, because the young man received a sacred sword forged from a mysterious cold iron. At this time, Baek Yigang was thinking that despite 10 days of hard training, he still could not perfectly master the most difficult 9th form. However, his wise teacher understood that the very fact that the boy was able to even approximately follow this ancient technique spoke of his incredible talent. The young man was perplexed why the elders decided to give him the legendary sword made of cold iron right now. He explained that since time immemorial, there had been a sacred tradition of passing the blade on to the next patriarch at the legendary Forge of the Flame Shadow. Surprisingly, the teacher did not remember such a custom, although he was one of the founders of this ancient forge. When they arrived at the forge, they were greeted by a venerable blacksmith who had been tasked with escorting them to the Flame Shadow Shrine. He offered Baek Yigang a protective handkerchief, warning him of the unbearable heat inside, but the young man resolutely refused. The blacksmith warned him, reminding him that even the legendary Baek Il-young could not stand this test, but was filled with curiosity to see how Baek Yigang would cope. When the massive doors swung open, the young man was hit by a wave of incredible heat, but he remained amazingly calm, even when the air seemed to melt before his eyes. The blacksmith, having difficulty hiding his amazement at such extraordinary fortitude, asked to follow him. The teacher explained that this sacred forge was the only place in all of Xi'an where mysterious cold metals could be processed. This truly great place filled the hearts of all the sword masters who worked here with pride. Then Baek Yigang had an unexpected thought. If they can work with cold iron, maybe they can melt the legendary Comet Fang and forge a new, lighter sword. The sacred blade of immortality laughed, taking it as a joke, but suddenly realized that his descendant was completely serious. The blacksmith led them to the sacred armory and proudly explained that all the blades in this room were forged from the rarest cold metal by the hands of the greatest craftsmen. Baek Yigang noted that these swords looked even better than the famous Comet Fang, although the sacred blade clearly did not share this opinion. The young man began to carefully study the blades, and the blacksmith warned about the exceptional sharpness of the blades, calling for caution. He added that inexperienced people usually choose weapons based only on external beauty. However, Baek Yigang, to the surprise of the blacksmith, dissatisfiedly asked whether all these swords were really created by the true masters of the Flame Shadow Forge. He was outraged by the quality of the work, considering such weapons unworthy of a great clan. The blacksmith clearly became nervous, not understanding the reason for the young master's dissatisfaction. At this moment, the spirit of the sacred blade of immortality became indignant, realizing that the blacksmiths were trying to deceive them. In the process of studying the swords, Baek Yigang discovered that mostly ordinary steel was used in their creation. The holy blade demanded severe punishment for the blacksmith, insisting that he pay in blood for his deception. Baek Yigang calmly explained to the man that the blade in his hands was only half made of cold metal, and the rest did not contain even 3/10 of this precious material. Kneeling down, the blacksmith admitted that the amount of cold iron had been reduced by order of the previous patriarch. Previously, swords were entirely crafted from this rare metal, but now they only added 5/10 of it. Sacred Blade, hearing this, remembered that his son had also raised similar questions, because cold metal was an incredibly expensive material. Baek Yigang wondered whether such a sword could be considered a true treasure if it contained so little cold iron. The Sacred Blade explained that even in this state, the Comet Fang was superior to all the swords in this place, but they could not allow a low-quality weapon to serve Baek Yigang. When the blacksmith offered to bring another sword, Baek Yigang refused, saying that since this blade contained the most cold iron, he would use it for testing. He asked the man to stand up and hold his weapon level. The blacksmith realized that the young man intended to test the strength of the sword by striking the tip, an act that was usually performed only by arrogant fools, having warned about his irresponsibility for possible injuries. The blacksmith was sure that the rusty sword would not even be able to leave a scratch on their blade. At this moment, the teacher inquired about what Baek Yigang had realized by using the heaven and earth blade technique and the 8th form of the heavenly blade net. The blacksmith watched in amazement as the young master's sword seemed to cry in the air, which seemed impossible. After all, everyone knew that the guy did not have internal energy. After a single blow, the sword could not completely cut the blacksmith's blade, so Baek Yigang demanded to call the head of the forge to personally sharpen his weapon. The head of the Flame Shadow Forge was shocked to learn that the young master did not like their weapons. He was offended that some boy, not even a patriarch, dared to reject the weapon of the forge and demanded his personal attention. Nevertheless, he came to the call. Baek Yigang directly stated his dissatisfaction with the quality of the swords of their forge. When the head took the young man's sword in his hands, he was amazed. The weapon was twice as heavy as an ordinary sword of this size, with an incredibly dark blade. Under a layer of rust, there was a soft shine, and when the master tried to clean the surface, he discovered pure meteorite iron. Amazed by the discovery, he did not understand where the young master got such a sword from. Even the comet fang stored in the treasury did not consist of pure meteorite iron. Baek Yigang admitted that the sword was fake. Even the teacher was surprised by such frankness, but the young man explained that if he wants the help of the head of the forge, he will have to be honest. He revealed that his sword was an authentic comet fang, wielded by the sacred blade of immortality himself, and asked the Flame Shadow Forge to restore it to its former glory. The head of the forge was immensely grateful for this opportunity, and vowed to restore the legendary weapon. Looking at this master, Baek Yigang felt that they would definitely cope with the task. The man immediately ordered an assistant to light a fire in the stove and help work on the sword. At this time, one of the elders, heading to his chambers, reflected on the insolence of Baek Yigang. Just a boy, and already commanding adults. He would not have lifted a finger if not for the words of the patriarch. Baek Ryu-san told the elder alarming news. A traitor had appeared in their ranks. Those who injured Baek Yigang and Baek Ha-jun, as well as the Comet Fang hunters, turned out to be allies. The elder was perplexed why anyone would go to such extremes for the sake of a sword. Baek Ryu-san explained that the reason was probably that the real Comet Fang contained all the forms of heaven and earth. Having learned that Baek Yigang had the original Comet Fang, the elder decided to see the legendary weapon with his own eyes. Entering the forge, he found the craftsman making final preparations for hardening the blade. When the sword was taken out of the cold water, even the seasoned elder was amazed at its greatness. The reflections on the flawless surface resembled a scattering of stars. At this moment, Baek Yigang, taking his renewed sword, turned to the elder with a request regarding tomorrow's meeting. He intended to put an end to the lies that were eating away at their once great clan. The next day, everyone gathered in the circle of elders. But one of them still had not arrived, and no one understood the reason for his absence. It seemed especially strange that the elder was late for a discussion of one of the clan's most pressing matters. The head of the elders, having carefully examined those present, decided that they had been waiting for the absentee long enough. Therefore, she approached the head of the Red Dragon Squad, asking him to speak, since he was the one who called this emergency meeting. Baek Ji-tae, rising from his seat, immediately realized that the absent elder was the main opponent of Baek Thwargan's journey to Chongrim, and his absence was most opportune. Having begun his speech, he explained to the audience the obvious. Everyone should know that there were rumors among the people about the approaching fall of their clan. People are increasingly whispering that the swords of Nagon or Muran are superior to their weapons in quality and strength. Is Baek Ji-tae really worried about these empty rumors running through the heads of the elders? But unfortunately, this was indeed the case. Now the clan's reputation had been shaken and was not as impeccable as before. However, this problem did not concern only the Baek clan. All 7 great clans had lost some of their former power. In addition, 9 sects and 1 guild have already managed to significantly expand their influence in the Murium world. They even dared to call themselves the 9 clans of the same forest, in an attempt to strengthen their authority. Baek Ji-tae warned that if they were allowed to continue to act, the existing balance of power would be disrupted. although even if they intervene, the situation is no longer in their favor. He has already sided with the 9 clans and practically participated in the Dragon and Phoenix meeting, which was organized by the 9 clans and the guild. But that, as Baek Jitai explained, was not all. Chongrim did begin to send his young warriors to the Dragon and Phoenix meeting, although he did not make any further significant changes in his policies. Recently, their manager sent a message expressing his interest in maintaining a good relationship with the brilliant Baek Yi gang. Chongrim, who had previously avoided any alliances, suddenly changed his position. Baek Jitai saw this as an ideal opportunity to create a blood alliance between the clans. By uniting with Chonrim, they could lead the 7 great clans, and then the Baek clan would lead the entire world of martial arts into a bright future. At the moment, the patriarch and Baek Hajun were in a bad state, and if Baek Yi Gong went to Chongrim, the line of succession would be interrupted. This was their chance to take over as leader, so everyone was excited. However, the head of the elders was at a loss regarding the resolution of the issue with the patriarch. She was convinced that Baek Yi Gang was ideal for the role, although some felt that they might need to concentrate power in the hands of the elders. Suddenly, one of the younger members of the clan spoke up, whose behavior was incomprehensible to those present. The head ordered him to sit down, but without listening to her, Baek Yi Gang stood up himself and declared that he was not suitable for the title of patriarch. Great-grandmother noticed that Baek Yi Gang had changed a lot, and he agreed with this observation. He explained that he thought about everything that was happening for a long time, and came to the conclusion that this place was clearly not for him. In his opinion, Baek Hajun was much better suited for this role. Baek Jitai objected, recalling that Baek Hajun was mortally wounded and could not even get out of bed. But Baek Yigang calmly reported that Baek Hajun regained consciousness yesterday. At that moment, Baek Hajun himself entered the room along with Nong Jipyun. Everyone was amazed by his appearance, since they knew perfectly well what had happened to him. Seeing him, it looked incredible that just recently he was on the verge of life and death. He explained that he felt better after taking medicine that his brother brought from Chonggrim. Baek Yi Gang explained that he invited Baek Hajun to be a witness. The great-grandmother clearly did not understand what he was supposed to witness. Baek Yi Gang then calmly explained that they had found out who betrayed the clan and tried to kill them both. Baek Hajun himself announced that he saw the face of the attacker that day and pointed to Baek Jitai, stating that the assailant was the head of the Red Dragon Squad. The others took the news as crazy, but Baek Jitai just laughed, admitting that he should have guessed Baek Yi Gang's plans from the very beginning. Smiling evilly, he noted that he could not even imagine that he would decide to arrange such a theatrical scene. The elders began to whisper to each other, and Baek Jitai calmly stated that Baek Hajun was clearly confusing reality with dreams. However, Baek Hajun insisted that it was Baek Jitai who saw him. In response, he noted that in this case, a member of the Flying Lotus Squad should have seen him. Baek Hajun explained that because of the smoke, no one else was able to see the attacker, and he remained the only witness. The head of the elders did not understand why he was trying to accuse his uncle of treason. At this moment, Baek Hajun became nervous, because he said what his brother asked him to do, but did not know what to do now. Baek Yi Gang came to his aid and calmly explained to the elders that Baek Hajung would undoubtedly recognize his own face. However, this did not explain why the killer took off his mask during the mission. Baek Yi Gang calmly explained that the enemy had to do this in the heat of battle, when the mask could interfere with his movements. Baek Jitai pointed out that the mask has needles in it, making it difficult to remove, and felt that Baek Yi Gang was being too cocky. After this, he released his energy and ordered everyone to stop lying, accusing them of slander. At that moment, Baek Ryu-san appeared and explained to his brother that the only liar was himself. He was informed of an urgent matter, so he immediately attended the meeting. Those present were perplexed who the girl he brought with him was. At that moment, Geum-hwa, Cheonrim's manager, introduced herself. She reported that they had discovered a connection between the dark spirit sects and this matter. They sent scouts there, but no one returned. When they arrived at the place together with Mr. Baek Hajun, all the followers of the dark spirit were brutally killed by an unknown person, with the exception of one person. Geum-hwa explained that the survivor was hiding in the well. The man, trembling with fear, said that their leader often met with a masked man. One day, this criminal attacked them and killed them all. Before his death, their leader said the name of the killer, Baek Jitai. However, Baek Jitai himself stated that this was a blatant lie, since the head of the sect could not know his identity. At this moment, Soryu spoke, confirming the veracity of these words. Introducing herself as a member of the second group of the Red Dragon, she said that the head of the detachment periodically went somewhere, taking with him only those close to him from the first group. One day he brought a strange mask. Hearing this, the elders realized that if this was the testimony of a squad member, they would have to accept the accusations. Baek Ji-tae, preparing to draw his sword, calmly told Soryu that he had high hopes for her and did not expect betrayal. He then called his first group, but when no one showed up, he panicked. One of the elders casually tossed the head of one of Baek Ji-tae's minions. He realized that the elders had intercepted his people. But he was reassured by the information that some had been left alive for full testimony. Then the elder appeared with a mask in his hands, explaining that he found it in Baek Ji-tae's room. It became obvious to everyone that the head of the detachment was indeed a traitor. He laughed and took out a bottle of medicine, realizing that everyone was waiting for a chance to destroy him. After drinking the potion, his body began to transform. He stopped smiling and admitted that he was saddened by this outcome. Not surprised by his brother's behavior, Baek Ryu-san spoke up and asked him to stop. Unafraid of the changes happening to his uncle, Baek Yi-gang came out and demanded that he drop his weapon. But Baek Ji-tae only noticed that Baek Yi-gang was smarter than he expected, calling him a demon. He warned his nephew to be careful, reminding him that even a mouse driven into a corner begins to bite. Baek Ji-tae rushed at Baek Yi-gang with the intention of killing him, not knowing that not a single blade would touch his body. At this moment, all the elders came to the defense of Baek Yi-gang, who was clearly in serious danger. However, at some point, the hero noticed the smile of his attacking uncle. From his gloomy gaze, it became obvious to everyone, and especially to the hero, that the man had prepared something else. The next moment, he slipped past the defenders and rushed towards So Ryo, whom he considered the main traitor. Baek Yi-gang remembered the peculiarity of the pedigree of the Baek clan. Almost all the direct descendants of the founder were born with cold hearts. Baek Ryu-san was called Iron Blood. Elder Baek So-wok, Ice Rakshasi. Although many considered this feature to be insignificant for the masters of the main clans, it determined their destinies. Before his injury, Baek Ji-tae was emotionless, just like his older brother Baek Ryu-san. However, their little sister was different. In an era of upheaval, when there was no time to even wash off the blood, she always greeted her brothers with a smile, like a ray of sunshine. The day the hook was stuck in Baek Ji-tae's head was the last for their sister. She died in the battle against the Demon Tower. A long time ago, Baek Ji-tae met So-ryu, who had recently been accepted into the clan, and was happily chatting with her sister. He couldn't believe his eyes. The girl was smiling just like his dead sister. He even believed that his sister had returned to life. Although Baek Ryu-san saw nothing in common between them, it was obvious that Baek Ji-tae was simply mistaken. But his cold heart continued to believe. Therefore, he personally took up So-ryu's training in order to spend as much time together as possible. Seo-ryu practically stopped smiling after the death of Seo-hwa, whom she considered a sister. But even despite this, Baek Ji-tae continued to spend time with her. That is why he valued this girl so much and decided to punish her for her betrayal. But at this moment, Baek Yi-gang, not wanting to see So-ryu killed, applied the principle of a light body. Laughing, Baek Ji-tae vowed to kill them together. Even Baek Yi-gang himself, seeing his technique, understood that he could not break his weapon. But if he combined the last three blade forms and the meteorite sword, he had a chance to at least stop the blow. He used the seventh form of the Heaven and Earth blade, one-handed moon crushing. After that, he managed to stop the attack, and even Baek Ji-tae was amazed that his nephew was able to withstand such a blow. In addition, he noticed that in the hands of Baek Yi-gang was the very blade that he was looking for. At that moment, So-ryu also attacked, driven by the desire to avenge her sister, who was killed by her own teacher. Baek Ji-tae only hit the girl with the bell, and taking advantage of this moment, Baek Yi-gang used the eighth form of the Heaven and Earth blade. Baek Ji-tae did not understand what kind of strange techniques the guy was using, and stated that Baek Yi-gang could swing the blade as much as he wanted. But there was not a drop of strength in him. Then Baek Yi-gang realized that the first time he was simply lucky to stop the blow. At that moment, the elders attacked the man to defeat him. But Baek Ji-tae had already gone completely mad and pointed his sword against them. His father approached Baek Yi-gang, and the young man understood that even though he had warned Baek Ryu-san in advance about his uncle's betrayal, it must have been hard for him. But instead, Baek Ryu-san just calmly asked his son if he was okay and if he was injured. Baek Ji-tae was able to defeat the other elders, who took the sword from him and threw him to the ground, preventing him from moving. Baek Ryu-san, calmly approaching his bound and already safe brother, tried to find out the reason for his actions. But Baek Ji-tae only ordered the heartless goat to shut up, considering him guilty of all the atrocities that had occurred. Then Baek Ryu-san realized that he could ask his brother later, since for now any contact was pointless. After which the patriarch struck at the point of paralysis, the intersection of the meridians, to calm the raging one. After this, the man could no longer resist, so he continued to lie on the ground indifferently. Baek Ryu-san announced that from now on, the head of the Red Dragon Squad will lose his power, and they will destroy his energy channels so that he cannot use martial arts. When the fight ended, Baek Yi-gang was approached by his great-grandmother, who noticed his blade. Baek Yi-gang calmly explained that this was Kabeda's real blade. With a shudder, she guessed that those strange techniques he was using were the last 3 forms of the Heaven and Earth technique. She fell to her knees in shock, and the frightened Baek Yi-gang immediately rushed to help her. As a result, the head of the elders fainted from shock, and the meeting ended. Baek Ji-tae was imprisoned in the lower level of the House of Order prison. His subordinates were subjected to brutal interrogation. It was possible to find out that among the group of criminals who helped Baek Ji-tae was a man nicknamed the Great Darkness. The rest wore numbers 1 through 5. The tavern where they secretly met burned down, so no more information could be found. They also tried to find out what Baek Ji-tae took, but only found out that he received the potion as a reward, and it was ineffective. A few days later, symptoms began to reappear. His hair fell out, and madness consumed his mind. They say Baek Ji-tae smiled even under torture. Soon Baek Yi-gang and his father arrived at the House of Order. Although the father understood that his son should not go to meet Baek Ji-tae, he had several questions. Seeing Baek Yi-gang, Baek Ji-tae decided that Baek Ryu-san brought his son to laugh at him. Baek Ryu-san calmly explained that he was still thinking about why Baek Ji-tae betrayed them. He seemed stuck in the day when their sister died. Was it really the reason for her death? Asked Baek Ryu-san. He said many times that it was just an accident, and he clearly didn't want her to die. Furious, Baek Ji-tae ordered his brother to shut up and explained that from the very minute his sister took her last breath, their relationship was doomed to end like this. Baek Ryu-san then warned Baek Ji-tae that he would deprive him of the ability to use martial arts in the future. But he only laughed and ordered him not to make decisions that he would regret. Realizing that the conversation was useless, Baek Ryu-san decided to take his son away. Before going their separate ways, Baek Ryu-san explained that he would always be on the side of Baek Yi-gang and Baek Ha-jun, although Baek Yi-gang himself understood this. After that, they said goodbye, and the patriarch decided to go to his chambers. Although Baek Yi-gang wanted to see him off, he refused. Looking after him, the priest of immortality understood that the patriarch had already made his decision. The man was glad that everything seemed to be over and decided to return to training with Baek Yi-gang. But he explained that now there was something more important than training, an age-old resentment. Therefore, Baek Yi-gang decided that it was time for the sacred blade of immortality to settle his feud with his great-grandmother. But when Baek Yi-gang came to her, she said that her grandson should melt his blade and was not going to talk to him about anything else. Baek Yi-gang explained that the cancelled blade was a fake kept by the elder group. He found the real sword in the basement of the sacred blade estate. The great-grandmother knew that this sword was genuine, because it was she who hid the original blade and created a fake. She asked Baek Yi-gang a question. Even the names of the last 3 forms were not engraved on the real blade. How could he learn them? Then Baek Yi-gang began to talk from the very beginning about the meeting with the sacred blade in the estate, about how he shared the secret of mastering his art, and explained why he could not achieve Nirvana. He told his grandmother that right now the spirit was near him and wanted to say something, but she refused to listen. She ordered Baek Yi-gang to get rid of the sword and forget about the heaven and earth techniques. Barely holding back tears, the woman said that she didn't want to hear anything, and asked if Baek Yi-gang knew what the sacred blade did. He ran away after killing her father. She didn't understand what he was going to tell her now. An agitated Baek Yi-gang stated that it was an accident. Grandmother did not understand how the best swordsman could make such a mistake. The sacred blade of immortality who listened to this stated that he really did not want this. How could he want to kill his own son? He explained to the elder that, although she had lost her father, he had lost his son that day. He was more pained by the loss of a child than she was by the loss of a parent. Baek Yigong did not ask his great-grandmother to forgive the sacred blade, he only wanted them to discuss it. At this moment, the sacred blade of immortality realized that he had seriously injured his granddaughter, and could no longer live like this. Frightened Baek Yigang discovered that the air seemed to become thicker, and the ki energy filled the old man's body. He realized that this is what the manager of Chonrim was talking about. It is very difficult to maintain sanity for centuries. The sacred blade of immortality lasted so long only because of a strong old desire. If he refuses it, he will turn into a vengeful spirit and the greatest evil. Even the great-grandmother felt a strange presence and thought that Baek Yigang did it. He calmly turned to the sacred blade of immortality and offered his body so that he could calmly talk with his great-granddaughter. When the sacred blade tried to convince Baek Yigang by explaining the danger, the guy, without listening, allowed the spirit to enter his body. All this time, the great-grandmother did not understand what was happening. But when Baek Yigang spoke, she definitely heard the voice of her grandfather, the sacred blade of immortality. Falling to his knees, he explained that he was very sorry for what he had done. It was entirely his fault. She wanted to know why he ran away, because he should have stayed with them until the end. He, on his knees, explained that he would never be able to correct the past, which is why he decided to run away. Grandmother didn't understand whether he really decided that if he wandered around the world, refusing to ascend, she would forgive him. He understood that he would not deserve forgiveness by this. The reason he tied his soul to the blade in Cheonrim was because he needed time to finish his son's research on the forms of heaven and earth. There was a flaw there that they needed to correct. His son always talked about it. His son's room was filled with notes that he had spent years studying. The man realized that his son saw the bigger picture than he ever did. He wanted to complete his son's research, so he ran away from the clan with the notes and the comet blade. However, he did not have time to implement all of his son's goals. He borrowed Chonrim's power to continue his work after death, and he succeeded. He explained that he passed on the knowledge to Baek Yigang. His intelligence reminded him of his son. The shapes of his son's heaven and earth blade became the embodiment of Baek Yigang's dream. The woman then realized that the techniques used by Baek Yigang were her father's techniques. Kneeling down, the sacred blade explained that he was not asking for forgiveness. He was only trying to return at least part of what he had taken from his granddaughter. The woman, crying, admitted that she had missed her grandfather all her life and did not know what to do after this story. She couldn't believe that he had given up peace and stayed to atone for his sins. How could she continue to hate him? Embracing the sacred blade of immortality, asked his granddaughter for forgiveness, realizing how difficult it was for her to go through all this alone. Baek Yigang watched their reconciliation with joy. The next day, among the elders, a ceremony was held for Baek Hajung to accept the title of patriarch. Baek Yigang saw almost nothing at the ceremony. When the sacred blade took over his body, he cried too much, causing his eyes to become very swollen. The guy himself recalled that he took a wonderful medicine, and the teacher did not use martial arts in his body, so his body hurt less. Suddenly, everyone was distracted by the head of the elders coming out, who decided to make an announcement before the ceremony began. She announced that she was leaving the post of head of the Council of Elders. The other elders thanked her for her hard work. Baek Yigang, turning his attention to Baek Hajun, noticed his excitement, but explained that this event should have happened much earlier, so there was no need to worry. Finally, rising, the patriarch called his youngest son, and he immediately responded to the call. After pouring wine into his cup, he asked him to drink it and light incense for their ancestors. After this, the patriarch, as the 39th patriarch of the great Baek clan, recognized Baek Hajung as the junior patriarch, whose name was to be famous for thousands of years. All the elders immediately stood up and recognized Baek Hajun as the new patriarch. Baek Yigang, looking at this, clearly calmed down, and the sacred blade did not understand why the guy did not want to become the head, because everyone respected the patriarch immensely. Moreover, the sacred blade, looking at his granddaughter, saw that she was still as sweet even at her age. Her smile remained bright. Unable to contain his feelings, the man began to cry. He did not hope to see such a day. His life was full of grace. But Baek Yigang was worried. All these words sounded as if the man was about to ascend. Therefore, he ordered him not to leave him until Baek Yigang was cured, because he had to teach him all the forms. Thinking that it would be a little sad for him to walk around like this, he explained what Baek Jitai meant. Baek Yigang had to end him with his own hands. The story moves forward a few days, to the prison of the House of Order. At that moment, the unknown person released Baek Jitai, and explained that the Great Darkness wanted to see him. An unknown person cut the chains binding Baek Ji-tae and gave him a pill, ordering him to swallow it and follow him. Looking at the pill, the prisoner realized that it was a means of countering the poison. Once out of the cage, he smelled the sedative and realized that his savior had carefully prepared if he was able to overcome the clan's defenses with the help of this drug. In the carriage, Baek Ji-tae noticed that, although they had come to free him, they did not treat him very kindly. The mercenary replied that he had to sacrifice a lot for his release. Then Baek Ji-tae realized that he was still useful. That's why they came for him. Instead of answering questions, the mercenary began his interrogation. Were there among his people those who knew about everything but avoided arrest? They had to be silenced. As it turned out, the head of the second group of the Dragon Squad knew something. Baek Ji-tae told almost everything during interrogations, not expecting that they would come for him. The mercenary became interested in what exactly he revealed and what he kept silent about. But the prisoner really knew little. Then the man asked where the former head of the Baek clan lived and learned that he now lived in seclusion in Gondon. When the mercenary asked if there was anything else useful, Baek Ji-tae just laughed. The spy ordered him to get out as soon as the carriage stopped. Baek Ji-tae laughed, realizing his stupidity. For a moment he believed that this man had really come to save him. As the blindfold began to be removed from his eyes, he demanded that the man identify himself. Taking off his mask, he introduced himself as a warrior from the secret detachment of the Fog and a comrade of Mu Jun, whom Baek Ji-tae killed. At that moment, Baek Yi-gang appeared, explaining that he was the one seeking revenge. Baek Ji-tae laughed, saying that if that was the case, then he should have let Baek Ryu-san come and deal with him himself. But Baek Yi-gang replied that he would be a terrible son if he allowed his father to kill his younger brother. He threw Baek Ji-tae's sword, giving him a chance to resist. He laughed, noting his nephew's arrogance. Despite the fact that he could not use Gi, he still would not lose to someone like Baek Yi-gang. The sacred blade of immortality warned Baek Yi-gang that although his uncle was weakened, he was still a strong master, reminding him of the principle of unity. The uncle, not wanting to deprive his nephew of the opportunity to die at his hands, decided to help him with this. The condition was set that if Baek Ji-tae loses, he will reveal who the Great Darkness really is. Baek Yi-gang was not sure whether his uncle really knew something about this man or was just lying. After this, Baek Ji-tae attacked, but Baek Yi-gang was able to deflect the blow, and the enemy immediately recognized the repelling force. He was amazed that his nephew could now use this technique. At some point, although Baek Ji-tae recognized Baek Yi-gang's excellent qigong, he considered him a fool for sticking his back out. But Baek Yi-gang, turning sharply, wounded his uncle in the shoulder, explaining that his father had not sent him away empty-handed. In the battle, Baek Ji-tae realized that his body was no longer up to the level of his swordsmanship. Baek Yi-gang's blade art was beyond all expectations. When his weapon was cut, Baek Yi-gang warned his uncle of the end. He rushed with his last strength, trying to wound his nephew with a fragment of a sword, but discovered that he was wearing armor. Baek Yi-gang explained that he could have avoided it, but decided to give in. Pointing his sword at his opponent's neck, he demanded that his promise be kept. Baek Ji-tae laughed and promised that the name of his assistant Baek Yi-gang would be known in hell, after which he bit off his own tongue. Baek Yi-gang, calmly putting away his weapon, realized that his uncle had decided to remain proud to the end. After Baek Ji-tae lost consciousness and fell, Baek Yi-gang's father came up to him, threw a cape over him to keep him warm, and praised him for his excellent job. Turning to the assistant, he asked to prepare a fire and burn the corpse of Baek Ji-tae, and he promised to notify about the death of Mr. Baek Ji-tae's son. Looking at the body of his defeated uncle, Baek Yi-gang thought about his posthumous fate. The sacred blade of immortality was confident that if hell existed, Baek Ji-tae would definitely end up there. Suddenly, the servant who was examining the body recoiled in horror. Something was moving under the skin of his face. A moment later, a huge scolopendra crawled out of there. Baek Yi-gang managed to jump back, and the sacred blade of immortality recognized the spirit of the devourer beetle in the insect, a forbidden technique of the ancient cult of death. Once this technique spread horror in the world of Murim, young masters suddenly slaughtered their own families, after which they committed suicide, and similar beetles crawled out of their bodies. The method of infection remained unknown. 200 years ago, the sacred blade of immortality destroyed the head of the cult and burned down their fortress. The appearance of the eater beetle meant the revival of the death cult, so Baek Ryu-san ordered that the incident be kept secret. An unknown man watched what was happening. Realizing that Baek Ji-tae was dead and the bug had been discovered, he decided to stop monitoring. His subordinate number 3 offered to kill the witnesses, but the boss refused. The death of the patriarch would cause too much resonance among the clans. In addition, they had already achieved other goals: poisoning Wudan, awakening Nagin's blood, and achieving success in the Emperor's garden. Satisfied with the results, the man disappeared into the darkness. The next day, Baek Ryu-san announced Baek Ji-tai's execution. The tragedy that occurred through his fault shocked everyone, but soon the name of the criminal was forgotten. After the death of Baek Ji-tai and the departure of the clan elder, the power of the patriarch, who recovered from a serious illness, strengthened. Control of the Council of Elders was divided between Baek Do-yum and Baek So-wok. The responsibilities of the disbanded Red Dragon Squad were taken over by the Flying Lotus, of which So-ryu became a part. Baek Ha-jun, who officially accepted the title of Junior Patriarch, devoted himself entirely to his studies. He had to prove that he was worthy of this title. So a month passed, and So-ryu learned that the young master had disappeared again. In the morning, he was no longer in the estate. She remembered So-hwa, realizing that the flowers that she loved so much were blooming again. Spring had come. Time was flying quickly. Seo-ryu felt guilty. She was so eager to avenge Seo-hwa, but she couldn't do anything. And now, young Master Baek Yi-gang is gone. For the next few years, only she will visit the grave. So Ryu planned to visit her adopted sister's grave more often. But when she got there, she saw that it was completely covered with So-hwa's favorite flowers. Then, the girl realized that Baek Yi-gang brought flowers for all the missing years. Seeing this, So-ryu promised her sister that she would become stronger, and would definitely protect the one for whom she gave her life. At the same time, saying goodbye to Baek Yi-gan, Baek Ha-jun could not hold back his tears and begged to take him with him, because his brother was leaving for several years. But Baek Yi-gang promised to return by the day Baek Ha-jun completed his training. The father, being more restrained, only asked his son to write letters more often. As Baek Yi-gang boarded the carriage, the sacred blade of immortality became alarmed when he did not see his granddaughter. Baek Yi-gang reminded him that Grandma was almost 120 years old and should not go out in such cold weather. Sacred Blade was worried that she still hated him for his past sins, and Baek Yi-gang had to convince the old man that all his sins had already been forgiven. Taking one last look at his family, Baek Yi-gang remembered wandering alone during the full moon just a few years ago. Now it warmed his heart that people were sincerely seeing him off. Suddenly he noticed his great-grandmother, which is why the Sacred Blade immediately began to beg her to return to the house as soon as possible. The great-grandmother, looking out of the window, shouted to Baek Yi-gang to return as soon as the spirit rested. Only the three of them understood the true meaning of these words. Baek Yi-gang turned to the teacher and said that he said goodbye to his great-grandmother on his behalf. The man, holding back tears with difficulty, admitted that as a grandfather he no longer had any regrets, and he was about to ascend if Baek Yi-gang had not stopped him. So time passed, and a beautiful spring came, enveloping Chongrim with its warmth. However, there was no rest for the third-generation disciples on the Mountain of 5 Human Sins. Somewhere on the slope, young students were still arguing, preparing for the exam, which was supposed to determine who would call whom younger or older brother. The result will only become apparent after passing the first flower promotion exam, a test that every student must pass in order to be recognized as a true practitioner. There was a good reason why young people studied so hard for the exam. In most schools, relationships between students were based on differences in age and time of entry into the clan, but Chonrim determined rank based on exam results. Therefore, the likelihood of starting to call someone who was previously considered junior older was quite high. In Chonrim, there was a saying, once brothers, always brothers, because their relationship for the rest of their lives was determined by the results of a monthly exam. Su Rin joined the arguing students, reminding that now is not the time for jokes. Baek Yi-gang will arrive in a week. Jin Mu-youngs was clearly surprised by the news. Su Rin warned that because of him, they could lose their place as a great disciple. She had heard that people born with blocked Kwai channels often turned out to be geniuses, and they could not yield to him even on a written test. So she invited her friends to get together and study without interruption. One of the students objected that the test was in a week, and the Book of Changes and the collection of treasures could only be found in Chonrim, so the newcomer was unlikely to be familiar with these texts. In addition, since he suffers from blockage of chi channels, it means that he will not receive a high score for internal strength. He reassured Su Rin and Jin Mu-young, assuring them that they had nothing to worry about and should just carry on with their activities as usual. Su-rin and Jinmu Young resolutely rushed to prepare, abandoning all other matters. They didn't know Baek Yigang's true strength as long as the third-generation line refused to look away from the textbooks. 4 days before the exam, Baek Yigang's group arrived, and soon the hour of the written test arrived. When everyone turned in their exam papers, Su-rin, Jinmu Young, and the other students fell to their knees in disappointment. They wondered why the test was so difficult even though they had studied hard. Only one of their comrades was delighted with the work done. He was glad that he had at least written something. This student explained that even if he didn't know anything, it wasn't a problem. He was going to inherit his father's inn, so he considered his training already completed. At that moment, another man approached, deciding to check the student's reaction. Su-rin recognized her uncle and Jin-Lee Young, who had come to see how the children did on the exam. When Jinmu Young sadly admitted that he filled less than half, and he wasn't the only one, Uncle was sincerely surprised. He did not expect that Jinmu Young would write even half of it. For Su-rin, this sounded like a compliment. As it turns out, giving an almost impossible task on the flower exam written test was a tradition. The master of the training hall personally composed tasks to show how difficult the path of cultivation is. The uncle explained that in his time, completing even 2/10 of the test was considered a success. Jin-Lee Young asked the children not to worry so much. Su-rin, having learned that Jin-Lee Yan was an invigilator for the exam, asked how Baek Yigang did. One of the students laughed, suggesting that he had given up because he left after half an hour. However, 4 days later, when the results were announced, everyone was frozen in shock. Baek Yigang took first place. Right behind him was Su-rin. When they met, Jin-Lee Young explained that Baek Yigang simply filled out everything before the others, which is why he left. Jinmu Young was shocked to realize that she wasn't joking. Su-rin couldn't understand how the guy passed the test. It was amazing, considering only 3 days of preparation. One of the students noted that this was not surprising. Baek Yigang was the son of the patriarch and spent his whole life in the study hall. Someone even suspected that the guy might have cheated, which greatly offended those present. At this moment, the first-generation disciple and the training hall master appeared, looking for Baek Yigang in a rage. Seeing the teacher's reaction, Jinmu Young and his friend decided that perhaps Baek Yigang had actually cheated. Even Su-rin, looking at what was happening, began to doubt. However, the master, approaching Baek Yigang, suddenly picked him up and asked him to become his student when he himself became the next master of the training hall. Baek Yigang just wanted to be left alone. The master, realizing his excessive excitement, put Baek Yigang down and apologized for his behavior. He explained that the study hall is truly an amazing place. While others train until exhaustion, they enjoy the peace in the courtyards. In the school of Taoism, studying and reading scriptures are of paramount importance. Although no one practices martial arts in the training halls, which sometimes detracts from the importance of such places. Checking the tests, the master could not believe that such deep answers were written by a 15-year-old boy. His knowledge seemed like a divine gift. He realized that the addition of such a student would enhance the prestige of the training hall. However, Baek Yigang politely refused, explaining that he already had a teacher who wielded golden needles. One of the students noticed that Baek Yigang refused too quickly, although he only wrote the test well. The master, paying attention to these words, asked the boy to introduce himself. Having learned that he took 3rd place, he invited him to join, which was very unusual. At that moment, the heads of other houses gathered and reproached their brother for his lack of self-respect. They understood that he only wanted to get Baek Yigang, but he was an excellent master of nothing, so he had to join their houses. Seeing the heads of the houses, the children were delighted, dreaming of entering the house of the sword. The master tried to come up with a way to attract students, but to no avail. As soon as the topic came up, everyone ran away. Later, during Do-kyung's treatment, he admired the master's attempt to attract Baek Yigang. The young man modestly replied that he simply did his best. Do-kyung noticed that the development was even. The guy did not overdo it in preparation. Baek Yigang admitted that he had little time, 4 days without sleep. He studied all the materials available in Chonrim. Even the teacher was surprised at his persistence, knowing that the Baek family had problems with their studies. He suggested that the zeal was passed on to the boy on his mother's side. Baek Yigang explained that the reason for his efforts was different. It seemed strange to him to consider Su-rin and her company as elders. Do-kyung laughed, understanding her position, but noticed that Jin Moo Young was indeed older than Baek Yi Gun. At this moment, the manager appeared, finally understanding the reasons for such zeal. He remembered that a conversation with Do Kyung had once revealed that if they used the energy released when the ancestor reached Nirvana, they could cure Baek Yi Gun. For this reason, the manager suggested carrying out the ritual even tomorrow. But Baek Yi Gun, remembering the time spent with the ancestor, asked to postpone the treatment of the canals. Im Gi-hak was surprised by this proposal. It would be difficult to cope with the second test. Despite this, Baek Yi Gang offered a 2-month deferment. The sacred blade realized that the young man did not want to part with him, although he explained this with a desire to learn more from the teacher. At that moment, Jinmu knocked on the door. The manager introduced him as a great disciple, mentoring the second generation. Baek Yi Gong remembered him from the Dragon and Phoenix meeting, noting the wisdom in his gaze. Jinmu laughed, explaining that he was in his early 20s. His face just looked older. As he left for training, the manager advised Baek Yi Gang not to worry about ranks. The exam was being held to determine true potential. Thinking about these words, Baek Yi Gang said goodbye, promising to remember this advice. While Baek Yi Gang and Jinmu walked to the meeting place, the young man asked if he could call the man a great disciple. Jinmu suggested discussing this after Baek Yi Gan officially joined. But for now, he allowed himself to be called simply brother. Jinmu warned that the second test would be more difficult and longer than the written one. It included testing body lightning techniques, sword prowess, fighting skills, and inner strength. The technique of lightening the body was to be demonstrated while collecting spiritual herbs in the flower and herb house, where they would be able to see samples. Jinmu asked Baek Yi Gong to be extremely careful not to reveal all the details before their arrival. When they arrived at the herb hall, they were greeted by a commotion. A member of the House of Flowers and Herbs, a second-generation disciple, tried to send them away, explaining his behavior by saying that the appearance of Baek Yi Gang will infuriate the head of the house. Because of him, supply plans were disrupted. His treatment required more middle-class drugs than the strong students needed. Baek Yi Gang, understanding the reason for the dissatisfaction, apologized and expressed gratitude for the medicines provided. However, the man did not let up until Jinmu explained that he was acting at the request of the manager. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the member of the house led them inside, but strictly forbade Baek Yi Gang to touch anything. Jinmu laughed, noticing that outsiders who heard these cries might think that they were stealing spiritual herbs. Baek Yi Gang, who was being given restraining drugs, also laughed, causing Jinmu to doubt the decision to bring the boy here. They were shown samples of herbs from the valley where the exam would take place. A total of 99 types of flowers were presented, but the rightmost place was empty. There was supposed to be a sacred flower with 3 districts, an extremely rare plant with petals of 3 different colors. It was last found 60 years ago, and now only legends remain about it. Baek Yi Gang was warned not to even try to look for him. The young man drew attention to the bellflower, which turned out to be the flower of a ghostly soul. It got its name because it was attractive to spirits, who ate these flowers immediately after blooming, which explained the difficulty of collecting them. At that moment, an excited disciple of the House of Flowers appeared with the news of the arrival of the head of the house. While everyone was panicking, not knowing how to hide Baek Yi Gang's presence, the sacred blade decided to take a closer look at the ghost soul flower. When he touched the plant, he was filled with strange energy, and the flower instantly withered. Frightened, Baek Yi Gang agreed with the proposal to urgently leave the premises. He thanked him for the demonstration and hurried away, hoping to avoid punishment for destroying a rare plant. However, the teacher seemed more interested in finding the herb during the test, noting its excellent taste. The head of the house arrived and couldn't believe that Baek Yi Gang had actually been here. The disciple explained that he just showed him the spiritual herbs and he didn't try anything. The head dissatisfiedly suggested that such an impudent person as Baek Yi Gang probably remembered only rare herbs, which was confirmed by the student who took several days to memorize the entire assortment. The head asked to show samples to check their condition. Seeing the dried, ghostly soul flower, both the disciple and the head were horrified. They could not understand how the flower could dry up so suddenly, because just recently everything was fine with it. No one even knew that somewhere nearby, a satisfied sacred blade of immortality was shining, imbued with the energy of this unique flower. A few days later, everyone gathered at the 5 Human Sins Mountain to test the technique of lightening the body of the candidate disciples. It was announced that their task was to collect spiritual herbs growing in the valley. The score will depend on the rarity and quantity of herbs collected, and the test will end when the sun sets. At this moment, Baek Yigang was busy talking with the sacred blade as he sensed something unusual. As it turned out, there was a lot of spiritual energy in this place. He's never been to places like this before, and noted with amazement that grasses that usually required several centuries could grow here in 10 years. He couldn't believe that such a treasure had been left unattended. At this time, the other guys were making fun of Baek Yigang's clothes because he was dressed as if he was going out for a walk. They did not understand how he was going to collect herbs all day in such clothes. Su Rin stood up for Baek Yigang and ordered the boys to finally grow up. Even Jin Mu Young took her side. Su Rin calmly explained to Baek Yigang that it is really difficult to collect herbs when the sleeves are so wide, and suggested tying them up. Jin Mu Young showed Baek Yigang a hoe and explained that its end should be blunted to make it easier to collect herbs. At this moment, the other guys absolutely did not understand why their friends were helping Baek Yigang, because they did not want to give in to him. Finally, the teacher asked the students to get ready. He announced that the exam would begin when the sun set, and the mountain would be their first obstacle. There are always students who break their arms and legs while descending, so you need to be careful, he warned. After the start of the exam was announced, the students gradually began to go downstairs, but Baek Yigang continued to stand still. Su Rin warned the guy that if he didn't hurry up, all the good herbs would be harvested. However, Baek Yigang reminded him with a smile that Su Rin had also already mastered several magic techniques, so she could repeat after him if she could. After that, Baek Yigang slid down the mountain with ease. Looking at him, Su Rin did not understand what kind of magic it was. Flight, or whether he was able to make his body so light. Remembering his words, the girl realized that in this case she would not be able to get all the flowers, and therefore used the rapid cloning technique, after which she quickly went downstairs in an instant. At this time, a dissatisfied head approached the dozing examiner. He hit him, and reminded him that he should be an observer and not doze. The man apologized and decided to find out what brought the head so early. As it turned out, he had a good feeling. Normally, the valley was only accessible during the Level 1 promotion exam, but he allowed himself to come because he needed to find the Phantom Soul Flower. The spiritual power of the valley has increased unusually. 60 years have passed since the last appearance of the flower with 3 circles, so perhaps it is time for it to bloom again. The man realized that they needed to find this flower before the students, but the head of the clan reminded that now only students are allowed to collect grass in the valley, and he had never seen the rarest flower. Perhaps this was just speculation. But suddenly, a strange, huge lightning appeared in the middle of the forest. No one understood what it was, so they speculated that it might have something to do with the appearance of a flower with 3 circles. At this time, one of the students found the young man, which was a huge success. In addition, the amount of herbs he collected should have been enough to take a high place. If he wanted to become a great disciple, he should have looked for rarer herbs. As he headed along the chosen path, some strange feeling bothered him. Suddenly, he noticed lightning and heard a scream. He immediately ran in that direction, as the scream sounded like the scream of someone falling off a cliff. He was worried that another student might get hurt. Having run to the scene, he noticed a student lying unconscious. Soon, Jin Mu Young also came running, having also heard the scream. Although there were no visible wounds, the guy did not come to his senses at all. Jin Mu Young suspected that someone might have attacked this guy to win. But the first student explained that when he arrived, the boy was already in this state. In addition, as it turned out, Jin Mu Young saw several more people unconscious. There were much more victims than they expected. Then they began to suspect that someone might have tried to attack to steal the herbs. After examining the unconscious man, they saw that his bag was full of herbs. Apparently, someone was targeting 3rd-generation students. Soon they also saw lightning behind them, because of which, scared, they ran away. Along the way, they noticed another unconscious person, and even Jin Mu Young himself could not stand it. He also fell to the ground. The guy didn't understand who managed to attack so quickly, because Jin Mu Young's martial art was considered one of the best among 3rd-generation students. Soon they heard footsteps, and Baek Yigang appeared from behind a tree. A little earlier, he had eaten too much of medicinal herbs, so he decided to start collecting herbs for the sake of points. The teacher was more upset that they had not found the Phantom Soul Flower. The powerful flow of spiritual energy in this place awakened in him the hope of discovering something unusual and significant for their search. The teacher's warning about the high concentration of energy in this area increased their expectations of encountering something extraordinary. Careful observation of the surrounding space led to the unexpected discovery of the presence of a mysterious stranger. The amazing sight of a blue fox climbing on the head of an unfamiliar guy and instantly disappearing attracted the close attention of observers. The joint decision to pursue the unusual creature was reinforced by the teacher's belief that the blue fox was a rare spirit beast. Returning to the current situation revealed to Baek Yigang the unpleasant truth that he was held responsible for Jinmu Young's unconsciousness. An important sighting confirmed the presence of the same fox that had previously attacked students in the area. Baek Yigang's calm gesture indicating the presence of the mysterious creature was accompanied by a clear explanation of the situation. A confident statement about the guilt of the spiritual beast in the current events sounded like an attempt to clarify the true state of affairs. The complete absence of a visible beast for the rest of those present created a tense situation of misunderstanding. Misinterpretation of Baek Yigang's words as an insult to Jinmu Young led to an escalation of conflict. The determined intention to take revenge for the alleged insult pushed the guy to a thoughtless attack. The unexpected discovery of his unique ability to see a fox took Baek Yigang by surprise. The rapid development of events led to an unexpected outcome. The spiritual beast helped Baek Yigang by paralyzing the attacker with a powerful electric discharge. Baek Yigang's sincere bewilderment at the arrogance of his opponent, who decided to face the spiritual beast alone, reflected his rational approach to the situation. Growing curiosity about his unique ability to see the spirit beast led Baek Yigang to search for an explanation for this phenomenon. The teacher's wise explanation of the ability of some spiritual beings to hide themselves from unwanted observers clarified the situation. The teacher's careful observation of the behavior of the fox, which showed a special interest in bags of herbs, allowed us to understand the motives of the creature. His deep understanding of the nature of spirit beasts suggested that the fox's target could be rare herbs or high-grade miraculous medicine. The teacher's approval of the plan to chase the fox ushered in a new phase of their adventure. Baek Yigang's rapid exhaustion of strength while chasing the swift fox forced him to admit defeat. The teacher's wise comment about the need to master the technique of lightening the body after healing emphasized the importance of further development. The tactical decision to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the fox and follow the condensing flows of energy determined their further path. The teacher's professional gaze recognized traces of a rare technique for transforming heavenly roads in this place. Baek Yigang's initial suspicion that the spiritual field was being deliberately hidden was refuted by the teacher, who explained the naturalness of this phenomenon. An amazing discovery of a huge plantation of valuable plants. Hundreds of raspberry bushes and ginseng among snowy grasses protected by natural magic. Careful observation of changes in the environment, the turning of leaves and the dissipation of fog, indicated approaching an important location. A significant discovery of the legendary flower with 3 circles, standing out with its 3 red and yellow petals among the thorny thorns. A remarkable feature of the place was manifested in the inability of even spiritual beings to overcome the protective barrier around the flower. A rational decision to use a meteorite metal blade instead of a regular sword to overcome dense thorns. The sudden appearance of a blue fox behind him made Baek Yigang suspect the possibility of an ambush. The lightning-fast reaction to the perceived threat manifested itself in an attempt to defend itself from the approaching creature. The sudden glow of the sword upon contact with the spiritual being created an amazing visual effect. Baek Yigang's complete absence of injuries caused the teacher's sincere amazement. The teacher's important memory of a similar incident with a comet and lightning helped to understand the nature of the phenomenon. The logical conclusion about the ability of meteorite metal to absorb electrical energy explained the unusual behavior of the weapon. A tactical decision to take advantage of surprise and try to capture the creature's spiritual core. The failure to attack the spirit beast in a conventional way showed the limitations of physical weapons. The natural result of the collision of a material weapon with a spiritual being confirmed the special nature of the enemy. The spirit beast's mocking reaction to the failed attack escalated into its counterattack. The timely intervention of the sacred blade and his advice to use spiritual power against a full-fledged ghost saved the situation. Moreover, apparently, she did not see the blade, and the sacred blade guessed that everyone, apparently no one, except Baek Yigang saw it at all. Moreover, it was discovered that this little fox did not have a spiritual core. This upset Baek Yigang, but he realized that in this case there was no benefit from killing this fox. So he decided to take the flower with 3 circles. Having cut down the bushes that were in his way, he took a rare herb, but did not eat it, and decided to find out how they were absorbed in the first place. When the sacred blade immortality released the fox, Baek Yigang looked after it thoughtfully. He didn't understand why he looked so gloomy, as if he regretted that they had let the fox go. But the whole point was that Baek Yigang definitely saw the fox grinning as it ran away. A quarter of an hour later, she came running and began digging the ground angrily. In the form of a tuber, It took the buds and stem. The flower with 3 circles personified the sky, air, and earth. The petals, when absorbed, produced a large amount of qi. The stem is water. It purified the blood and prolonged life if used in the form of a drink. And the earth is all the nutrients of the flower and the power of the valley, concentrated in the bulb. As a result, the fox got to the bottom of the flower bulb. She realized that she had spent more than half of her energy reserves fighting the eccentric who was talking to thin air. She had little time left, so she had to eat the onion. But at that moment, Baekhygang finally realized that the little fox understood perfectly well what he was saying. He also realized that although the bulb was inconspicuous compared to the flower itself, in fact, she was very strong. After hearing this, the animal quickly disappeared with shame straight from Baekhyigang's hands, and in its place, there remained an onion. Baekhygang realized that even if he failed to catch the little fox, at least he got the whole flower. And since it was almost sunset, it was time for them to return. At this moment, the head was communicating with his student. They tried to understand whether this time the students were able to find the flower with 3 circles, but it seems that the head did not even hope for this. In addition, the student was interested in the effect of this flower. He knew it was rare, but the details were not revealed. As it turned out, his ignorance was expected. Even the head had not seen this flower. So it is not surprising that his student knows nothing about it. He explained that several hundred years ago, the flower fell into the hands of one person. It was the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon once took possession of the 3-circle flower, the heavenly demon. Divine cult and the Min, new cult, belonged to the same group, the devil cult. The Marima school valued cruelty and destructiveness above all else in the arts, and the head of the cult was their patriarch. When the heavenly demon became the strongest master in the Central Plains, a devilish cult stole the 3-circle flower, which was supposed to be an offering to the prince of the empire. The followers offered the flower to their master, but after a long silence the demon said something mysterious. If he accepts this gift, there will be no place for him on earth, and then he burned in the flames of true samadhi. The head explained that thanks to the flower, you can overcome your boundaries. If a Taoist accepts it, he will become a divine sage. If a monk absorbs the power of the flower, he will achieve Nirvana and become a Buddha. If Soing accepts such a gift, no one knows what will happen to him. It will be something unpredictable. The disciple couldn't believe that spiritual herbs had such power, but even the head thought that this was a slight exaggeration. This clearly disappointed the student, but as it turned out, there was a story quite similar to this one. It was rumored that the patriarch of the Angwin clan had taken the 2-circle flower and achieved rejuvenation through skeletal restoration. However, the flower did not help him anymore, although it is possible that he absorbed the flower incorrectly or took it too early without waiting for it to bloom. When the students began to return, the elders noticed that something was clearly wrong with the children. Upon questioning, it turned out that they suddenly felt ill, and when they woke up, the sun was already setting. Because of this, almost no one was able to bring anything. One of the girls saw a blue fox before losing consciousness. The guy who attacked Baekhygang panicked, realizing that it was not his fault. It was the ghost that attacked him and Jinmu Young, not Baekhygang. He attacked an innocent person, although he tried to justify himself by saying that Baekhygang was acting suspiciously. When Baekhygang took out his grass, everyone froze in delight. He brought a flower with 3 circles. The guy did not understand why Baekhygang perceived him as an enemy, so everything turned out completely differently than he planned. After some time, Baekhygang met with Jinli Young, who was amazed that he again took first place. He considered himself lucky to have found the 3-circle flower while he was chasing the blue fox. But as soon as he said this, Jinli Young and Jinmu Young frowned. Jinli Young said that 2 years ago there was a Flower of Honor student named Dam Hyun. He was truly a man of genius. The archivist greatly appreciated his amazing talent. But the fox bewitched the boy and made him attack his own teacher. This is a fairly serious crime, punishable by exile. But at the persistent requests of the archivist, the matter was limited to imprisonment in the Cave of Repentance. Baekhygang realized that he had met a fox who had charmed that guy, but no one knew for sure. More serious evidence was needed. Jinli Young explained that the managers asked not to talk about this, but she decided to tell Baekhygang because he became the student of the Flower of Honor. At this moment, the Sacred Blade Immortality realized that Dam Hyun had many secrets, but believed that the plan still had more secrets. Jinli Young decided to continue her story about the student of the Flower of Honor. The head of the herbs ordered the conversation about the doomed young man to end. He didn't understand why Jin Li Young decided to tell a guy who wasn't a member of the clan about this. After which he walked up to Baek Yi Gong and hugged him, considering the boy a real treasure. The imperial court has been asking for the 3-circle flower to be delivered to them for so long, and they will finally be able to give them a gift. The man was generous today, so Baek Yi Gang could ask him for anything. But Baek Yi Gang wanted to know more about the flower, how to absorb it, and what the effects were. The whole point was that he gave the bud and stem to Cheonrim, but decided to use the bulb himself. As it turned out, it is better not to take everything at once. It is worth combining them strictly in order. You will also need a bronze pot. Soon, while Baek Yi Gang was listening to all this, the story moved to the library of the 5th flower. Yu Zhongxin was in the workshop making the necessary equipment, which required a lot of spiritual power. He needed to make 8 more of them. He remembered his student, and understood that it would have been much easier to act with him, but thoughts about his former student would not bring him any benefit. He had to worry about the health of Baek Yi Gang, who recently came unexpectedly, and asked for a bronze pot. At the guest house, Baek Yi Gang prepared his potion in a bronze pot and quickly drank it. The teacher explained that there would be no problems if you relaxed your body and calmed down. The boy was worried that he would soon be living with other students when he joined the clan. This is his only chance now. The energy of the descending flower ignited his insides. The teacher asked the boy to focus on the feeling of heat and control the energy slowly and calmly, pass it through his entire body. Now he is like a leaky jug, but soon his body will be like fertile soil. One day, even the smallest veins of his body will be overflowing with energy. The teacher explained that this flower allows one to overcome one's limitations, but no matter how wonderful the medicine is, it alone will not make a person great. Soon, when the effect of the medicine wore off, Baek Yi Gang did not notice any effect. Perhaps his body only became a little better. Hearing someone's steps, Baek Yi Gang immediately hid the jug. Sacred blade. Immortality realized that although Baek Yi Gang had always had well-developed all senses, now he heard the guest especially easily. Su Rin arrived and stated that she had a conversation with Baek Yi Gun. She noticed that he had changed somehow. Perhaps it was her, or it was connected with something else. It didn't matter anyway, because she wanted to talk, so she suggested they fight. They realized that this was a very unexpected proposal. It turned out that Su Rin wanted to fight him in the test, but was late with the offer. Baek Yi Gang had already promised Song Hee-il that he would fight him. Su Rin got upset and asked if Baek Yi Gang understands that he shouldn't fight this guy without his chi power. He won't be able to withstand his sword technique. The guy's technique was very fast. If you don't see the attack, it can't be reflected or blocked. Baek Yi Gang calmly recalled that he was now in first place, and Song Hee-il in second. If they fight, the result is unlikely to change. So Su Rin was probably not worried about Baek Yi Gun's points, but about her own. He was right, but Su Rin still warned him not to fight Song Hee-il. Baek Yi Gun thanked him for the information, but did not change his decision. Finally, the day of the combat test arrived. Song Hee-il was on the blue side. Baek Yi Gang was on the red side. Jin Mu-young knew that Song Hee-il shouldn't look down on Baek Yi Gang because he didn't use Kui, and he knew it himself. After the first attack, Song Hee-il was amazed that Baek Yi Gang was able to dodge. After which Baek Yi Gang hit Song Hee-il in the jaw with a sword, and threw him to the ground. The boy was fine and was able to get up. Song Hee-il was clearly panicking, not understanding how Baek Yi Gang could move so quickly without using the art of lightening the body, but he explained that it wasn't a matter of speed. He just started moving earlier. At this time, the teacher calmly pointed out gaps in technology to Baek Yi Gang. His breathing stopped for a moment. His eyes were directed towards where he was about to strike. His entire weight was on his thumb. His senses have perceived more. His experience has grown. Now he must see the bigger picture. Watching their battle, everyone realized that Baek Yi Gang was exceeding all expectations. Although Song Hee-il was also not bad, his blade is fast, and he will never stop developing. But Baek Yi Gang was more impressive. Even though he was a commoner and Song Hee-il was born into a clan, he easily read the enemy's attacks and delivered clear blows. After another attack, when Baek Yi Gang knocked the enemy to the ground, the fight was stopped. The inspectors warned Song Hee-il that if they had real swords in their hands, he would have lost his legs long ago. Even Song Hee-il himself understood that he had never hit Baek Yi Gang. He was still praised and explained that his technique was good, for which he was given 9 points. Baek Yi Gun, although he lacked strength and endurance, was given 10 points for his keen eye. Observers understood that now Baek Yi Gang could no longer be knocked out of first place. But it wasn't that simple. The last test checks the QI reserve. You need to leave a mark on 7 stones. However, even if Baek Yi-gang does not have ki, he has good technique. He should at least scratch the stone. But one cunning man had already managed to change the test, and they realized that this would be a serious problem for Baek Yi-gan. In the Baek clan, every student dreams of becoming a sage, cultivating their art and achieving the title of divine sage. So they value ki more than body strength. Among the tests, this particular test gave the most points. They could not assess the full potential in simple ways, so they created a new testing method that did not require brute force, only Kuai. This was Wang Jun of Topaz. You need to place your hand on the dragon's head, direct the chi through the center of the palm, and then release the energy, after which the bells will begin to ring. Everyone began to whisper about Baek Yi-gan because he had no chi due to blockage of the channels. Jin Mu-young understood that in this case he would not score points, and the results would be unpredictable. In this situation, they were the ones who could become great disciples. Even Jin Li-young understood that he was in a difficult position. Jin Mu-young was tested first, and after his attempt only 3 bells rang. He was happy, but the teacher asked to repeat the exam. He was so happy that the ringing of the bells could not be heard. As a result, when the guy tried again, he scored only 3 points. Finally, it was Baek Yi-gun's turn. The teacher warned that the test would be difficult due to the blocked channels, but the guy decided to try. The man suggested that instead of devoting one's life to strange sticks, one should join the more beautiful world of Tao and magic. But Baek Yi-gang reminded him that he should not suggest such a thing on the test. Before Baek Yi-gang touched the dragon, the teacher explained that Topaz was sensitive, so he made Wangjun from it. Although Baek Yi-gang could not direct the QI through the center, no one said anything about the direction of the flow, so the teacher suggested using the energy of the topaz itself. The observing students believed that this was useless, because he could not use Kui due to illness. But at that moment, someone heard a faint sound, and ordered Baek Yi-gang to show these pathetic bugs his strength. The observer noticed that Baek Yi-gang was trying to use the small energy contained in the bells. When he applied a little more effort, the observer saw how the bells began to crack at the seams. The inspector panicked, as these dangerous bells cost him 1/3 of his annual savings. The master sternly warned that he would personally trim the inspector's fat and sell it to a butcher if anything happened to them. As a result, the man stopped Baek Yi-gang, explaining that although his method was unusual, the bells still checked the energy supply. After that, he released him, giving him 0 points. Even the worst student had 2 bells ringing, so Baek Yi-gang would surely lose first place. The observer realized that the supply was not so fragile, and perhaps he had driven Baek Yi-gang away too early. But he needed to protect the bells for the sake of the future, and he had no choice. At some point, when he touched the dragon, everything broke, and the students began to worry that this was because they had overdone it. Baek Yi-gang hoped that no one would guess that the bells cracked because of him. Soon after Baek Yi-gang left, Jinmu and Surin and their friends came over, wanting to know how Baek Yi-gang did on the last test. All 3 surrounded the man, because he was an observer at all the tests, and they wanted to know who would become the great student. The observer calmly explained that they themselves would soon find out the result, but if they want to hear his guess, he is ready to speak out. A few days later, the day came for the award ceremony for the promotion of the first flower, where the managers instructed the children so that they would not indulge in evil, would not turn away from the bright path, and would always be ready to give battle to the great darkness that could one day take over the world. All 3 winners were quickly announced. 3rd place was taken by Jin Mu-young with a red flower. Su-rin, who took 2nd place in the exam, also received a red flower. Their older brother Song Hee-il took 1st place. At this moment, they were interrupted by the master of the House of Discipline, who expressed the hope that they understood the instructions of the manager and would follow them as if they were an unbreakable law. Now he had to say a few words. After they accepted the flowers, he allowed them to call each other by their names and maintain friendly relations. However, he warned that in their school, students are required to show respect to their elders. If any of them offend the master or ancestor, he will personally punish them. From the serious look of this man, everyone understood that he was not joking. After this, the great student, as well as those who took 2nd and 3rd place, had to come to the House of Discipline at 4 o'clock. When they arrived there, they saw Jin Mu already gathered there and Jin Li-young, who greeted them. Looking at Song Hee-il, everyone saw the perfect greeting. As a great disciple and representative of the disciples, he showed due respect to the head of the house, and then greeted the younger uncle in a formal manner. This is how you need to behave when you talk to rivals and elders. The disciples did not understand why Baek Yi-gang simply stood calmly in front of the great disciple. He needed to greet him first. Song Hee-il even thought that he was called to tell Baek Yi-gun about the rules. But he only calmly greeted the boy, after which he explained to everyone that he wanted to talk. Looking at his awkward behavior, Song Hee-il thought that Baek Yi-gang was crazy to behave like that in front of the head of the house. Therefore, grabbing his hand, he ordered Baek Yi-gang to stop, because he clearly did not understand where he was, and he was no longer a guest, so he could not behave like that. At this moment, the master became seriously angry, because such behavior right before his eyes was a clear insult. He explained that Song Hee-il apparently doesn't care about the school rules, so he will be punished. Until recently, Song Hee-il believed that the words were addressed to Baek Yi-gang, but he was grabbed by the collar, and the master demanded to explain. Why did Song Hee-il dare to be rude to Baek Yi-gang? Because he was his uncle, and he should have respected him immensely. As it turned out, a few days ago, Jinmu told the guys about the supposed results of the exam, in which Baek Yi-gang did not even take third place. Then Jinmu approached the boy to find out why he looked so sad. Baek Yi-gang did not understand why he should be happy if he had to teach children all his life. Jinmu explained that, although he had not asked yet because he was busy with the exam, Baek Yi-gang should join him as the only candidate for the position of library guardian. It turns out that he will become the disciple of the first-generation master, thus immediately joining the disciples of the second generation, and he will also become an uncle. Therefore earlier, Jinmu asked Baek Yi-gang to call him brother because they would soon become equal students. He realized that he had probably expressed himself incorrectly when talking about the results, which frightened him. Jinmu suggested leaving everything as it was so that they could sleep peacefully, and even he thought that the news was very funny. That is why he grinned then. Now Jinmu understood that Song Hee-il was very unlucky to make a mistake in front of the head of the house. Jinmu asked the master to calm down, because his dear nephew was mistaken. It seems that he thought that Baek Yi-gang would be a third-generation disciple. Song Hee-il excitedly explained that he really didn't know anything about it and would never be rude to his uncle. In the end, the man explained that if he made an exception, it would be unfair to the rules. But he decided to take into account the circumstances and get by with 5 blows. But Baek Yi-gang suddenly stepped forward and asked for the opportunity to punish this student. He recently carefully read the rules and saw a verse there that suited this situation. Punishment for disrespecting one's elders can become a lesson about the rules of behavior that will drive out the darkness from the student's head. Then the head of the house realized that for the first time he had seen a child who had carefully read the rules. Therefore, from now on, Song Hee-il will serve his uncle every day and attend behavior classes for a month. Then Baek Yi-gang calmly explained that he would not burden him too much and would allow him to leave. So another month passed, and the manager knew that Baek Yi-gang was still teaching him the final form of the blade. They both realized that there was a second-generation disciple training with him every day. Even Yu Jung-shin was surprised when he learned that Baek Yi-gang was allowed to continue studying magic. Since he was being instructed by the priest of death himself, he could not prohibit it. Yu Jung-shin understood that it was still difficult for the managers of Chonrim to make such a decision. He really valued Baek Yi-gang very much. Besides, Im Gi-hak hoped that the ritual would go smoothly, but he was worried. Baek Yi-gang explained that they had been preparing for this event for a long time. Everything should go well. Soon, when the candlestick was ready, he decided to call Do-kyung and Baek Yi-gun, because by this time the preparations were completed. Now the priest of immortality will be able to achieve Nirvana. Somewhere around this time, the imprisoned former student of Yu Jung-shin felt that his master entered the incense hall. This was a good sign. Having touched the fox carved from wood on his shoulder, he realized that despite what the teacher had planned, failure awaited him. Soon Yu Jung-shin will realize that he can no longer cope without him. At the same time, Song Hee-il was training with Baek Yi-gang. He understood that on the first day of training he was losing after using 300 forms. Then he began to give in after 200, so it came to 100, and then to 50. But now Baek Yi-gang used the 8th blade form rather than both the earth and heavenly blade nets. And in the end, Song Hee-il lost after only 2 forms. Looking at the result, Baek Yi-gang realized that he was able to entrust the blade technique to heaven and earth. No energy can grant him eternal life, so he will almost certainly still meet spirits similar to him. Baek Yi-gang was sure that they would meet some kind of spirit as cheerful as his teacher. Last night, the manager reported that preparations for the ritual had been completed. Soon they will perform the ritual, and his spirit will find peace in the afterlife. Finally, he met with a healer who used acupuncture to prepare the boy for the ritual. This was clearly not the kind of initiation he had imagined, and looking at this, the teacher only laughed, because he also did not expect this. Finally, the time came when Yu Chung-shin was ready to read the scripture. Baek Yi-gang lay down in his seat, and after Yu Chung-shin began to read the scripture, Baek Yi-gang repeated his words while the healer performed acupuncture. The spell said that the spirit had resolved all its troubles, so it was time to go to Happy Lands. He had to help them understand the truth, because they intended to heal the descendant, using the spiritual power that he leaves here. Therefore, Yu Chung-shin asked that the spirit that was stuck between heaven and earth be released. After this, the spirit began to shine with a golden light. At this moment, even Do-kyung managed to see him, and clearly did not expect the spirit to be here. Baek Yi-gang felt himself filled with spiritual energy, but suddenly, Yu Chung-shin declared that he could not control the flow of energy. Somewhere they made a mistake. Do-kyung asked Yu Jun-shin to do something, but he did not yet understand where he had made a mistake, so he could not correct anything. They couldn't leave Baek Yi-gang here to die, so they decided to break the connection. Do-kyung didn't understand what was happening to his mentor's body. As it turns out, the spirit is now stuck on the border between the afterlife and their world. First, Yu Jung-shin decided to deal with the ritual. Baek Yi-gang continued to absorb spiritual energy all this time, so Do-kyung urged Yu Jun-shin to quickly come up with something. Suddenly, Do-kyung decided to ask Baek Yi-gang what his last words would be, because his body would soon explode and he would die here. Baek Yi-gang didn't understand why he had to explode, but it turned out that he had absorbed too much spiritual energy and there was no time. Therefore, he had to say his last wish, and he swore on his honor that he would tell the Baek clan about it. After which, he hugged the boy, hoping that after death he could find peace. Some time passed in silence, but Baek Yi-gang did not die. He thought that Do-kyung had decided to make a joke on him, but he only fearfully explained that this literally could not happen. After all, he really should be dead. He is not a ghost or a deity. A human cannot absorb that much energy. There was only one option, if he had once experienced a complete renewal of the skeleton. Baek Yi-gang suggested that it might be the flower bulb and decided to find out if his body might be special because of the canal disease. Do-kyung had never observed such symptoms, but suddenly they noticed that the head of the library began to lose consciousness. With the last of his strength, Yu Chung-shin explained that the ritual failed. He almost killed Baek Yi-gang. Do-kyung explained that Yu Jun-shin not only used the heavenly candelabra, but also the sign of the 6 souls. His lifespan will definitely be shortened by several years after this ritual. The matter was urgent, so he had no choice. Yu Chung-shin explained that when the candles go out, the sacred blade of immortality will once again be stuck in this world as a wandering spirit. He told Baek Yi-gang to hurry up with help if they wanted to complete the ritual in time. That is why he needed to turn to his student. Do-kyung and Baek Yi-gang did not understand this, because they knew about Yu Jun-shin's former student. He explained that despite the fact that the boy stumbled, it was an accident. The dark power emanating from the forbidden treasures drove him crazy. When things got too bad, he personally imprisoned him in the Cave of Repentance. In prison, many trials befell him, but in fact he was a very kind boy. Yu Jun-shin warned that this boy despised people, but was quite calm in the presence of Jin Li-young and Su Rin. Therefore, they had to accompany him. Finally, they arrived at the outskirts of Cheonrim territory, at the Cave of Repentance. They greeted the second-generation disciple. Jin Li-young was the first to greet him. Baek Yi-gang himself also greeted the guy. From the very beginning, he was wondering why the mentor needed heavenly candelabra. He immediately realized at one glance that Baek Yi-gang had a blocked duct. He calmly warned that in this case the guy would soon meet his ancestors. After all, the heavenly candelabra will not help here. And they were indeed fools if they thought that this should save him. At some point, both Jin Li-young and Su Rin told the guy that he was too cruel. He didn't understand Jin Li-young's behavior because she had always been kind to him, but now she suddenly screamed. Baek Yi-gang calmly explained that he needed help. The head of the library had to explain everything. Suddenly, the guy asked Baek Yi-gang to extend his hand and decided to ask him a question, after which he forcefully grabbed Baek Yi-gang's hand. He wanted to know what diabolical method he used to charm his mentor and the others. After that, Baek Yi-gang withdrew his hand, not understanding what this guy was doing. He was clearly panicking, not understanding how Baek Yi-gang coped with his attack. After all, he definitely pressed on his meridian, and he should have felt pain. At that moment, Su Rin approached and noticed that the guy's wooden toy had fallen out of his bosom. It seemed to her that it was some kind of dog, but the guy angrily declared that it was a fox. Baek Yi-gong immediately realized who it was, and finally realized where she was hiding. The guy couldn't believe that Baek Yi-gang could also see the fox spirit. The fox was indignant, demanding that the guy put her in her place and called Baek Yi-gong a flower thief. The girls witnessed the figure moving and realized that it was the ghost of a fox that had enchanted their brother. Baek Yi-gang was amazed that now the fox could even speak, and she herself was surprised, because last time he could not hear her. The thief apparently gained new abilities when he consumed the onion that was stolen from him, although he explained that he didn't notice much of a change. The guy didn't understand how Baek Yi-gang could talk to the fox. After all, even he couldn't hear it, and only people who are pure in soul and mind can hear the fox. Then Baek Yi-gang realized that this was a great opportunity and explained that the fox wanted the guy to help him heal, and then this would make her very happy. The guy laughed, thinking that Baek Yi-gang was taking him for an idiot. After all, his fox cared only about him, considering other people to be trash. In addition, the fox asked me to convey that he considers Baek Yi-gang to be different from other people, so he should have been helped. Looking carefully at the fox, the guy decided to find out. Needless to say, he caused students to lose consciousness during the exam. The fox clearly protested, so when the worried guy began to interrogate her if he really should help Baek Yi-gang, she had no choice but to agree. Baek Yi-gang calmly said that in this case he would remain under the supervision of the guy and hoped for his help. Soon he explained that people are weak by nature. Only a small part of them have pure hearts. The rest do not even deserve to live. However, the animals were innocent. He tried to be attentive to those who treat animals with kindness. Animals love only those who deserve it, because they feel everything bad. In addition, the guy saw that the fox clearly liked Baek Yi-gang, so he was suitable for the role of his younger brother. I just wondered if he could trust this guy because he was too weird. Soon, they arrived at the spell hall, and the guy immediately discovered that all the problems were due to the formation technique. It seems that when drawing, Yu Zhongshin used the divine formation of the small Niboyan. They worked with unusual control energy, so something more complex was required. The guy explained that it makes sense to build the entire formation around the non-boy. However, they did not just uplift the soul. They decided to do something different. The soul was at the center of the Nine Palaces diagram, so he decided to form the nebula movement as well. After which he took the candles from the candelabra, realizing that he had to hurry. The soul was ready to move, but its consciousness was chained to the ground. In addition, the sacred blade reacted to fire because its soul was capable of maintaining consciousness, but this was the last chance to achieve Nirvana. Yu Zhongshin, looking at the student, was amazed that the guy was much calmer than he expected. Perhaps he even came to his senses. Yu Zhongshin happily explained that if they free the guy from his dark goal, he will become good again. But Du Kyung thought that the man was too naive. After all, he had never been good. At some point, Yu Zhongshin noticed a wooden figurine in the boy's hands and realized that evil was clearly emanating from it. He remembered a conversation with the manager when he explained that the boy was unstable because of the fox, so he doubted whether everything would be okay. They believed that he was very lonely, so this would only benefit him. Da Kyung, looking at him, I realized that he had become calmer, as the manager said. But can the state be called stable when he talks to a toy? Du Kyung still had his doubts, but his talent was needed for the ritual, so they had no choice. The guy asked them not to hesitate. It was time to start. As a result, Do Kyung explained that they changed the course of the ritual. The energy will rise along the right hand from the fingertips, where it will go up to the nose, then will go against the usual movement along the yang meridian of the large intestine, and when it passes through the sternocleidomastoid muscle, Baek Yi-gang will lose all knowledge. Then they use the spiritual dream herb, and he will be inside his mind. This is the only way to absorb energy, because this channel is completely different from the normal cycle. Baek Yi-gang understood everything and slowly began to fall asleep. After he was injected, he woke up in a completely different place. Finally, he met his ancestor, but in a changed guise. At this point during the ritual, a strong wind arose, so Yu Zhongshin asked the disciple to protect the heavenly candelabra. The guy decided to scatter salt to repel evil spirits. Du Kyung realized that the boy was the same as he was before he was locked away for many years. But his skills were not dulled. It was easy to help raise souls, but it was difficult to redirect such a large flow of control energy. However, they did well together, so this time they definitely had to succeed. But the guy, looking at all this controlling energy, could not believe it. That they were ready to give it all to extend one life by just 3 years. He considered this a terrible waste. When Baek Yi-gang met the sacred blade, he realized that he was in the body of the times of his prime. No wonder he assumed this form before leaving. He asked that even after he left, Baek Yigang would continue to train. If he fully mastered at least the Great Moonstable Heaven and Earth Blade form, he would become a true master. He understood that in their world, it would not be easy for Baek Yigang because he had chosen a thorny path, but he should not walk along it alone. He hoped that experienced masters would become his brothers and asked if someone suddenly betrayed the clan to deal with it like a man, because this is the only way the beast understands. And if someone older suddenly offends him, he must take him to a place where no one will see and beat him until he gets tired of it. In addition, the young man who would become his teacher tried to save Baek Yigang, so the ancestor hoped that the guy would learn a lot from him. The sacred blade was also his master, but he calmly explained that he was not his mentor. He was his family. At this moment, Baek Yigang shed tears, after which he wished his ancestor a good journey and promised that they would see each other one day. The man hoped not to see Baek Yigang for the next century. Disappearing, the sacred blade had only one final request, for Baek Yigang to call him grandfather at least once, and he could not refuse him this. He remembered everything that they had experienced during this time, so he gratefully accepted everything that he left him. The man laughed cheerfully and asked that his grandson live long because it was his responsibility, since he was from the Baek clan. With this, they said goodbye. After this, the soul of the sacred blade began to glow brightly, and even Do Kyung could not believe that he was personally seeing someone achieve Nirvana. In the end, they did a good job, although the young man's life would be extended by only 3 years. At this moment, the guy was thinking about what had happened. He understood that Baek Yigang brought a lot of problems and absorbed a huge amount of control energy. If a plant received such an amount of energy, it would become a miracle cure. The animal would turn into a spiritual beast. With such a reserve, a person would become a deity, and the guy's real body would return. Do Kyung saw that the guy was going crazy again. He asked him to come to his senses and not make another mess, but he calmly explained that he knows that Baek Yigang is a good guy, but now he has changed his mind about helping him. Then he threw the jar at Do Kyung, thereby knocking him down, and he himself began to attack Yu Jongshin. Then he ran to put out the candles of the candelabra. After all, they could not spend such an amount of control energy for 3 years of the life of an ordinary person. Baek Yigang tried to stop the guy, but he apologized and explained that he wanted to meet him. As a result, he ended up in his space, and, once there, he immediately realized that the soul had already achieved Nirvana. The guy understood that this became possible only thanks to him. In addition, the guy himself was glad that Baek Yigang was grateful, although now he won't have to regret. After all, he does not want to repent of what he considers useless, spending so much energy on his treatment. The self-confident guy decided to transfer the sacred energy to the mysterious fox, asking Baek Yigang not to be offended by this act, and admitting that he would miss his good little brother. Shocked, Baek Yigang could not believe the elder's daring intention to take away the precious energy left by the sacred blade. The arrogant guy explained the futility of resistance, since in the immaterial world the usual restrictions are no longer valid. Baek Yigang's memory brought to mind the wise words of his grandfather. A traitor should be taken to a secluded place and punished until he gets tired of it. The young warrior realized the deep wisdom of this ancient instruction of his ancestors. The attacking guy scornfully considered Baek Yigang a fool, confident in the unlimited nature of his attacks and the inability of the enemy to keep track of them. At the moment of rapprochement, Baek Yigang delivered a powerful blow directly to the enemy's smug face. The stunned guy flew 10 meters away, not understanding the mechanism of Baek Yigang's attack. The amazed enemy realized the impossibility of using control energy by a simple human body without the help of a special treasure. A sudden insight revealed the truth to the guy. It was the effect of a mysterious flower with 3 circles that completely rebuilt Baek Yigang's body. The changed body allowed the young man to freely manipulate the powerful controlling energy. The determined Baek Yigang directly asked the amazed elder about the consequences of transferring energy to the ghost fox. The frightened guy admitted that the fox would turn into a great ghost, incomparable to ordinary spirit beasts. The ambitious traitor sought to return the physical body of the legendary celestial thunder fox of the 100 Tails. Sharp, deadly knives flew at lightning speed towards the careless guy. The skillful Baek Yigang easily repelled all the thrown blades. With a lightning-quick movement, the young warrior closed the distance and firmly grabbed the enemy's hand. Unexpectedly for everyone, the noble fox spoke, refusing the offered energy and expressing gratitude for the care, explaining the unacceptability of such a method. Blinded by fanaticism, the guy did not believe the refusal, dreaming of giving the fox great power to take revenge on evil people. The young man, obsessed with the idea, did not understand the reasons for the stop by the revered fox. Decisive Bayek Yigang, realizing the futility of beliefs, understood the inevitability of a forceful solution. The angry warrior began to methodically beat the traitor. The enemy's loss of consciousness did not satisfy Baek Yigang's thirst for justice. The furious young man continued the punishment for betrayal, following the wise advice of his ancestors. A particularly strong blow to the head caused an unexpected effect. Dark energy began to leave the body of the defeated guy, demonstrating the successful expulsion of spiritual power. Excruciating pain clouded the boy's mind, plunging him into painful memories of the tragic attack on his family, when the little boy was found last, hiding like a frightened rat. The helpless child looked blankly at his murdered family, while his enemies discussed his fate. The cruel man despised the cowardly boy for hiding in the corner, while his family fought heroically to the death. Even the faithful dog showed more courage, bravely barking at the leader until his last breath. The sadistic man decided to perpetuate the boy's shame by leaving a cruel mark on his young body. Baek Yigang, who woke up, having put himself in order, explained to the shocked guy that he had penetrated his consciousness thanks to a special candle, recognizing the recklessness of his action. The wary young man expressed hope that such dangerous plans would be stopped. Baek Yigang conveyed the fox's important confession about the impossibility of absorbing such powerful spiritual energy. Satisfied with the sight of the frightened Yukai, Baek Yigang realized the success of his educational methods. The young warrior looked forward to productive cooperation with a properly trained assistant. Alarmed, Yu Jongshin Do Gyeonam and the manager hurriedly headed towards the mysterious cave. Experienced spellcasters understood the excessiveness of the actions of the presumptuous guy. The distraught student seized control of the battler and boldly expelled his mentors. Approaching the cave, the wise masters felt the presence of strange energy. The powerful manager quickly subdued and dispersed the dangerous force. When the mentors entered, they were surprised to find Baek Yigang and the offending guy peacefully talking. Excited, De Kyungam immediately rushed to check Baek Yigang's condition, his meridians and energy absorption ability. The angry mentor furiously scolded the offending student, demanding that he realize the gravity of the offense. The calm Baek Yigang gently reminded the elder of the correct form of apology. The repentant guy fell to his knees, sincerely begging for forgiveness and admitting the inadmissibility of his actions. The manager's timely appearance was prompted by a report of a serious incident between students. The strict mentor recalled the ban on games with younger brothers, wondering about the intention of transferring spiritual energy to a simple wooden figurine. The puzzled manager questioned the guy's belief in the presence of the legendary Heavenly Stormtail. The wise mentor dispelled misconceptions, denying the possibility of entrusting a student with a figurine with a real ghost. The mysterious manager offered a direct conversation with the Pishu figurine through a special drum. Intrigued, the guy was looking forward to hearing the fox's voice, expecting a childish or ghostly timbre. The fox's unexpected female voice expressed embarrassment before the first conversation, acknowledging a long-standing understanding of the guy's delusions. The mysterious creature explained its true nature as a human and not a ghost. The mysterious entity clarified its status as a long-dead human spirit. The guy couldn't believe it and didn't understand why she had the shape of a fox and where the lightning came from, because people didn't know how to do something like that. The figurine looked like a cross between a man and a fox, but she explained that this was not strange. More amazing things had happened in the world. From the figurine, Baek Yigang learned that her grandfather was a real ghost, which means she is also a ghost, albeit only a quarter. Therefore, it was difficult for him to understand what upset the elder so much. De Kyung explained that she was 75% human and the guy hated people, so his reaction wasn't surprising. Many years ago, the blue-eyed demon caused the sea to drown in blood. The reason for this was the master of demonic arts, who once belonged to a devilish cult. The blue-eyed demon became the sinister enemy of all warriors and continuously killed the masters for 2 months. The demon died, but in the last battle, he took the lives of dozens of great warriors. The only survivor of the brutal battle on the mountain was a lone warrior whose potential could make her the greatest master in history, if only she had abandoned the fatal confrontation with the entire world. The experienced healer finally began the most important check of the state of Baek Yigang's meridians. A careful examination showed the amazing purity of the energy channels, although the life force so far flowed freely only from the right hand to the navel. The shocked healer admitted that he had never seen such miraculous changes before. The wise mentor understood that the complete restoration of the remaining channels would make Baek Yi Gan a great master, although he remained doubtful about the possibility of cleansing all the meridians. The determined Baek Yi Gang firmly promised to never give up and be sure to become stronger. And the overjoyed Du Kyung sincerely offered to help the purposeful boy. Having dressed after the examination, the hurried Baek Yi Gang was about to leave for an important meeting with the manager. But the alarmed Do Kyung tried to detain him for a serious conversation about the student Yu Jung Shin. Recalling his past thoughts about the need for surgical intervention, the experienced healer understood the need for a strong physical shock to cleanse the channels and was sincerely interested in the way in which Baek Yi Gang was able to get rid of the dark energy. The embarrassed young man silently left the room, not wanting to admit to beating the older student. The fateful meeting took place in the manager's house on the majestic peak of white clouds. The wise mentor invited not only Baek Yi Gang, but also the youngest guy to an important conversation. An important discovery shocked those present. The mysterious figure turned out to be not a ghost, and although the boy had the right to be angry, the manager wanted to explain himself in detail. The powerful mentor deliberately hid the true identity of the mysterious warrior at her own insistent request. The strictly kept secret was known only to the wise manager, who took an unbreakable oath of eternal silence. The warrior's unexpected decision to reveal the truth to the young student meant that she had to let go of old anger. The astute manager decided to test the guy's readiness for an important step forward. The matured young man finally realized the ability to cope with difficulties on his own. The mysterious steward carefully took the ancient fox figurine and skillfully summoned a mysterious spirit from it. The touched guy, seeing the true appearance of the spirit for the first time, sincerely thanked the wise fox for all the help he provided. After deep gratitude to the manager, the participants of the important meeting calmly dispersed. The phantom fox began to slowly dissolve into thin air. The attentive Baek Yi Gang clearly saw the transformation of the fox into a beautiful girl, who wisely noted that it was high time for the young student to start an independent life. The mysterious spirit, who turned out to be the legendary blue-eyed demon, proudly noted that her little ward had indeed turned into a real man.